Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 51. Jiang Chuan and his group were enjoying food in the kitchen. When no one was watching on the sea, a seemingly inconspicuous fishing boat was approaching their cruise ship. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud noise, and everyone was shocked. What happened? Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi were both frightened and asked in confusion. Don't go out, I'll go out and take a look. Jiang Chuan could sense that this collision should be a ship hitting their cruise ship, and he said solemnly to everyone. Boss, I'll go with you. If something really happens, I can still face it with you. The young sailor also stood up and looked at Jiang Chuan and said solemnly. No, I'm enough. Jiang Chuan looked at the young sailor with tendons and shook his head and said to him that if something really happened, it would be better for him to act alone. He exchanged the game physique, and he has become the world's strongest soldier king. At the same time, he has mastered various skills. He is not afraid of danger. But boss! When the sailor heard that Jiang Chuan was going to act alone, his face suddenly changed. Don't worry, I'm stronger than you. If you act with me, you will only drag me down. Jiang Chuan looked at the sailor and said something else. He smiled and told Sujia to lock the restaurant. He quickly left here and approached the direction of the collision. Did you meet pirates? Jiang Chuan approached carefully. He found that a fishing boat had hit the ship. A dozen pirates holding axes were taking the escalator to climb to the ship. When he was about to approach, there were already pirates climbing to the ship. If he went out to stop them at this moment, he would definitely be exposed. The other party had weapons. If he took action at this moment, he would obviously be at a disadvantage. In 2 minutes, more than a dozen pirates all climbed to the ship. Jiang Chuan did not take action, but hid in the dark to observe. Two people act together and gather everyone together for me. The pirate leader was a man with a scar on his face. He looked at the dozen pirates around him and gave an order directly. Got it, boss. The pirates heard the words of the pirate leader and answered loudly. The two-man team, holding axe, began to look for the people on the ship. The opportunity has come. Jiang Chuan watched the pirates separate. He knew that this was an opportunity. He shuttled through the ship like a ghost and approached the two pirates carefully. The pirates were very brave and thought that they were fearless with weapons. They swaggered to find the people on the ship and didn't pay attention to their surroundings. Die! Jiang Chuan approached the pirates and was sure that he could get rid of them before they could react. His eyes suddenly became cold. He rushed to the other party from behind. Before the two pirates could react to his appearance, Jiang Chuan suddenly broke the neck of one pirate. The other pirate saw Jiang Chuan's sudden appearance and reacted. Jiang Chuan was faster and kicked the other party away. When the pirate was kicked away, Jiang Chuan reacted quickly and appeared in front of the other party in an instant. He easily broke his neck and ended the battle. When the two pirates were dealt with by Jiang Chuan, he hid the bodies of the two pirates, and then he picked up two axes and started to move again. What happened outside? Why hasn't Lao Zhang come back yet? Mu Qingcheng couldn't help frowning when he saw that Jiang Chuan hadn't returned to the restaurant yet, and asked Sujia and others around him. I don't know. The collision just now should be a ship hitting our ship. Pirates have appeared in this place. It should be pirates coming. Boss, don't worry, I have contacted the Coast Guard, and the Coast Guard should be here soon. Other people on the boat also heard Mu Qingcheng's words. Sujia smiled bitterly and shook his head, while Shuman and Uncle Xiang said it bluntly. Pirates! Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi turned pale when they heard this, and the faces of others were also very solemn. The boss has been found, they are all in the restaurant. The restaurant was still found by someone. The pirates found Mu Qingcheng and others in the restaurant and immediately shouted loudly. It looks like they are pirates. Uncle Xiang and the others also heard the voice, and then saw several pirates holding axes appearing outside the restaurant. On the other side, After Jiang Chuan killed 2 pirates, he killed 4 more pirates quietly. Jiang Chuan had killed half of the dozen pirates. Suddenly, he heard the pirates' voices and his face changed suddenly. "We can only shoot them." Jiang Chuan's face turned cold instantly. He quickly jumped down from the deck and saw the pirates outside the restaurant. He fired decisively. Da-da-da! Gunshots rang out, and 4 pirates outside the restaurant were instantly shot dead by Jiang Chuan. Ah! Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi heard the gunshots and screamed in fear. Sujia and Uncle Xiang and others also turned pale and trembled slightly. It is human nature to be afraid of gunshots. What happened? Why shoot? The scarred pirate heard the gunshots and his face was very ugly. He asked loudly. But no pirate answered the scarred man. Is there something wrong? The scarred pirate heard that no one answered him, his face changed drastically, and his eyes became solemn. Jiang Chuan shot and killed 4 pirates and began to look for the remaining pirates. Be careful. The scarred pirate also ordered his companions around him and moved cautiously. Get down. Jiang Chuan was more familiar with the cruise ship than the pirates. He quickly found the pirate leader and his companions. This time, he did not kill them directly, but hit their limbs, making them completely lose their combat effectiveness. After the 2 were seriously injured, Jiang Chuan did not stop, but continued to look for pirates on the ship. When he found that all the pirates were eliminated, he was relieved. He called the sailors and Sujia in the restaurant to help, and piled up the bodies of the pirates. At the same time, the scarred pirates were also tied up. The Coast Guard also rushed here at this moment. They were shocked to learn that Jiang Chuan had solved all the pirates by himself, but Jiang Chuan still killed people after all, and they needed to take him away for investigation. Jiang Chuan was taken away, and Uncle Xiang and his companions also sailed back to the shore. Sujia found the relationship as soon as possible, and the Coast Guard also confirmed that the other party was indeed a pirate. Jiang Chuan's actions were legitimate defense and he was finally released. Mu Qingcheng and Yang Mi only knew that there were pirates on the ship, but they didn't know anything else. They didn't see the pirates' bodies or bloodstains, so they weren't scared. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chuan being released. They had other things to do, so they took a private plane back to the Magic City. Sujia saw the dead and bloodstains with his own eyes this time, and he had some psychological trauma staying on the sea at this moment. The 2 of them rushed back to Jiangbei as soon as possible. Old Jiang, how do you have time to call me? The club should be established, you should be very busy now, right? Jiang Chuan was fine. He exchanged for the game physique, and his physical fitness was greatly improved. Killing people or seeing corpses would not affect him. When he arrived in Jiangbei, he received a call from Shenhao and couldn't help but asked with a smile. Chapter 52. Yet. After all, you are the real boss of our club. The club has been established, and 4 talented players have been found. They have played several games during this period and have gained considerable fame. We plan to meet you and see if you are free to come over for dinner. Shenhao also smiled and said the purpose of this call. Okay, I will call my little sister to go with me. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. Okay, call me in advance and I will pick you up. Shenhao also laughed happily and asked Jiang Chuan to notify him in advance. When my little sister is on vacation, do you want to go to Shanghai with us for a few days? Jiang Chuan looked at Sujia beside him and asked with a smile. Okay, call me when the time comes. Anyway, I have nothing to do during this period, and it's not bad to walk around and take a look. Sujia smiled and agreed. Jiang Chuan and Sujia also went home separately, and agreed to go together when they go to Shanghai. 3 days passed in a flash. The weekend finally arrived. Second brother, when are we going to Shanghai today? Just after dawn, Jiang Chuan worked hard all night and finally received 1,000 sincere thanks. When he was still asleep, Lin Xiaoxiao came directly to Jiang Chuan's room and woke him up. 2 days ago, Jiang Chuan told Lin Xiaoxiao that he would take her to Shanghai this weekend. The little guy has been looking forward to this day. What time is it? Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with sleepy eyes and asked with a yawn. 8 o'clock. What? 8 o'clock, you wake me up. Jiang Chuan heard 8 o'clock, looked at Lin Xiaoxiao with a helpless look and said bitterly. He went to bed at 6 o'clock today, and now he was woken up by Lin Xiaoxiao after only 2 hours of sleep. He has been sleepy at the moment. Second brother, Jie is more active. He called you at 7 o'clock. You didn't answer the phone, so Jie called me. Jie is waiting for us at the airport now. If we hurry over, we can still catch the 10 o'clock flight. Lin Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Chuan's words, looked at Jiang Chuan with a face full of resentment, and spoke bitterly. Ah! Jiang Chuan heard this and turned on his phone directly. He found that the phone was indeed muted. Su Jie called him more than a dozen times but he didn't answer. Sorry, little sister, I'll pack up and go to the airport directly. Jiang Chuan smiled apologetically, washed quickly, and asked someone to drive them to the airport. Are you sick? Call us at 7 o'clock. Are you going to the Magic City to reincarnate? Jiang Chuan came to the airport and saw the showy Su Jie posing and taking pictures continuously. He scolded him. Su Jie pretended not to hear Jiang Chuan's scolding and took pictures by himself. Lin Xiaoxiao watched this scene, quietly took a photo, stood aside and smiled, and found it very interesting. Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie's indifferent attitude, and was tired of talking. Don't show off, my little sister and I haven't eaten yet, please go to the airport and treat us to a meal first. Jiang Chuan was also very helpless in the face of the shameless Su Jie, and glared at him fiercely and said. Okay. Su Jie watched Jiang Chuan stop talking, and he also stopped taking pictures, looking at Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile and said. Brother Jie, second brother, you two are so interesting. Lin Xiaoxiao watched Jiang Chuan and Su Jie stop playing, and couldn't help teasing them. Little sister, what we have is called deep feelings. What do you want to eat? Brother Jie will pay for you. Brother Jie has money, so he is not afraid that you will go broke. Su Jie heard Lin Xiaoxiao's teasing, just smiled slightly, and asked Lin Xiaoxiao with a smile. Let's eat noodles. It's easier to digest noodles for breakfast. When we get to Shanghai, Brother Jie, you have to treat me to a big meal. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and looked at Su Jie and said. Okay, Brother Jie will pay for all your consumption in Shanghai. Brother Jie is generous. Thank you, Brother Jie. I won't be polite. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed happily when she heard Su Jie's words. Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Su Jie was not short of money, so she said this to him. Su Jie naturally didn't care and agreed decisively. Let's go eat first. I'm hungry even if you are not. Jiang Chuan glanced at the two of them and said with a wry smile. Okay, second brother. Su Jie didn't say anything. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled sweetly. The three of them talked and laughed as they entered the airport. As for Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao's tickets, Su Jie had already bought them. Jiang Chuan and the other two came to a noodle shop. The noodle shops at the airport are very expensive. Basically, an ordinary bowl of noodles can be sold for it was several dozen yuan, but Su Jie was not short of money, so he ordered the most luxurious noodles, and added various braised eggs and braised dishes. That's enough, the three of us can't finish it, don't waste it. Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie's local tycoon look, as if he wanted to add a portion of everything in the noodle shop, and he immediately said with a smile. Okay. Su Jie nodded at the food in front of him and told the two to add more if it was not enough. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao smiled bitterly and shook their heads when they heard about adding more food, because they couldn't finish it here at all. The three of them ate for a full hour before they barely finished this breakfast. Old Jiang, if Xiao Xiao can't finish it, don't eat it. Anyway, we spent money. Old Su, you have never had a hard life. We used to not have enough to eat, so we had to finish all the food on the table. That's right, brother Ji, this is our family's habit. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao glared at Su Jie, who was making sarcastic remarks at the same time. He only ate a few bites, and the noodles and food on the table were all eaten by the two of them. Hee, don't order so much next time. Su Jie looked at the two people who were full and burped constantly, knowing that he had only eaten a little, and said with a chuckle. The plane from Jiangbei to Modu is about to take off. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please board as soon as possible. The plane from Jiangbei to Modu is about to take off. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please board as soon as possible. The plane from Jiangbei to Modu is about to take off. Passengers who have not yet boarded, please board as soon as possible. Let's go, we are going to board. After Jiang Chuan and his friends had rested for more than 10 minutes, they heard the sound of the plane about to take off. He said something to the two of them, and the three of them went directly to the boarding gate. Second brother, I didn't expect that one day I would really be able to take a plane. The three of Jiang Chuan and his friends bought economy class because the first class had been sold out. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the scenery outside through the window, feeling a special feeling, and couldn't help but whispered excitedly. Little sister, second brother is now capable. Next time you come back, second brother will ask you to take a private plane. Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's happy smile and said softly with a smile. Thank you, second brother. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard about private jets. She knew from TV that private jets were very luxurious, and she was looking forward to riding one. Chapter 53. 2 hours. The plane from Jiangbei to Shanghai arrived at Shanghai airport smoothly. Finally, Su Jie watched the plane stop, and stood up impatiently to stretch his legs. This time, Su Jie felt that it was too difficult to take a plane. It was his first time to sit in economy class, and he didn't expect that he couldn't even stretch his legs. He looked for the stewardess many times in a row, but the first class was full, and he had no way to upgrade. He suffered for 2 hours. Let's go. Jiang Chuan looked at Su Jie's painful expression and shook his head and said with a smile. I've arrived at Shanghai airport, where are you, Lao Zhang? When Jiang Chuan took the plane, he had already notified Zhang Hao, who had arrived at Shanghai airport in advance to wait for Jiang Chuan and his friends. Zhang Hao received Jiang Chuan's call and told them the specific location as soon as possible. Brother Hao. Jiang Chuan and his friends came to a business car. Zhang Hao was standing there smoking at the moment. Lin Xiaoxiao saw Zhang Hao's figure and waved and shouted. Xiao Xiao. Lao Zhang. Zhang Hao saw Jiang Chuan and the others coming, and he stamped out the cigarette butt in his hand, shouting with a smile on his face. Lao Zhang, this is my high school classmate and my best friend Su Jie. Lao Su, this is my brother Zhang Hao. When Jiang Chuan and the others met, he also introduced Su Jie and Zhang Hao to each other. Hello. Hello. The two also greeted each other and knew each other. Lao Zhang, you just arrived in Shanghai, go to the club to rest first, then we go to eat seafood buffet together, how about it? Zhang Hao came to the driver's seat, looked at Jiang Chuan sitting in the co-pilot and asked with a smile. Second brother, I want to eat seafood buffet. Before Jiang Chuan answered, Lin Xiaoxiao's happy voice reached their ears. My little sister has made a decision, let's go to the club first, we will go there a little later. Jiang Chuan smiled and directly instructed Zhang Hao. Okay. Zhang Hao naturally didn't say much and agreed directly. Wow! Second brother, look, the buildings in Magic City are so tall, much taller than our buildings in Jiangbei. Second brother, there are too many people in Magic City, it looks so luxurious. Second brother, Magic City is too congested, our car has been parked in the same place. Lin Xiaoxiao sat in the car, with an excited face, and kept talking to Jiang Chuan. It was the first time for Lin Xiaoxiao to leave Jiangbei, and it was also the first time to come to Magic City. Everything was very fresh and she never tired of it. Jiang Chuan was not particularly familiar with Magic City, but fortunately Sujia was familiar with it and kept explaining it to Lin Xiaoxiao. The two were also very satisfied with the communication. One was willing to talk, and the other was willing to listen. After more than an hour's drive, Zhang Hao finally drove a business car to the destination, a villa community in the suburbs. This place is far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, the environment is quiet and peaceful, and the surrounding population is sparse. It is really an ideal location for a game club. The car slowly drove into the front yard of villa number 18 and stopped. This villa has 4 floors, each covering hundreds of square meters. Among them, the first floor is a spacious and bright training room that can accommodate many players to train at the same time. The second floor is designed as a restaurant, providing delicious food for everyone to enjoy, and the third and fourth floors are rooms for everyone to rest. Welcome the boss to visit JZ Esports Club. When Jiang Chuan and his friends just got off the business car, more than a dozen people stood directly at the door of the villa. Except for the chef and the cleaning lady, these dozen people were very young. They welcomed Jiang Chuan loudly. Did you arrange it? Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Hao beside him and asked with a smile. This is their own initiative. Zhang Hao just smiled and invited Jiang Chuan and the other 3 to enter the JZ Esports Club for a visit. Manager Yang, our boss behind the scenes is too young. I always thought that our boss behind the scenes was a middle-aged man. Coach Chen, I also always thought that our boss was an old antique. I didn't expect that he was only a few years older than us. Okay, you little brats, don't talk about the boss behind his back, or the boss will fire you. Manager Yang and Coach Chen of the club were not too surprised by Jiang Chuan's age. After all, the people who founded the esports club were all young people. It was just that the 4 professional players were still quite shocked by Jiang Chuan's age. Old Jiang, the esports club you founded is very professional, not inferior to those old esports clubs. Sujia visited the JZ Esports Club and expressed his opinions. I don't know much about this aspect. All of this was done by Lao Zhang and his team. Jiang Chuan just smiled and explained. Lao Zhang, you should plan to enter multiple games, right? Sujia also understood that Jiang Chuan was not interested in games. He saw many training positions on the first floor and many empty rooms on the third and fourth floors, so he smiled and asked Zhang Hao. Well, we are only entering the mobile game chicken eating now. When our reputation gradually spreads, we plan to enter other game industries. During this period, we are also looking for some talented players to sign them. Zhang Hao did not hide the subsequent work of the club, which was also a disguised report to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan was not familiar with these things and was not particularly concerned. Anyway, this was Zhang Hao's dream, so he could leave it to him. Even if he lost money, it didn't matter. He didn't need this little money. Sujia and Zhang Hao talked about many things in the club. Jiang Chuan also got to know everyone in the club, Manager Yang, Coach Chen, Analyst Liao and the team leader Qing Long, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Are these the 4 sacred beasts? Jiang Chuan's mouth twitched when he learned that the 4 players were named after the 4 sacred beasts of China. This name was too casual. When Jiang Chuan talked to Manager Yang and everyone else, he also knew their dreams, and Jiang Chuan also encouraged them. Lin Xiaoxiao didn't like playing games, but just tried it and then played with her phone out of boredom. After playing for a few hours, she finally couldn't stand it anymore and said to Jiang Chuan helplessly, "Second brother, I'm hungry." "Sorry, we were too involved in the conversation." "Manager Yang, have you booked the restaurant?" Zhang Hao also heard what Lin Xiaoxiao said, ended the conversation with Sujia, and looked at Manager Yang and asked. Mr. Jiang has already booked the restaurant, Sinan Mansion. If we leave now, we can get there in about an hour. Let's go right away. I'm hungry. Jiang Chuan said directly, and the others drove out the club's business cars. 3 business cars were enough to seat all of them, and a group of people took the business cars directly to Sinan Mansion. When Jiang Chuan went to Sinan Mansion, he also contacted Mu Qingcheng, but she was busy and couldn't come. Chapter 54. 3 business cars arrived at Sinan Mansion smoothly. Manager Yang showed the reservation information. More than a dozen people arrived at the dining area smoothly. Today, everyone should eat and drink as much as they want, otherwise you won't get your money back today. Zhang Hao looked at everyone in the club and joked with a smile on his face. Boss Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely get my money back today. The fat Qinglong patted his chest and said proudly. Boss Zhang, I haven't eaten enough for 3 days in order to wait for today, and I will definitely get my money back today. The sturdy Beihu, the shy Zuk and the honest Suan Yu also said with a happy smile. Little sister, what do you want to eat? Should I get it for you, or do you go get it yourself? Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao who was a little restrained and asked softly. Brother, I'll go get it myself. Lin Xiaoxiao was in such a high-end restaurant for the first time, and she was inevitably a little scared, but she didn't want Jiang Chuan to help her. She planned to look at the various dishes herself, choose the food she likes, and not waste food. Okay, let's go together. Jiang Chuan smiled and followed Lin Xiaoxiao to the buffet area, and the two chose their favorite food. Sujia was a waste expert, and he took away the food he liked in piles, as if a savage hadn't eaten for a long time. It took more than 10 minutes for everyone to choose their own dishes. The entire table was filled with all kinds of food, and the people eating around were stunned. Are these primitive people coming into the city? These people are too disgusting. I feel like I can eat these things for a month. You know shit, it's a blessing to come to this kind of buffet restaurant to be able to eat. The people around talked softly. Let's eat. Jiang Chuan and his dozen of people started eating without hesitation. They wolfed down the food one by one, which made the guests near them feel numb and scared them to leave. Jiang Chuan and his friends naturally noticed the strange looks from the people around them, but no one cared. They paid the money, so they could eat whatever they wanted. The most important thing was that they were really hungry. Could other people's looks be eaten as food? Since they couldn't be eaten as food, they would just eat the food in front of them like crazy. Second brother, what else do you want to eat? I'll go get it for you. Lin Xiaoxiao watched the food on the table being eaten up by everyone. There was basically no food in front of Jiang Chuan. Lin Xiaoxiao smiled and asked Jiang Chuan. I'm fine. You can take it. Jiang Chuan smiled. He didn't have too many requirements for food. As long as he could eat enough, of course delicious food would be better. Are you blind? Do you know that my skirt costs tens of thousands of yuan? Are you going to pay for it? Lin Xiaoxiao was carrying food and preparing to rush back to the table. Suddenly, her feet slipped and she bumped into a young and fashionable girl. The food stained the girl's skirt. The young and fashionable girl slapped Lin Xiaoxiao in the face and scolded her angrily. Damn bitch, you are looking for death. Sujia had eaten his fill and was sitting on his seat picking his teeth. When he saw Lin Xiaoxiao being slapped by the young and fashionable girl, he immediately slapped the table and rushed to Lin Xiaoxiao angrily. You should also hit my sister, you are looking for death. When Sujia rushed over, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao sobbing and apologizing. He felt distressed and slapped the young and fashionable girl in the face angrily, and then comforted Lin Xiaoxiao. Sujia's action naturally attracted Jiang Chuan's attention. Jiang Chuan naturally saw that Lin Xiaoxiao was bullied. His face instantly became gloomy and he quickly approached the position of Sujia and Lin Xiaoxiao. This cold breath made the temperature around drop by several degrees. You dare to hit me, do you know who I am? The fashionable girl covered her face and roared at Su Jie angrily. Pa! Jiang Chuan had come here, looking at the furious fashionable girl, and slapped her on the other face directly, and then looked at her coldly and said, "This is symmetrical. You wait for me." The fashionable girl was slapped by Jiang Chuan again, and tears flowed from her eyes. She glared at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie angrily and left here angrily. "Xiao Xiao, are you okay?" Jiang Chuan asked Lin Xiao Xiao with concern. "Brother, I'm fine. I bumped into that sister by accident. Please don't embarrass her." Lin Xiao Xiao raised her head pitifully. After a slap, she became a little bloated. She sobbed softly and said apologetically, "It's wrong for her to hit you. Don't worry. I'll take care of this matter." Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's slightly bloated face, his eyes became more and more indifferent, and he said this coldly. Jiang Chuan is a person who values closeness and doesn't care about reason. If you offend his relatives and friends, no one can stop you. "Boss Jiang, is Xiao Xiao okay?" "Old Jiang, I also met some people in the Magic City. Do you need me to call them?" Zhang Hao and manager Yang also came over and asked with concern. "We are fine. You should eat and drink as you like. Don't let others spoil the fun. I'll take care of this matter." Jiang Chuan heard what they said, chuckled, and said disapprovingly, "That's fine." Zhang Hao knew Jiang Chuan's ability. Although he didn't know whether the Magic City would work, since the other party said so, it should be fine. "Dear, they beat me, you must help me." The fashionable young girl also came back at this moment, followed by several young boys, who were wearing branded clothes, and obviously had a high status. "Boy, did you beat my woman?" The leading boy looked unruly and questioned Jiang Chuan with an arrogant attitude. "Sir, madam, I am the manager here. Is there anything I can help you with?" The movement here attracted the attention of the staff of Sinan Mansion. Soon, a young manager in a suit and leather shoes ran over quickly and asked Jiang Chuan and the other party respectfully, "Get out, you can't solve the problem here." The unruly boy glared at the manager fiercely and said this with disdain. The manager heard the words of the unruly boy, looked at the other party's good clothes, and understood that he might not be able to offend them. He could only retreat timidly and then quietly called the police. "Boy, you two beat up my woman, I won't make it too hard for you, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my woman, I will let you go today." The rebellious boy looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie with cold eyes and stated the conditions for letting them go. Chapter 55. Let me kneel down and apologize? Are you worthy? Su Jie sneered when he heard the words of the rebellious boy. It seems that you are not going to give me face and don't want to solve this matter. The rebellious boy looked at Su Jie, who was dressed in the same extraordinary and famous brands, and guessed that Su Jie's identity might not be simple, but his woman was bullied. If he didn't fight back, he would not only be looked down upon by his woman, but also by his brothers around him. He looked at Su Jie gloomily and asked coldly, "Mr. Guo, why are you talking nonsense with them? This is the Magic City, but it is our territory. If the other party doesn't give face, just teach them a lesson." "That's right, Mr. Guo, do you want me to call you to ask some people to come over and teach them a lesson?" Several young people around Mr. Guo who were also not simple heard what he said and said it in a yin and yang tone. "Shut up, I'll handle my own business." Guo Shao could naturally hear their mockery, which was nothing more than thinking that he was too cautious. This was the Magic City, and he was actually afraid of this group of people. "Something happened here, you come in immediately." Guo Shao looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie indifferently, and took out his mobile phone to make a call. "Old Jiang, the other party is calling for help, should we temporarily avoid the sharp edge?" Zhang Hao looked at Guo Shao calling for help, came to Jiang Chuan and asked softly. "It's okay, do what you should do, I'll handle the things here." Jiang Chuan saw Zhang Hao coming to them again and smiled. Jiang Hao and his friends returned to their dining table at first, and when they saw Guo Shao and his friends coming, they also came again. The reason why Guo Shao and his friends did not take action directly was naturally because they were outnumbered. How could we go back in this situation? We share the same hardships and the same happiness. Jiang Hao heard Jiang Chuan's words and laughed bitterly. Naturally, he could not go back to the dining table directly. I'll give you one more chance now. Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to my woman, and I can let you go. Guo Shao saw that his 4 bodyguards had arrived. He looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie with a cold expression and said forcefully, "This is my fault. I kneel down and apologize to you." Lin Xiaoxiao also saw the bodyguards in black suits and strong backs coming here. She was worried that Jiang Chuan and Su Jie would get into trouble, so she said this weakly. After Lin Xiaoxiao said this, she walked out from behind Jiang Chuan and Su Jie. After Lin Xiaoxiao walked out, everyone's eyes were all on her. Especially Guo Shao and his friends looked straight. They stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths slightly open, as if they had seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. Their eyes were full of surprise and greed, as if they wanted to take in Lin Xiaoxiao's beauty. Lin Xiaoxiao looked very cute, especially with tears in the corners of her eyes. Her pitiful appearance made people feel very distressed and want to pity her. Her delicate facial features are as perfect as sculptures, her fair skin is as delicate as porcelain, and her slightly red cheeks are like ripe apples, which are lovable. Her eyes are as clear as water, crystal clear, and sparkling with tears, which makes her more charming. Her lips are rosy and plump, trembling slightly, revealing her inner anxiety and fear. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao is like a delicate flower, needing careful care. What a beautiful girl! Old Guo, you are so inhuman, you actually bully this little girl. Lin Mengru, apologize to this girl immediately, it is definitely you who provoked her. After seeing Lin Xiaoxiao, the companions around Guo Shao changed their attitudes drastically, and directly attacked Guo Shao and Lin Mengru. You are a group of dogs. When Guo Shao heard his companion's words, his face instantly became ugly. He knew the temperament of these guys very well. They just fell in love with Lin Xiaoxiao in front of them. Jiang Chuan and Su Jie looked at the changing faces of the group, and then looked at Lin Xiaoxiao who was standing in front of them. How could they not know what these guys were thinking? I advise you not to hit Xiaoxiao, otherwise, I will let you know what regret is. Jiang Chuan walked directly in front of Lin Xiaoxiao, protected her behind him, and glanced at Guo Shao and all of them with cold eyes. When Guo Shao and his group of guys were scanned by Jiang Chuan's eyes, they felt a piercing chill, and they were afraid of Jiang Chuan in their hearts. Boy, don't try to change the subject, kneel down and apologize to my woman immediately, my patience is limited. Guo Shao was the first to react. Although he was still afraid of Jiang Chuan after being scanned by Jiang Chuan, he looked at himself. The 4 bodyguards in front of him regained their confidence and said indifferently, "Boy, hand over the little beauty in front of you to us, maybe we can help you solve this problem." "That's right, you won't suffer any loss. Anyway, you have played it, let us play it too, we will help you solve this problem today." Guo Shao's companions looked at the bodyguards in front of them and became bolder. They looked at Lin Xiaoxiao behind Jiang Chuan. Desire overcame fear. They licked their lips and smiled evilly. Looking for death. Jiang Chuan heard that they had set their sights on Lin Xiaoxiao, and the murderous intent in his eyes surged instantly. He looked at Guo Shao's companions, and this look made them feel like they fell into an ice cellar. Swish! Jiang Chuan moved quickly. His speed was so fast that everyone only saw the afterimage. The next moment Jiang Chuan came directly in front of one person. The fist in his hand did not show any mercy and hit the other person's stomach directly. The terrible force instantly knocked one person out fiercely. Snap! After knocking one person away with one punch, Jiang Chuan kicked another person's shoulder fiercely with a whip kick. The opponent screamed violently and his entire arm was directly broken. What are you idiots still looking at? Attack me now! Guo Xiao heard the continuous screams of his two companions and shouted coldly at the 4 bodyguards in front of him. Yes. The 4 bodyguards also reacted and looked at Jiang Chuan with a very serious look, but they had to obey Guo Xiao's order. With a roar, the 4 of them attacked Jiang Chuan at the same time. Get out! Jiang Chuan looked at the 4 bodyguards who attacked him and roared, deafening. Bang bang bang! Jiang Chuan's roar frightened the 4 people. Jiang Chuan acted quickly. The 4 bodyguards were like paper in Jiang Chuan's hands. They couldn't hold on for a minute and finally fell to the ground. And you too? Jiang Chuan glanced at Guo Xiao and Lin Mengru, who swallowed their saliva and retreated in fear. His gaze quickly shifted to the other 2, and his cold voice was like a deadly hook. Ah! Jiang Chuan's move was very cruel, directly crippling the legs of the 2, leaving them disabled for life. This is the result of targeting Lin Xiao Xiao, no mercy. Chapter 56. Wow wow wow! Jiang Chuan easily dealt with several people, and the alarm sounded outside at this moment. Police comrades, you are finally here. The manager saw the police coming and greeted them with a smile on his face. Who did it? The police comrades and the manager came to Jiang Chuan and the others, looking at the people lying on the ground wailing. The young policeman asked loudly. I did it, I will go with you. Jiang Chuan looked at the police coming, stood up directly and said to them. Second brother. Lin Xiao Xiao looked at Jiang Chuan being taken away by the police and shouted sadly. Don't worry, it's okay. Old Su, protect my little sister. Jiang Chuan smiled and touched her head, and took the police car back to the police station. Can I make a phone call? Jiang Chuan looked at the older policeman sitting next to him and asked with a smile. Yes. The older policeman heard Jiang Chuan's request and agreed with a smile. The older policeman was very perceptive. When he first entered the restaurant, he took a look at the people who were knocked down by Jiang Chuan. Some of them were bodyguards, and some were wearing famous brands, either rich or noble. He believed that Jiang Chuan could see that if he dared to take action in such a situation, it meant that Jiang Chuan was fearless. The other party just made a phone call, a small request, and he naturally could not refuse. Master. The young policeman who was driving heard that the older policeman allowed Jiang Chuan to make a phone call, and wanted to remind him. Shut up, just drive your car well. The older policeman just scolded his apprentice and told him not to talk too much. The young policeman heard what his master said, and he looked aggrieved, but he didn't say much in the end. Old Lu, I have a little problem in the Magic City, you find a way to solve it. Now I have been taken to the police station. Jiang Chuan called Lu Yang directly and asked him to solve the matter as soon as possible. I know, Mr. Jiang, I will deal with this matter immediately. Lu Yang received Jiang Chuan's words and replied respectfully. Boss Wang, I'm Lu Yang from Tianxia Group. I'm calling you this time to trouble you with something. Boss Jiang from Tianxia Group had some problems in Shanghai. I hope you can help me deal with it. We can always go through the cooperation we discussed. Lu Yang immediately thought of Boss Wang from Shanghai, who was once the richest man in China and is now the second richest man in China. Okay, Boss Lu, I will deal with your request as soon as possible. I hope we can have a happy cooperation in the future. Boss Wang heard that Tianxia Group agreed to cooperate, and the premise was to deal with this matter as soon as possible. He naturally agreed without hesitation. Brother Wang, Lao Zhang, and I had some problems in Shanghai. I hope you can help us. After watching Jiang Chuan being taken away by the police, Su Jia immediately thought of Wang Kong, the son of a wealthy local in Shanghai. After all, this is Wang Kong's territory, and he can better solve this matter. Old Jiang. The one who lent me the car. Wang Kong received Su Jia's words, thought of someone, took a breath and asked. That's right, Brother Wang. I know, don't worry, I will help. Wang Kong knew Jiang Chuan's true identity, and assured Sujia directly. Thank you, Brother Wang, with your help, I believe old Jiang will be fine soon. Sujia knew that Wang Kong was very capable, especially in the Magic City. If Wang Kong could help, Jiang Chuan would definitely be fine. Okay, wait for my call. Wang Kong smiled casually, and then hung up the phone. Dad, I was just about to call you. Wang Kong and Sujia ended the call, and President Wang called his son as soon as possible. Wang Kong did not give President Wang a chance to speak, but said excitedly. Put aside all your shit, and talk to me later. Now there is something very important. Go to the police station to pick up Mr. Jiang and deal with the trouble caused by Mr. Jiang. Ah! Wang Kong couldn't help screaming when he heard what his father asked him to do. What? Go and handle this matter right now. Dad, I called you to tell you that some of my juniors also asked me to help Mr. Jiang. I'm on the way now, but that junior told me that those people's backgrounds may not be simple, so if I can't support it here, I need you, Dad, to come forward. Wang Kong heard Mr. Wang scolding and explained to him with a wry smile that they were doing the same thing. One thing, he even knows it better. I see, you deal with this matter as soon as possible, if they want to find fault, let them come to me. This time, Mr. Liu of Tianxia Group called me personally and even discussed cooperation. Our cooperation with each other depends on whether we can handle this matter well. You should understand the importance of this matter. And you, kid, can't provoke Mr. Jiang again. If you provoke Mr. Jiang again, be careful that I will cut off all your food. Don't worry, Dad, I already know Mr. Jiang's identity, so it's naturally impossible for me to continue to offend him. I'm not stupid. Wang Kong heard what Mr. Wang said and understood that this matter was indeed very important. If they could cooperate with Tianxia Group, they believed that their Wang Group could also go to a higher level. At the same time, how could they offend Jiang Chuan? Instead, he was eager to make friends with Jiang Chuan. After all, Jiang Chuan was a real boss. Mr. Wang, you are here. When Wang Kong arrived at the police station, he personally called the director. The director looked at Wang Kong's arrival and welcomed him very warmly. Zhao, you are too polite. Wang Kong saw Zhao personally greet him and replied with a smile. Wang Kong personally guaranteed it, so Jiang Chuan naturally left the police station as soon as possible. Mr. Wang, thank you very much this time. Jiang Chuan walked out of the police station, saw Wang Kong, and thanked him with a smile. Mr. Jiang, you are embarrassing me. You came to Shanghai and something happened, but I didn't know it at the first time. It's my poor hospitality. What's the thank you? Wang Kong is very good at talking, and Jiang Chuan was very satisfied when he heard it. Mr. Wang, don't call me Mr. Jiang. You are a few years older than me. You can call me Lao Jiang or Xiao Chuan. Okay, Xiao Chuan, since you said so, I will be more generous. Don't call me Mr. Wang, just call me Brother Wang. Jiang Chuan and Wang Kong also called each other. The two left here and rushed to the club. Chapter 57. Brother Wang, let's go in and sit together. Wang Kong sent Jiang Chuan to the club, and Jiang Chuan smiled and invited Wang Kong. Forget about today, I'll come over to play tomorrow, don't despise me then. And I also like playing games very much, and I can play against your professional players then. Okay, Brother Wang is always welcome to come. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. Wang Kong left here alone, and the reason he left was naturally to solve the problem that Jiang Chuan had caused as soon as possible. Xiao Xiao, don't worry, Lao Jiang will not get into trouble. I called Brother Wang, and Brother Wang believes you know him, that is the internet celebrity Wang Kong, he is the only son of the second richest man in China, he has great power in the Magic City. When Jiang Chuan walked outside the villa, he heard Sujia constantly comforting Lin Xiao Xiao. That's right, Xiao Xiao. Since old Su has called Wang Kong, I believe this matter will be handled soon. Xiao Xiao, don't worry about President Jiang. Although I don't know Wang Kong, I also know that Wang Kong is very capable in the Magic City. Nothing will happen to President Wang. Others also comforted Lin Xiao Xiao, telling her not to worry about Jiang Chuan. I'm back. I'm sorry that I made you sad. Jiang Chuan entered the villa with a smile on his face. He saw Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes were red from crying, and said distressedly. Second brother. I'm sorry, second brother, if it weren't for me this time, you wouldn't be taken away by the police uncle. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chuan coming back, rushed directly to Jiang Chuan and hugged him, crying excitedly. Little sister, you didn't do anything wrong, don't worry, second brother is fine. Jiang Chuan kept patting Lin Xiaoxiao's back and comforting him. Lin Xiaoxiao cried for half an hour, and was tired of crying, so she fell asleep directly. Jiang Chuan put Lin Xiaoxiao in the room of the villa and let her have a good rest. Old Jiang, have you dealt with everything? Old Jiang, are you okay now? Jiang Chuan walked to the training room on the first floor, and Sujia and Zhang Hao looked at him and asked. It's okay, Brother Wang will handle the next thing, we don't have to worry about it. Jiang Chuan heard what the two said, smiled at them, and told them not to worry. That's good. The two were relieved to hear that Wang Kong would handle this matter. On the other side, Wang Kong directly found Guo Xiao and the others. Wang Xiao. Guo Xiao and the others saw that Wang Kong actually came to the hospital and found all of them, and they all shouted respectfully. Although Guo Xiao and the others were in a good rank, compared with Wang Kong, one of the four princes of the Magic City, the gap was not a little bit. I came here to solve this matter with you. This matter was caused by you. From today on, this matter is over. Of course, I will compensate your medical expenses. If you don't want to solve this matter, it's easy to deal with. I'll play with you. Wang Kong looked at Guo Xiao and the others and said this very strongly. He was very satisfied. The matter was over and he could pay for the medical expenses. If they didn't want to solve this matter, he would play with them. Wang Xiao, they went too far in this matter. Our hands and legs were crippled by them. I don't care. If you are not convinced, you can always find trouble with me and the Wang group behind me, provided that you have the courage and can withstand the anger of me and the Wang group behind me. Wang Kong sneered when he heard what they said. He came here not to discuss with them, but to discuss the results directly. Master Wang, we can't make the decision on this matter. My family needs to make the decision. Master Wang, I can't make the decision either. After all, my legs are broken. I must get my parents' consent. When Guo Xiao's companions heard Wang Kong's strong words, they all said that they needed their parents to make the decision. Where are your parents? I'll talk to you. Wang Kong heard their words and looked at them coldly, his heart full of disdain. These guys planned to bully Jiang Chuan and others, but they were bullied in the end. This is what they deserve. If the other party wants to touch them, Wang Kong will naturally not be afraid. Even if the Wang group is not good, what? Isn't it enough for the world's #1 Tianxia group to sanction them? Wang Kong also met the parents of this group of playboys. When these playboys' parents saw Wang Kong coming, their faces became ugly, especially when they heard that Wang Kong came to solve this matter, their faces became more and more ugly. This is impossible. I only have one son. Now his legs are broken and he can't walk anymore. I must make that guy pay for my son's life. A woman heard Wang Kong's words, and the matter was over. She said this viciously. Boss Mao, is this what you mean? Wang Kong heard the woman's words, and immediately looked at a middle-aged man with a cold smile and asked. Boss Mao didn't say anything. He just looked at Wang Kong unwillingly, obviously acquiescing to the woman's behavior. I understand. Wang Kong glanced at Boss Mao and the other bosses around him coldly and sneered. Dad, Boss Mao is more powerful and intends to fight with us. I understand, you just stay there. Boss Wang heard Wang Kong's words and instantly understood what his son meant. Suppress the Mao group. Boss Wang directly called the secretary and asked her to issue this order as soon as possible. Okay, Mr. Wang. The male secretary left respectfully after hearing what Mr. Wang said and passed the matter on. In half an hour, the stock of Mao's group continued to fall. If it continued, it would definitely go bankrupt. What? Mr. Mao was shocked when he heard the news and looked at Wang Kong even more angrily. Mr. Wang, can't we fight back when we are bullied? Mr. Mao, you should know your son's temper better than me. This time he has hit a wall and can only admit defeat. Of course, if you are not convinced, you can join forces to see if our Wang's group can deal with you. Wang Kong smiled coldly and said these words coldly while looking at Mr. Mao. I understand. We will not pursue this matter. Although Mr. Mao was unwilling and wanted to retaliate against Jiang Chuan, the reality could only make him bow his head. He said this and collapsed to the ground. Mao Li, you are a waste. You compromised when your son was bullied. If you don't do anything, I will naturally find someone to do it. Pa! Shut up, do you want to destroy our company? Do you want to destroy this family? I told you not to indulge this prodigal son. Today, this prodigal son was ruined by others, and you have a big reason. Mao Li stood up and slapped his wife in the face when he heard her words, and spoke angrily. Well, all the bosses still need your signatures, and this matter ends here. Wang Kong was very well prepared. After getting their signatures, he left the hospital and rushed to the police station, and the official matter was resolved. Chapter 58. Are you willing to accept this? We all have only one son, and now he has been disabled and has become completely crippled. I absolutely cannot accept this. Mao Li called several other CEOs to a secluded place and asked in a low voice. What if you are unwilling? Can you still deal with the Wang family? That's right, even if the four of us work together, the Wang group is not enough to defeat the other party. The other three CEOs heard Mao Li's words. Although they were unwilling in their hearts, they were helpless and could only blame their sons for hitting a wall. Although we can't deal with the Wang family and the Wang group, but we can take action against the guy who hurt our son. I can contact foreign killers here. Since we can't deal with that guy openly, let the foreign killers get rid of him. This can also be regarded as revenge for our children. Mao Li's eyes flashed with coldness, and he directly stated his plan. What? Foreign assassins? Boss Mao, are you crazy? Once this matter is known, our life's hard work will be gone. That's right, Boss Mao. We don't lack money, but if this matter is exposed, our lives will be ruined. The three CEOs looked at each other in disbelief after hearing Mao Li's words. Don't worry, the assassin organization I'm looking for is called the Hell Organization. You should have heard of this organization. This is the world's #1 assassin organization. It will definitely be very secretive and no one will know about it. It's just that their asking price is relatively high, so I plan to let you share some of it. Mao Li saw the fearful eyes of the three CEOs, and immediately chuckled and said who the assassin organization he found this time was. Boss Mao, you can actually contact the Hell Organization. Boss Mao, I didn't expect you to have such means. The three heard Mao Li's words and took a deep breath. They didn't expect that the other party could actually contact the Hell Organization. They heard about the Hell Organization when they went on a business trip abroad. This organization is the world's #1 assassin organization. At the same time, their organization has never failed. It is said that the Hell Organization has also assassinated foreign presidents and finally escaped unscathed. The most important thing is that the Hell Organization will not disclose any information about its clients, so the Hell Organization is so popular. Boss Mao, if you can really contact the Hell organization, I can share the money, which can be regarded as revenge for my own prodigal son. Boss Mao, I agree. I agree, the other party is too bullying, and he must disappear from the world. The three bosses knew that Mao Li could contact the killer of the Hell organization, and they all agreed. Well, when I contact the killer of the Hell organization, we will share the cost together. Deal. When the four people discussed with each other, they also returned to the ward to visit their sons. Looking at their sons who were disabled, they became more angry and more determined to ask the killer to kill Jiang Chuan directly to avenge their sons. Where is the wife? Mao Li saw that there was no figure of his wife in the ward, and frowned at the bodyguard in the room. Madam said that the young master went to prepare food. The bodyguard heard Mao Li's words and replied respectfully. Yet. Mao Li frowned slightly when he heard this, and answered softly with one word. Looking at his son lying on the bed, the anger in his heart continued to burn. Old Su, what does Brother Wang like? He helped me today, so naturally I'll treat him to a meal or something. Jiang Chuan found Su Jia and said to him. Old Jiang, I really know this. Brother Wang likes all kinds of internet celebrities to go to the bar together. If you invite some internet celebrities to accompany Brother Wang to the bar, he will definitely be happy. Su Jia heard Jiang Chuan's words, without any thought, and directly said Wang Kong's interest. Is that so? You call to invite Brother Wang, and at the same time ask the club staff if they are willing to go to the bar, I will find some internet celebrities. Jiang Chuan thought for a moment after hearing this, and said directly to Su Jia. Leave it to me. Su Jia smiled happily and agreed directly. Brother Wang, are you free tonight? Lao Zhang has found some internet celebrities and wants to invite you to a bar. What? I'm now excited. I'm totally free today. Wang Kong received a call from Su Jia and happily agreed. Okay, Brother Wang. You can arrange the specific bar, and we'll pay for all the expenses. Okay, let's go to the newly opened Ta bar. I'm familiar with the place and I know the owner. Okay, we have contacted people here and will go there immediately. Su Jia and Wang Kong agreed on the bar, and the two ended the call. On the other side, Jiang Chuan also entered the internet celebrity group created by the King of Steel Guns. Tag everyone, those beauties are free in Shanghai today, please go to the bar to spend money. I will pay for all the consumption today. Big 13, is it not okay for boys? I can wear black silk and become a transvestite. Big 13, is it too late for me to change my sex right now? Big 13, can I go there in Shanghai? Big 13, I am free today. Big 13, I can go there anytime. The people in the whole group saw that Jiang Chuan had tagged all of them, and both male and female internet celebrities were completely excited and wanted to go to the bar. They knew that Jiang Chuan was very generous and gave them rewards every day. This was the first time they met offline, and it was a good opportunity to show their faces. After getting familiar with them, Big 13 would definitely take better care of them. The most important thing is that they can be favored by Big 13, and they can be said to be on the rise. So all the female internet celebrities in the group who were in Shanghai or near Shanghai were ready to go to the bar to accompany Jiang Chuan. As for the female internet celebrities who were not in Shanghai or far away from Shanghai, they all regretted it. You count which female internet celebrities are willing to come to the bar, and then send them a private message about the location. They can arrive in half an hour at most, and they don't have to come if they exceed half an hour. This matter has been counted. If you are also in Shanghai, come to the bar together, and I will introduce some people to you. Jiang Chuan directly contacted the King of Guns and told him. The 13th brother still loves me. The King of Guns looked at the message sent by Jiang Chuan, and was very happy. He readily agreed, and also looked forward to the other big brothers that Jiang Chuan would introduce to him. Teacher Wang, you can definitely get to the bar in half an hour. If you can't make it, you will offend the 13 big brothers. Teacher Zhou, you can get there in half an hour, right? Teacher Dai, you must get there in half an hour. Teacher He, you can get to the bar in half an hour. You can't get there in more time than this. You have to hurry up. The King of Steel Guns counted all the female internet celebrities who could come, and told them to get there within half an hour. If they exceeded the time, they should not come, otherwise they would offend the 13 big brothers and it would not be worth it. After the King of Steel Guns finished counting, he rushed to the TS bar as soon as possible. Chapter 59. Jiang Chuan and Gun King finished their conversation. The club staff and Shenhao were called immediately. The club staff and players did not plan to go to the bar, as they had to work and train the next day. Although Lin Xiaoxiao wanted to go, she stayed at home because she was not yet an adult. Shenhao accompanied Jiang Chuan and Sujia to the TS bar. The TS bar covers an area of more than 3,000 square meters, enough for 3,000 people. Brother Wang. When Jiang Chuan and the other two arrived at the door of the TS bar, they happened to see Wang Kong standing outside the bar and being asked for WeChat and photos by a group of girls. Facing Ying Ying Yan Yan, Wang Kong did not refuse and readily agreed. Xiao Chuan, Xiao Su, you are here. Wang Kong also heard Jiang Chuan's voice, pushed away Ying Ying Yan Yan and walked over, smiling and greeting. Who are they? No matter who they are definitely not simple to stand with Wang Xiao. Those two are so handsome, even more handsome than Wang Xiao. It would be nice to be their girlfriend. The girls surrounding Wang Kong in front also saw Wang Kong walk to Jiang Chuan and the others, which immediately attracted the attention of many girls. These girls looked at Jiang Chuan and the other three at the same time and couldn't help but whispered. Some bold girls did what they said and came directly to Jiang Chuan and the others, hoping to get the contact information of Jiang Chuan and Sujie. Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Jiang Chuan said calmly to this group of girls who were dressed casually and simply, and decisively rejected all their ideas. Xiao Chuan, you are too arrogant. Although you can't be my girlfriend, it's not bad to come out for a drink from time to time. Wang Kong saw Jiang Chuan reject countless girls and said with a little envy. Wang Kong was envious but couldn't do anything. After all, Jiang Chuan was too handsome. At the same time, standing next to him, his identity was definitely not simple. He was a diamond bachelor, so he naturally attracted the attention of most girls, who wanted to get Jiang Chuan's favor. Sujia naturally grew up very fast. He accepted everyone who came. He directly added the contact information of more than a dozen girls he thought were very good. When he had time, he naturally needed to cultivate feelings with them. Oh my God, what day is today? The fascinating teacher Wang actually came to TS bar. Is that Dai Mei? How come Dai Mei also came to TS bar? And is that one Sister Zhou? Didn't Sister Zhou say that she didn't like the atmosphere of the bar? Is that one the teacher he who has been very popular recently? She is too beautiful. Is TS bar holding an event today? Why are there so many beautiful internet celebrities here? The arrival of many female internet celebrities naturally attracted the attention of countless people at the door of the bar. They were amazed and wanted to know what activities the bar had this time. The reason why these people came to TS bar was that they knew that this bar was opened by a male star in the entertainment industry named Xiao Libao. They often met some female internet celebrities and stars here. They might chase their favorite stars here, so TS bar is very popular. Xiao Chuan, did you arrange all these? Wang Kong saw that Jiang Chuan actually arranged more than a dozen female internet celebrities. Most of them had millions of fans, but she didn't know some of them. She looked at Jiang Chuan with surprise. Brother Wang, Lao Su said that you prefer to drink with female internet celebrities. I just wanted to meet some female internet celebrities, so I asked them if they were willing to come over for a drink. I didn't expect so many people to come. Jiang Chuan heard what Wang Kong said and said with a smile. That's Young Master Wang. Could it be that young Master Wang is the legendary 13th brother? It shouldn't be. Principal Wang gave me a reward before, and his name is the abbreviation of his name. The arrival of these famous female internet celebrities naturally attracted many people to take pictures, and even their fans wanted autographs and photos. They naturally did not refuse. At the same time, they were also looking for the legendary Supreme God 13th brother. Finally, their eyes stopped on Wang Kong and they couldn't help but talk softly. Is the Steel Gun King here? Among us, only the Steel Gun King and the 13th brother are in contact. That's right, this time the 13th brother invited us to come, we don't know him, he should let the Steel Gun King come. These female internet celebrities are obviously not bad in IQ. They only know the code name of the 13th brother, but they don't know each other. If they want to find the 13th brother, only the Steel Gun King will come. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm late. As he spoke, a figure came from a distance. He was wearing a black windbreaker, with short hair, a faint smile on his face, clear and bright eyes, making people feel very comfortable and friendly. He is the King of Guns, a young-looking man, only 20 years old. Now with the help of Pingdon 13, he has become the top player in the mobile game Chicken Dinner, with millions of fans. King of Guns, ask where the 13th brother is. It's not a good idea for us to stay here all the time. That's right, Xiao Gang, we are standing here like monkeys. These female internet celebrities saw the arrival of King of Guns and quickly urged him to contact Pingdon 13 to find out where he was. Okay, I'll call right away. King of Guns naturally noticed that there were more and more people around him, and many people came to ask for autographs and photos. He also understood that it was not a good idea to stay outside the bar, so he contacted Jiang Chuan as soon as possible. Big 13, we've arrived at the bar, where are you? I saw you, we've come here. Jiang Chuan received a call from Gun King and said to him with a smile, then Jiang Chuan called Wang Kong and the other 4 people and walked towards Gun King and a group of female internet celebrities. Wang Xiao and the others walked towards us. Could it be that Wang Xiao is Big 13? Wang Xiao should not be Big 13, the 3 people around him should be Big 13. Wow! The man next to Wang Xiao is so handsome and stylish, I hope he is Big 13. Jiang Chuan and Wang Kong walked towards Gun King and the female internet celebrities, naturally attracting their attention, and they discussed quietly in private. Hello everyone, it's our first meeting. Let me introduce myself, my name is Jiang Chuan, and my Douyin username is Plain13. Jiang Chuan walked in front of the group of female internet celebrities, without hiding his face, and at the same time without hiding his ID name, he smiled and greeted them. Hello, Mr. 13. Mr. 13, you are so handsome. I wonder if you have a girlfriend. Can I be your girlfriend? Mr. 13, I have admired you for a long time. This is the first time we meet. Please support me in the future. When these female internet celebrities heard that Jiang Chuan was Pingdon 13, they did not doubt his identity. After all, he must be extraordinary to be with Wang Xiao. For a while, these female internet celebrities spoke to Jiang Chuan very enthusiastically. With money and good looks, Jiang Chuan is definitely their ideal type. Oh my god, Xiao Chuan, you are Pingdon 13. Old Jiang, you are not honest. I didn't expect you to be the only supreme rich man in Douyin. I didn't expect the rich man to stay by my side. When Jiang Chuan's identity was exposed, Wang Kong, Sujia and Zhang Hao were also shocked. Chapter 60. Jiang Chuan didn't expect that these female internet celebrities were so enthusiastic that they wanted to eat him alive. He was in tears and laughter. Let's go in first. There are too many people outside. Jiang Chuan could only say to everyone, and everyone went into the bar together. When Wang Kong came to TS bar, he called Little Cheetah in advance. Little Cheetah also prepared a private room, and everyone went directly to the private room on the second floor. Mr. Wang, this is the first time we meet, I toast you a glass. Mr. 13, this is the first time we meet, I toast you a glass, thank you for your help. Mr. Su. Mr. Zhang. The king of steel guns was very good at dealing with things. After serving the wine, he directly toasted Jiang Chuan and the other four. Yet, Jiang Chuan was very satisfied with the king of steel guns, who was so good at dealing with things. After all, the king of steel guns now has so many fans and has become the first person to eat chicken on Douyin. He relies on Jiang Chuan, and his label outside represents him. He can't deal with things, but it won't work. Big 13, thank you for your reward during this period. Big 13, I am so excited to meet you for the first time. Let's have a drink together. Big 13. This group of female internet celebrities also took action. Most of them wanted to drink with Jiang Chuan. As for Wang Kong and Su Jie, they were directly ignored. Xiao Su, isn't it to thank me today? Why don't they drink with me? Wang Kong sat there with a lost face and asked Su Jie with resentment. They may not notice brother Wang. I'll go tell them. Su Jie looked at Wang Kong's resentful expression, and couldn't help laughing in his heart. He quickly came to Jiang Chuan and said to him, everyone, please listen to me. Today's host is brother Wang. As long as you accompany brother Wang to drink well today, everyone will reward 100 exclusive gifts tomorrow. Jiang Chuan knew what Su Jie meant, stood up with a smile, and said to many female internet celebrities with a big hand. Wang Xiao, excuse me, I'll toast you a glass. Wang Xiao, I look good today, don't I? After Jiang Chuan finished speaking, all the female internet celebrities understood what Jiang Chuan meant and came to Wang Kong in an instant, hoping to win Wang Kong's favor. That was a full 100 exclusive gifts, worth tens of millions. Even if the platform split it in half, they would still have 5 million. Old Jiang, you're still awesome. Su Jie heard Jiang Chuan's words and gave him a thumbs up. If all the rewards were given, it would cost 100 million, and he couldn't bear to give so much money. Jiang Chuan just smiled, rich and willful. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. On the other side, Mao Li watched his son fall asleep, and he also took the initiative to contact the Hell organization. 20 million Mi Dao, otherwise we won't accept this mission. Why so much? I've inquired about it. It costs at most 1 million Mi Dao to kill an ordinary person. You are in China, which is the most dangerous country in the world for us. If you want to kill someone in China, the minimum is 20 million Mi Dao. If you are willing, you are willing. If you are not willing, forget it. Mao Li heard the impatient voice of the Hell organization, gritted his teeth and finally agreed. So expensive. It's good to be more expensive. We won't be exposed. Okay, for my son, I'll split it. Mao Li was relieved to hear that the other three bosses were willing to split it, and then contacted the Hell organization to pay them 10 million Mi Dao. As for the other half of the price, it will be settled when the mission is completed. After Mao Li paid the money, he also handed over Jiang Chuan's photos and the information he had inquired to the Hell organization. We will get rid of the other party in 3 days. After the Hell organization got Jiang Chuan's information, it replied to Mao Li as soon as possible, asking him to wait for the result. Okay, thank you. Mao Li was in a good mood when he heard that the culprit Jiang Chuan would be killed in 3 days. Have you found the person? A middle-aged woman sat in a smelly bar, with a face full of disgust, frowned and looked at a tattooed man beside her, and asked coldly. Don't worry, Madam Mao. We have found the person. They are in TS bar now, but that person is with Wang Xiao, so if we do it this time, we need to pay more. The tattooed man heard what Madam Mao said and sneered. How much? Madam Mao heard that Wang Kong's face became more and more ugly, and asked coldly. 5 million. The tattooed man stretched out 5 fingers and said a number. What? Are you robbing money? Madame Mao, hearing the other party's price, he was shocked and said coldly. Madame Mao, you should also know that we acted in front of Mr. Wang. Although we are not dealing with him, we will offend Mr. Wang. Do you think we can continue to stay in the Magic City after offending Mr. Wang? We can only change places or go abroad, so adding another 5 million is very reasonable. The tattooed brother shrugged and chuckled when he heard what Mrs. Mao said. Mrs. Mao heard what the tattooed brother said. Although this was reasonable, adding another 5 million would be a full 10 million. This is all the assets she has now, and she can't bear it. Madame Mao, think about the noble son lying on the bed. The noble son and I have been working together for a long time. If you are not the noble son's mother, and this time you are the person introduced by the noble son, I will not accept 10 million yuan to get a big man like Mr. Wang. The tattooed brother naturally saw the pain on Mrs. Mao's face and the reluctance in her eyes, and directly mentioned the other party's son, making her feel angry. I agree. For 10 million, I want all his limbs to be disabled. Mrs. Mao heard what the tattooed brother said. Thinking of her son lying on the hospital bed, her eyes instantly became fierce. She looked at the tattooed brother coldly and said this. Don't worry, Mrs. Mao. We are all doing things for money. The noble young master also recommended you because he thinks I am reliable. As long as the money is in place, we will start immediately. The tattooed brother laughed happily when he heard that Mrs. Mao agreed. Give me a card number. Mrs. Mao took a deep look at the tattooed brother, and finally gritted her teeth and said this. Soon, 10 million was directly transferred to the tattooed brother. Mrs. Mao, the money has arrived. Do you want to go to the bar with us to see the other party's miserable appearance? The tattooed brother heard his younger brother tell him that 10 million had arrived, and he laughed grimly, looking at Mrs. Mao and asked. Mrs. Mao looked at the tattooed brother's grim smile and felt scared, but thinking that she could see Jiang Chuan being disabled with her own eyes, she agreed without hesitation. Well, Madame Mao, you have to follow us. We will leave as soon as we are done. The tattooed man smiled and called a dozen of the bar's younger brothers. These younger brothers carried machetes and got into a van together, rushing towards TS bar. Madame Mao also followed the van to TS bar. Chapter 61. Have you arranged it? The tattooed man looked at a confidant beside him and asked. Boss, the security guards have been bribed by us, so we can go in without worry. The curly-haired man said to the tattooed man with a smile. Then go in, and make a quick decision. The tattooed man smiled and led a dozen of his men into the bar. Their weapons were hidden in their clothes. As long as the security guards closed the security check in advance during the security check, they would not attract the attention of others. When the tattooed man and his men came to the security check, the curly-haired man gave the security guards a look, and they instantly closed the security check system. The tattooed man and his men entered the bar smoothly. Mrs. Mao also followed the tattooed man and his men to the bar at this moment. Looking at the noisy environment of the bar, Mrs. Mao did not have any dislike in her eyes. She just liked this environment after adapting to it, and she wanted to be free and unrestrained. Mrs. Mao also understood the purpose of coming here. After getting rid of Jiang Chuan, she planned to come to the bar to have a good time, and it would be best if she could meet some young little wolf dogs. Are you sure it's the private room? Brother Tattoo brought a dozen of his brothers to the private room on the second floor. He looked at the curly-haired man beside him and asked. Yes. Curly-haired man answered affirmatively. Put on your mask, others don't move, cut off the limbs of the man in the photo and we will leave the Magic City immediately. Brother Tattoo nodded and gave an order to the brothers behind him. Bang! Brother Tattoo kicked the door of the private room in front of him open. Hey! Brother Tattoo's action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Who the hell are you? Get out of here right now while I'm not angry. Wang Kong saw a masked man kicking open the door of the private room. He was a little drunk and angrily cursed at Brother Tattoo. Cut off his limbs. The tattooed man completely ignored Wang Kong's threat. His eyes fell on Jiang Chuan, who was surrounded by a group of female internet celebrities, and he gave a direct order to the younger brothers behind him. Kill! Kill! After the tattooed man finished speaking, the younger brothers behind him also noticed Jiang Chuan, and took out the machetes from their clothes without hesitation, and chopped directly in the direction of Jiang Chuan. The female internet celebrities were so scared when they saw the masked men actually took out machetes that they started screaming, and then they looked for a place to hide in fear. Be careful! Jiang Chuan didn't expect someone to rush into the box to chop him. The knifeman was ruthless and showed no mercy. Seeing that a female internet celebrity was about to be chopped, Jiang Chuan shouted loudly and blocked the knife with his hand. The machete instantly chopped Jiang Chuan's arm. The pain made him sweat coldly, but there was no scream. You are looking for death. Jiang Chuan blocked the knife, and the other knifeman had already slashed at him. Jiang Chuan's eyes instantly became cold, and the cold killing intent spread from his body. Get out of here! Jiang Chuan ignored the wounds and easily dodged the attacks of the two knifemen. After he dodged, he seized the opportunity to dodge the machete in the hands of a knifeman, and then kicked the knifeman hard, and the huge force kicked the knifeman directly out. Hey! The tattooed brother saw that Jiang Chuan was slashed to protect the female internet celebrity, and his men did not hit the opponent with a knife. Instead, several men were knocked unconscious. He understood how strong Jiang Chuan was, and his eyes instantly became solemn. He planned to personally go down and get rid of Jiang Chuan. Die! The tattooed brother was very fast, and his strength far exceeded that of his men. Jiang Chuan sensed the danger, and with his amazing sixth sense, he dodged the fatal blow from the tattooed man, and then slashed at the man behind him. Clang! The huge force directly cut off the machete in the tattooed man's hand, and at the same time, the machete directly hit the opponent's abdomen, and blood flowed out. You want to kill me, are you worthy? Jiang Chuan injured the tattooed man, looked at him fiercely, and then kicked him away. The machete in his hand directly cut off the opponent's tendons, causing him to wail in pain. Clang! 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 In 3 minutes, the whole box was covered with blood. More than a dozen knifemen lay on the ground and wailed in pain, while the others in the box looked at Jiang Chuan with fear, not expecting that Jiang Chuan had such a terrible side. Old Su, have you called the police? Jiang Chuan ended the fight and threw away the machete in his hand, pointed his machete at Sujia and asked. Although Sujia did not face this scene, he also reacted immediately. He did not help Jiang Chuan, but asked everyone to retreat to the back to protect them and prevent them from being hurt. Don't worry, I have called the police. The police should be here soon. Sujia quickly said to Jiang Chuan. Brother Wang, the purpose of this group of knifemen is very clear. They should be here to deal with me. I have a wound on my hand that needs to be bandaged. I may need to trouble you to follow up on this matter. I want to know who attacked me. Jiang Chuan nodded and looked at Wang Kong, who was also frightened. After all, he has never encountered such a thing since he was a child. Okay, okay. Wang Kong answered Jiang Chuan with a hoarse voice. Gun King, come and take me to the hospital. Lao Zhang, arrange these young ladies. Jiang Chuan also quickly instructed other things. Okay, okay. Zhang Hao and Gun King also encountered this kind of thing for the first time. They were inevitably afraid in their hearts. When they heard Jiang Chuan's words, they also stuttered in response. Boss 13, are you okay? Jiang Chuan and Gun King left the bar and went to the hospital together. Sitting in the car, Gun King finally came back to his senses. Seeing that Jiang Chuan's arm wrapped in clothes had turned red, he couldn't help but ask with concern. I'm fine. You need to tell them about what happened today and ask them not to tell others and not to take it to heart. To express your apology, you transfer 1 million to each of them, which is also a spiritual compensation for them. Jiang Chuan understood that the female internet celebrities who were invited were really scared, and he said it directly to Gun King. The driver heard Jiang Chuan's words, and thought that the other party was bragging about transferring 1 million to each person, and laughed accidentally. Jiang Chuan didn't care, and Gun King didn't say much. Of course, some of them may be quite scared. You can ask them to see a psychologist. If there is anything wrong, I will take full responsibility and let them rest for a few days. All losses will be borne by me. When they start live broadcasting, I will reward each of them with 100 exclusive gifts. When Jiang Chuan and King of Guns came to the hospital, they thought of something and told each other again. Okay, Boss 13, I will arrange everything. Well, thank you for your hard work. You can always find me if you have anything in the future. After all, you are my only little brother. Jiang Chuan nodded with satisfaction, patted King of Guns on the shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, Boss 13. Don't call me Boss 13. Just call me Brother Jiang or Brother Chuan in the future. Jiang Chuan heard what King of Guns said and said to him with a smile. After the two bandaged their wounds, they also received a call from Wang Kong. When they learned who was behind it, Jiang Chuan's face instantly became gloomy, and King of Guns was also scared when he saw this scene. Chapter 62. Old Lu, do something for me right now. Make the Mao Group go bankrupt. At the same time, check if they have any evidence of crime. If there is any evidence of crime, collect all of it and hand it over to the authorities. Jiang Chuan's tone was very cold, and he gave the order directly. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Yang heard Jiang Chuan's cold voice and realized that the Mao Group had completely angered Jiang Chuan. It was the first time he felt Jiang Chuan's anger. Lu Yang hung up the phone and contacted the traitor immediately to short the entire Mao Group and collect all the evidence of the Mao Group's crimes. You should also go back and rest early. Go and complete the task I gave you tomorrow. Jiang Chuan hung up the phone, took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and smiled faintly. He said to the Steel Gun King beside him. Okay, Brother Jiang. The Steel Gun King nodded respectfully and left here in fear. At this moment, he finally understood what a big boss was. A phone call could determine the life and death of a company. The next day, all major platforms revealed that the Mao Group was shorted by the Tianxia Group. At the same time, the Mao Group was exposed for various crimes, such as tax evasion, hiring murderers. A series of criminal evidence is enough to put Mao Li and his family in jail. Brother Jiang is so awesome. He made the other party sink into the abyss in one night. Gang Jiangwang also saw these news and was very glad to follow such a strong and capable brother. Everyone, have you received the money I transferred? Brother Jiang hopes that you will not tell anyone about what happened last night. At the same time, Brother Jiang also asked me to arrange a psychological examination for you today. I hope you will not leave a psychological shadow. Gang Jiangwang also contacted the group of female internet celebrities in the group as soon as possible and directly expressed Jiang Chuan's intention. Don't worry, Xiao Gang. We will keep yesterday's events to ourselves and won't tell anyone. That's right, Xiao Gang. I'm very tight-lipped. No one except those who were there yesterday will know what happened. Xiao Gang, you don't need to do a psychological checkup. I don't have any problems. The female internet celebrities received the money transfer from the King of Guns and responded to his message enthusiastically, promising that it would not be spread out, and that they didn't need to do a psychological checkup. Well, Brother Jiang asked me to transfer it to you. You can tell him when you start the live broadcast. He will reward each of you with 100 exclusive gifts. This is also Brother Jiang's apology to you. The King of Guns looked at the message in the group. He didn't force each of them to do a psychological checkup. They knew their own bodies, and these people were not short of money. The psychological checkup would naturally cost money, so he told them another good news. Okay, Xiao Gang, thank 13 for me. I will be live today. Welcome 13 to the live broadcast room. Thank you, 13. I also plan to start live broadcast today and look forward to the arrival of 13. The female internet celebrities in the group learned that Jiang Chuan would reward them with 100 exclusive gifts today, and they became even more excited. Although they were scared yesterday, the power of money was enough to make them forget everything. Gang Jiangwang looked at everyone in the group thanking Jiang Chuan, and they all looked like they had no psychological problems. He smiled and said nothing more. Brother Jiang, the matter has been handled. Gang Jiangwang handled these things and told Jiang Chuan about it as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan was sleeping soundly in bed at the moment, so he naturally didn't know about these things. On the other side, Wang Kong didn't sleep all night. Although what happened yesterday was not directed at him, he was really scared when he saw the bloody scene. When has he ever encountered such a scene since he was a child? He has been pampered. Fortunately, Jiang Chuan was strong last night. If Jiang Chuan was really disabled or killed, he would also suffer. After all, Jiang Chuan was backed by Tianxia Group. Thinking of this, Wang Kong was scared and couldn't sleep. Wang Kong told Mr. Wang about this the next day, and Mr. Wang was also scared when he heard the news. He immediately arranged 2 top retired soldiers as bodyguards for Wang Kong, and also planned to teach the Mao Group a lesson, but when he learned that Tianxia Group had already taken action, he did not continue. What happened? Why was Mr. Mao shorted by Tianxia Group overnight, and now he was arrested? Now that Mr. Mao has been arrested, will he confess that we are looking for a killer? Once this matter is exposed, we will be completely finished. This matter must not be exposed to Mr. Mao. It seems that we need to use all our connections to let Mr. Mao shut up completely. The 3 bosses who paid with Mao Li to hire the killer instantly turned ugly when they heard the news. They were worried that Mao Li would expose the news of hiring the killer. For a moment, the 3 looked at each other and planned to use all their connections to make Mao Li shut up completely. Thinking of this, the 3 bosses made countless calls at the same time, spent countless money and connections, but got a result that they could not intervene. The people who arrested Mao Li this time came from Kyoto. The 3 bosses were completely desperate when they heard this. It was impossible for them to intervene in the personnel handling in Kyoto. For a moment, the 3 bosses were panicked and terrified to the extreme. When Jiang Chuan woke up, he naturally didn't know so many things had happened. He received a call from the King of Steel Guns' message, and just replied with one sentence, "Well done." Jiang Chuan's emotions came and went quickly. On this day, he took Lin Xiaoxiao to the amusement park, and planned to take her to see his sister-in-law Mu Qingcheng, but Mu Qingcheng had been busy with various publicity and activities during this period, and was not in the Magic City at the moment, and they had no way to do anything. Night fell. Jiang Chuan and his friends had been in the Magic City for 2 days. Lin Xiaoxiao also needed to return to Jiangbei, after all, she had to prepare for school. Jiang Chuan and Su Jia also planned to accompany Lin Xiaoxiao back to the Magic City. After all, the most important thing for them to come here this time was to accompany Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiao Chuan, I didn't notice what happened yesterday in advance. It was my brother's fault. Today, my brother plans to treat you to a meal to express some apologies. Don't worry, this time I specially prepared 2 retired soldiers as bodyguards, and nothing will happen." When Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao were about to leave by private jet, Wang Kong called directly. "Brother Wang, you are not to blame for what happened yesterday. No one knew that these things would happen. I am going back to Jiangbei now. No need to have dinner. You can treat us to dinner next time you have a chance. Xiao Chuan, don't leave. I didn't sleep all night last night and I feel uneasy. After all, this is my territory. You almost put your life in danger." If I don't let you have this meal, I may not be able to sleep. Wang Kong answered with a wry smile when he learned that Jiang Chuan was going to leave. When Jiang Chuan heard Wang Kong say this, he didn't know how to answer. He looked at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him and heard Lin Xiaoxiao say that she could go back by herself and there was no need to worry about her. He could only agree to Wang Kong's request to treat him to dinner. "Brother Wang, tell me an address in Laosu and I will go there right away." "Well, I'll wait for you at Tan's official restaurant." When Wang Kong heard Jiang Chuan agreed, he smiled and told them the specific address, and told them that he was waiting for them here. Chapter 63. Lin Xiaoxiao took a private plane back to Jiangbei City alone. Jiang Chuan and Su Jia stayed and took a car to Tan's official restaurant. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Su, you are here." Wang Kong did not enter the private room, but came to the outside of the restaurant to wait for the two to arrive. Seeing the two coming, he walked over with a smile on his face. "Brother Wang." Jiang Chuan and the other two also greeted with a smile. "Let's eat and talk." Wang Kong smiled and said to the two, and took them to the private room. The two bodyguards behind Wang Kong also followed him in and sat down. Last time, Wang Kong was quite scared, and it was safer for the two bodyguards to stay by his side. "Xiao Chuan, I am very responsible for the last incident. You were almost killed in the Magic City. Brother Wang will punish himself with a glass." Wang Kong raised the glass and said to Jiang Chuan apologetically, and then drank it all. "Brother Wang, it's not your fault that time. After all, no one expected that the other party would be desperate." Jiang Chuan watched Wang Kong drink up the wine, and could only drink up the wine in his hand, and then chuckled. Wang Kong was indeed not to blame for that matter. Wang Kong and Mr. Wang helped him solve the problem. Who knew that the other party would arrange a knifeman to cripple him? No one could have predicted this. The three of them sat at the dining table, drinking wine, and the matter was soon discussed. When they were full of wine and food, except for Jiang Chuan, the other two drank directly. Jiang Chuan asked two bodyguards to help and sent them to a hotel, and then returned to his room. He went directly to Duyan, rewarded each anchor with 100 exclusive gifts, and received more than a dozen sincere thanks. He rewarded some anchors again, received hundreds of sincere thanks, and took a shower and went to bed directly. The next day, when Jiang Chuan woke up, he was in good condition. Wang Kong and Su Jia were in very bad condition, with splitting headaches. Fortunately, they drank hangover soup and took some medicine to ease some of the pain. The three of them got up and had breakfast, and Wang Kong booked a restaurant again. Wang Kong was going to introduce himself and Qin Dong to Jiang Chuan yesterday. Qin Dong is also one of the four princes of Shanghai. Wang Kong and Qin Dong have a good relationship. Now naturally, he wants Jiang Chuan to meet him, but it was too late yesterday. Jiang Chuan rejected this proposal and told Wang Kong that they could have a meal to get to know each other today. "I'm still feeling uncomfortable now. I'll go and rest for a while." "I need to rest for a while, too." The two of them finished breakfast and returned to the room to rest again. Jiang Chuan watched the two of them return to the room to rest. At this moment, he was also idle, so he went directly to Duyan to watch the live broadcast. After rewarding the live broadcast and receiving hundreds of sincere thanks, he contacted the King of Steel Guns as soon as possible. "Xiao Gang is on the account, so that the brothers can start making money." "Okay, Brother Jiang." The King of Steel Guns received Jiang Chuan's message and replied as soon as possible. "My family is ready to start the car, brothers who want to make money should hurry up." "My family, the 13th brother is about to start the car, if you want to make money, come in quickly." The King of Steel Guns shouted twice in his live broadcast room and group, and directly entered the mobile game of eating chicken. "Brother Jiang." Jiang Chuan and the King of Steel Guns came to a room, and the King of Steel Guns shouted respectfully. "Well, let's start." Jiang Chuan nodded with a smile, and directly asked the King of Steel Guns to start the car. Okay. The King of Steel Guns started the game directly. Have all the family members of the Steel Gun Army arrived? The King of Steel Guns entered the game interface and shouted loudly to all channels directly. Gun Army number 1 reports. Gun Army number 2 reports. Gun Army number 3 reports. Gun Army number 30 reports. Very good, everyone follow me to thank the 13th Master. Thank you, 13th Master. The family members of the Gun Army heard the words of the Gun King and expressed their sincere gratitude. Not bad, the next batch of players come in. Jiang Chuan looked at the 31 sincere thanks and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, Brother Jiang. Gun King also quit the game as soon as possible, and after teaming up with Jiang Chuan again, he continued to send out cars. The family members of the first car of Gun Army started to collect money directly. Jiang Chuan sent out cars 20 times in a row, and received hundreds of sincere thanks in total. Seeing that the time was about to arrive at the hotel, he stopped sending out cars. Xiao Gang, tell me if you have no money, and I will transfer it to you. Okay, Brother Jiang. Gun King heard Jiang Chuan's words and said respectfully. The two ended the call, and Jiang Chuan also left the room to wake up Wang Kong and Su Jie. Is it time for dinner? After Wang Kong and Su Jie woke up, they looked at Jiang Chuan blankly. Well, didn't Brother Wang make an appointment with a friend? We can leave now, don't let others wait too long. Jiang Chuan looked at the blank expressions of the two and said to them with a wry smile. Well. Wang Kong and Su Jie also thought of Qin Dong's dinner today, and they washed up as soon as possible. The three of them went to a century-old restaurant that Wang Kong had made an appointment with. Old Qin. Wang Kong and the other two came to the restaurant, and Wang Kong saw Qin Dong walking down from the Lamborghini Veneno sports car at a glance. Qin Dong walked down from the cool supercar, and Jiang Chuan saw his appearance clearly. This is a young man who is about 30 years old, wearing a brand name clothing, looking very fashionable and tasteful. He looks quite handsome, but there is a cynical look on his face, as if he doesn't care about everything around him. Old Wang, you are finally here. Qin Dong also saw Wang Kong and Jiang Chuan coming over, and immediately smiled and greeted them. Oh my god, this is a Lamborghini Veneno limited to 20 units worldwide in 2013. It's so cool. I wanted to buy one at the beginning, but my father refused to buy it because I was not an adult. Su Jie saw the Lamborghini Veneno parked there, and he started directly with a catapult, and instantly came to the front of the sports car, constantly looking at the sports car, and the passion in his eyes was not concealed at all. This was his first dream car, but he didn't get it at the beginning. Do you want to borrow it for a drive? Qin Dong looked at Su Jie's face looking at his sports car with a fiery face, stretched out his hand and gently stroked it, as if stroking his lover. Qin Dong knew that Su Jie was also a car lover, and couldn't help but smile and asked. The reason why Qin Dong took the initiative to offer to drive Su Jie for a lap was naturally because Su Jie and Wang Kong came here together. Obviously, Su Jie was Wang Kong's brother and friend, so he took the initiative to ask the other party to drive a lap. Really? Thank you. Su Jie heard Qin Dong's words and looked at Qin Dong excitedly. Seeing that the other party threw the key directly to him, he happily took the key, sat directly in the driver's seat, and drove the sports car out anxiously. Brother Wang, let's go in first. Old Su drove out. It may take some time for him to come back. We won't wait for him. Okay. Wang Kong heard Jiang Chuan's words and knew Su Jie's personality towards sports cars. He agreed and invited Jiang Chuan and Qin Dong to enter the restaurant together. During the period, Wang Kong also introduced Jiang Chuan to Qin Dong and also introduced Qin Dong to Jiang Chuan. Chapter 64. The three of them came to the dinner table and had a pleasant chat. Qin Dong seemed cynical and ignored everyone, but he would also talk about people differently. Qin Dong would not even look at unfamiliar people or people he didn't know. As long as it was someone his friend knew or his own friend, Qin Dong would not care about the other person's identity. The three of them talked and laughed, and unknowingly drank 100 kilograms of wine. Su Jie came to the box with an excited look on his face at this time. Sorry, three brothers, I will punish myself with 3 cups. Su Jie drove out and was going to drive around and come back for dinner, but he met a beautiful woman with a good figure. He drove around with her for a few laps before coming back, and said to the three of them with an apologetic look. Bang, bang, bang. Without saying a word, Su Jie took the special Mao Tai on the table and drank 3 glasses of wine one after another. Brother, you are so generous. There are not many people like you nowadays. I offer you a glass. After Su Jie drank 3 glasses of wine, his whole body became hot. He planned to eat some food to suppress the heat in his body, and then he heard Qin Dong's words. Brother Qin, I'll drink it. Su Jie looked at Qin Dong who stood up and planned to drink with him. Naturally, he couldn't refuse. He picked up his glass and drank it again. Xiao Su, Lao Qin drank a glass with you. As the host, I should also drink a glass with you. Wang Kong looked at Su Jie's already rosy face. After drinking 4 glasses of wine in a row, Su Jie's condition obviously became worse. He looked at Su Jie with a smile and said with a smile. Brother Wang, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have come so late. Can I eat something to suppress it before drinking? Su Jie heard this and kept admitting his mistakes, begging Wang Kong to let him go. Ha 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 ha. Wang Kong looked at Su Jie's face twisted together, and couldn't help laughing happily. He just wanted to tease Su Jie, and his purpose was to tell him not to stay so late next time. The 4 of them talked and laughed all night. Wang Kong also suggested going to the bar to have some fun. After all, he hadn't been to the bar for 2 days, and it happened that several good-looking female internet celebrities contacted him today. Facing Wang Kong's kind invitation, Su Jie agreed very honestly. Brother Wang, Brother Qin, I won't go to the bar with you today. I have to meet my girlfriend tomorrow. Jiang Chuan apologized and rejected Wang Kong's kindness. Okay, let's go to the bar together next time. I had a lot of fun last time. Wang Kong did not force Jiang Chuan to go to the bar with them. He agreed with a smile, and the 3 of them went to TS bar together. Jiang Chuan left the restaurant alone and returned to the hotel room. He came to the floor of the hotel alone and saw a staggering, obviously drunk man approaching him. He didn't care too much. When he saw the drunk man in front of him was about to fall on him, Jiang Chuan suddenly felt the crisis looming in his heart. When the drunk man was about to fall on him, he suddenly became fierce. He pulled out an extremely sharp dagger from his arms and pierced Jiang Chuan's heart fiercely. Jiang Chuan felt the crisis. When he saw the drunk man falling towards him, he had already reacted and cleverly avoided the drunk man. The opponent's dagger did not pierce Jiang Chuan's heart, but was pierced directly into the air. The drunk man did not hit Jiang Chuan with one blow. He thought Jiang Chuan's luck was good enough. He looked at Jiang Chuan with a fierce look in an instant. He tightened the dagger in his hand again and stabbed Jiang Chuan again. You are looking for death. At this time, Jiang Chuan also understood that the drunk man in front of him was here to kill him, and his eyes became fierce. Although the drunk man in front of him was quick, accurate, and ruthless, Jiang Chuan was even faster. He grabbed the drunk man's right hand and tightened his right hand with terrible force. The drunk man felt the pain and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. As the drunk man's dagger fell to the ground, Jiang Chuan kicked the drunk man away with a kick. The terrible force instantly penetrated the drunk man's sternum. The drunk man spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat after being kicked in the chest. His face turned pale and his eyes were a little distracted. How is this possible? The drunk man was still able to stay awake at this moment. He didn't expect that the target this time would subdue him with one move. He looked at Jiang Chuan in front of him in disbelief. After the drunk man finished speaking, he realized that his mission had failed. He took out something similar to a sex signal without hesitation and pressed the signal decisively. At the same time, the drunk man also bit his dentures to pieces, and Jiang Chuan saw the black blood flowing out of the drunk man's mouth. Bite the poison to commit suicide. Jiang Chuan's face turned ugly when he saw the black blood flowing out of the drunk man's mouth. In this situation, Jiang Chuan had roughly guessed the identity of the drunk man in front of him, and the other party was a foreign killer. Raise your hands, don't move. Just as the drunk man bit the poison to commit suicide, a cold voice came into Jiang Chuan's ears, and then he saw 4 yellow-skinned men in plain clothes and carrying pistols appeared behind him and said loudly to him, "Are there any companions? Is this the second plan?" Jiang Chuan heard the voice behind him, his face turned ugly, and he kept thinking about the countermeasures in his heart. "Raise your hands, otherwise we will shoot." Among the 4 people, a young man who looked about the same age as Jiang Chuan looked at Jiang Chuan standing there motionless, and reminded him again loudly, "Go." Jiang Chuan didn't know the identities of the people behind him, so he naturally couldn't surrender. He ran without hesitation. "Chase him." The youngest man among the 4 saw Jiang Chuan running away directly. He knew that shooting in the hotel would have a huge impact. He gave an order and quickly chased Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan didn't take the elevator this time. Once he took the elevator, the other party could catch him in the trap. He naturally couldn't be stupid enough to take the elevator. He came to the stairs and kept rushing towards the rooftop. Jiang Chuan ran very fast. The 4 people behind him kept chasing him. The youngest man among the 4 could barely see Jiang Chuan's figure and saw Jiang Chuan on the rooftop. Tactical advance. The young man saw the opened rooftop and said loudly to the 3 people behind him. The 4 people stepped onto the rooftop with their backs to each other carefully. Every step was full of vigilance and tension. Their eyes kept scanning the surrounding environment, not letting go of any movement. The rooftop of the hotel is unusually wide, and it seems to have no end at a glance. The sun shines down, making the entire rooftop bright and dazzling, but this does not alleviate the uneasiness in the hearts of the 4 people. There are many tall and thick stone pillars on the rooftop, which are like silent guards, quietly guarding this space. Their existence hinders the vision to a certain extent, which brings a considerable challenge to finding the target. In addition, the rooftop looks messy. Miscellaneous items are piled up randomly, tools are scattered everywhere, and it seems that no one has deliberately sorted it out. This messy scene makes them confused and helpless, because in such an environment, it is undoubtedly a difficult task to find a person. "Captain Qin, what should we do?" Looking at the structure of the rooftop, a man in his 30s looked at the young man and asked. 2 people in a group, we must catch this killer. Captain Qin said coldly to his companions around him. Received. The 3 heard what Captain Qin said and divided into 2 groups, alert to each other, and relied on each other to find the trace of Jiang Chuan on the rooftop. Chapter 65. Following up. Jiang Chuan was hiding in the dark and observing the mysterious foursome. Seeing them split into 2 groups to look for his traces, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Although he was not familiar with the rooftop structure of the hotel, the enemy was in the light while he was in the dark. Although the enemy had weapons, he was also confident that he could easily deal with these 4 people. After Jiang Chuan disappeared, he quickly approached the enemy. His footsteps were silent, and his figure was like a ghost. Every step had a strange rhythm, as if it was integrated with the surrounding environment. Soon, he had quietly approached the 2 people. Bang! Jiang Chuan was extremely fast, and he decisively attacked the 2 mysterious duo who had not yet discovered him. His punch was as fast as lightning, and the power was extremely fierce, and he directly hit one of them in the abdomen. His speed was too fast and his attack was too sudden, so that the other party had no time to react. The man who was hit groaned, flew backwards suddenly, hit the stone pillar, and spurted blood from his mouth. He was obviously seriously injured and lost his fighting ability. At the same time, another person also reacted, but Jiang Chuan did not give him a chance to breathe. He kicked the other person quickly. This person wanted to resist, but when he was kicked, the huge force instantly penetrated his arm, and the man in front of him was also kicked out. He spit out blood and lost his fighting ability. Jiang Chuan dealt with the two people, unloaded their weapons, and left here directly. Jiang Chuan did not show mercy this time, and the two had no way to speak to remind their companions. Eagle. Monkey, please answer if you hear me. Although the Qin team was divided into two groups, they had to get in touch within 1 minute. Once the other party did not speak, they knew that something had happened. Something happened. When the Qin team heard that the other group did not answer, he knew that something had happened to the other team. He knew that the 3 members he brought this time were all good players, and ordinary killers could definitely easily deal with them. This killer was able to deal with the other 2 members so quickly. This killer is likely to be a B-level killer or even an A-level killer. Jiang Chuan had already approached Captain Qin and the other 2. When he was about to take action, he suddenly heard their voices and stopped immediately, frowning instead. It seems that I underestimated this killer. Team Qin said this solemnly to his companions. Team Qin, it's not your fault. We didn't know that the other party would send out B-level or even A-level killers just to deal with ordinary people. The companions heard what Captain Qin said and said to him. Let's be careful and go find Lao Ying and the other 2 first. Team Qin did not answer, but just said to his companions. Who are you? Jiang Chuan's low voice slowly sounded in the dark. Hey! Team Qin and his companions were instantly alert when they heard Jiang Chuan's voice, because they heard Jiang Chuan actually speaking Chinese. But the 2 soon realized that many assassins who entered China could speak Chinese, so they were not too surprised. How are my companions? Team Qin heard Jiang Chuan questioning them in a low voice. They had no way to find Jiang Chuan's specific location through the sound for the time being, so he asked coldly. You haven't answered my question yet. Jiang Chuan heard that Team Qin's answer was irrelevant, and his tone became even colder. The murderous intent revealed by his voice could be felt from Jiang Chuan's voice. China Security Team, leader of the first group Qin Aotian. Qin Aotian heard the chill in Jiang Chuan's words. He didn't dare to joke about the lives of his companions and revealed his identity. How do you prove your identity? Jiang Chuan frowned when he heard that Qin Aotian and his companions were from the security team, and his tone softened a little, without the initial indifference. This is our internal information. I believe that no one in the world can invade our internal information and change it. Qin Aotian also felt that Jiang Chuan's tone had eased a little. He took out a special mobile phone and called up their information and threw it directly on the ground. He believed that if Jiang Chuan saw this information, he should be able to confirm their identities. Jiang Chuan looked at the mobile phone thrown out by Qin Aotian, saw their identity certificates clearly, and knew that Qin Aotian was right. The information of the security team, no one has the ability and means to change it. The identity of the other party can be confirmed. The other party is from the security team. Don't shoot. Jiang Chuan confirmed the identity of Qin Aotian and others, said loudly, and then raised his hands and walked out of the dark. So young. Qin Aotian and his companions heard Jiang Chuan's words and saw Jiang Chuan coming out of the dark. They were surprised that Jiang Chuan was so young. However, they did not put away their pistols, but pointed them at Jiang Chuan. If Jiang Chuan showed any rioting behavior, they would shoot and kill him immediately. Lynx Cat, you stay alert, I'll check. Qin Aotian said to his companions, and then he slowly approached Jiang Chuan and carefully checked his body. There was no danger, so he was relieved. He instantly gave Lynx a look, and Lynx took out the rose gold and put it on Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan looked at his handcuffed hands, and he did not resist and cooperated very well. Your two companions are not far away. They were injured by me and their injuries are serious. You need to send them for treatment as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan also spoke to Qin Aotian and Lynx at this moment. Yet, Qin Aotian looked at Jiang Chuan's cooperation at the moment, looked at him deeply, contacted other team members to come here immediately, took the eagle and the other two to receive treatment, and the body in the hotel was also taken away at this moment. Jiang Chuan was taken to a secret interrogation place of the security team by Qin Aotian. Name: Jiang Chuan. Age: 25 years old. Nationality: China. Why did you come to our China? Qin Aotian looked at Jiang Chuan and kept asking various questions, and Jiang Chuan also answered all of Qin Aotian's questions honestly. I am a Chinese. I believe that if you tell me my name, you should be able to find out all my information quickly. As for the deeper identity, when you are sure that I am not a killer, you can apply to the senior leaders and you should be able to know it. Jiang Chuan knew that many senior officials in China knew his identity, so he looked at Qin Aotian and said this. Okay. Qin Aotian looked at Jiang Chuan's cooperation and did not make things difficult for him. Instead, he waited for the security team members to bring the complete information about Jiang Chuan's identity. Chapter 66. Captain Qin, we have found out the news about Jiang Chuan. The members of the security team also handed over the news about Jiang Chuan to Qin Aotian as soon as possible. Qin Aotian looked at the news found out by the security bureau. Jiang Chuan was abandoned by his family since childhood and was adopted by an old man who picked up rubbish and grew up knowing Wang Kong and Qin Dong. This time, the foreign killer came to the Magic City because Wang Kong stood up for Jiang Chuan, and the killer came to the Magic City to kill Jiang Chuan. Your identity has been confirmed. It is true that we misunderstood your identity, but this matter involves foreign killers, so we still need you to continue to cooperate with us in the investigation. Qin Aotian read all the information about Jiang Chuan and realized that the information could not be false. He looked at Jiang Chuan and said, Okay. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed when he heard what Qin Aotian said. Prepare a lounge for him, provide food and water, and he cannot leave for the time being. After Qin Aotian confirmed that Jiang Chuan was not a killer, he gave an order to the security team members around him. Yes. The security team member answered respectfully, took Jiang Chuan out of the interrogation room, and came to a lounge, providing Jiang Chuan with food and water. Jiang Chuan looked at the simple lounge, which only had a bed and a table. He didn't care. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the bed and began to rest. Director Long, the killer was killed. The person who killed him was not a member of our security team, but a young man named Jiang Chuan. This young man is very strong and easily killed 2 members of our security team. Even I may not be his opponent. After Qin Aotian left, he pondered for a while and called the director of the security bureau to report the matter. Jiang Chuan. Director Long heard the name Qin Aotian said and asked in shock. Director Long, do you know him? Qin Aotian heard the shock of Director Long and asked directly. Send me his photo and information. Director Long did not answer Qin Aotian, but asked Qin Aotian to send Jiang Chuan's information to him as soon as possible. Okay, Director Long. Qin Aotian agreed and immediately sent Jiang Chuan's news and photos to Director Long. When Director Long saw the news and photos of Jiang Chuan sent by Qin Aotian, he instantly knew the other party's identity. Although most people in China don't know Jiang Chuan's identity, Director Long is also one of the people who know Jiang Chuan's identity and understands that the other party is the real boss of Tianxia Group. He has no problem, you let him go. After Director Long knew Jiang Chuan's identity, he immediately told Qin Aotian that he could let him go, and at the same time they would slowly investigate the killer's matter. As for Jiang Chuan, no investigation is needed. I know Director Long. Qin Aotian heard what Director Long said. Although he was confused about Jiang Chuan's identity, he didn't ask much and answered immediately. Tell me about Jiang Chuan's affairs as soon as possible in the future, and I will make all the decisions. When Director Long heard that Qin Aotian understood, he thought about it and said to Qin Aotian solemnly. Okay, Director Long. Qin Aotian was even more curious about Jiang Chuan's identity and just answered respectfully. Okay, go and release the person, and be nice. Director Long ordered Qin Aotian to release the person as soon as possible and hung up the phone immediately. After Director Long and Qin Aotian ended the call, Director Long thought for a moment, and still made a phone call and said respectfully, Old Yang, something happened to Jiang Chuan. What happened to Jiang Chuan? What happened to him? Old Yang also knew Jiang Chuan's identity. The other party had sponsored China's national defense for 20 billion some time ago, and frowned and asked. The Tianxia group asked us to help. We found out that the other party invited a foreign killer to assassinate Jiang Chuan, but the killer was killed by Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan may have terrible force. Do we need to send someone to keep an eye on his every move? I know, you can handle the killer's matter, as for sending someone to monitor Jiang Chuan, there is no need. As long as he does not harm our China, we don't need to do anything to him. Old Yang heard what Director Long said and understood what he meant. He just told him to deal with the killer's matter and not to worry about other things. Okay, Mr. Yang, I got it. Director Long heard what Mr. Yang said and replied respectfully. Mr. Yang hung up the phone and thought of a call from someone 5 years ago. He smiled and continued to deal with the various documents in front of him. Jiang Chuan, the matter has been handled, you can leave. Qin Aotian also came to Jiang Chuan's lounge and found that the other party actually he fell asleep, and he was suddenly in tears. You know, everyone who came to the security bureau was so nervous that they couldn't sleep at all. Jiang Chuan was so brave that he could actually fall asleep in their territory. Oh, Captain Qin, thank you very much. I'll leave first. Jiang Chuan also woke up after hearing Qin Aotian's words and thanked him with a smile. It's okay, serving the people. Qin Aotian smiled and took Jiang Chuan away personally. Captain Qin, I'll leave first. If we meet again next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Qin Aotian. Okay. Qin Aotian was also very curious about Jiang Chuan's identity. He also thought about asking about Jiang Chuan's true identity in a private capacity when he met him next time. Jiang Chuan left the secret place. At this moment, the sky in the distance was white, and it was obvious that it was already dawn. Instead of going back to the hotel to rest, he took out another encrypted phone and made a call. Brother Long, help me check which organization the killer who attacked me this time belongs to. Long Hun is a young man in his 30s. He is wearing a green camouflage uniform and holding a submachine gun in his hand. He is standing in a desert. Behind him is a group of soldiers, who are also wearing camouflage uniforms, holding various weapons, and looking nervously ahead. Long Hun is very handsome, with deep eyes and a resolute face. He is tall and strong, with clear muscle lines and full of power. His skin is tanned and blends in with the surrounding environment. His hair is cut short, looking neat and tidy. His voice is low and powerful, with a sense of majesty and confidence. At this time, Long Hun was training a group of soldiers under the scorching sun, and suddenly received a call from Jiang Chuan. When he heard that Jiang Chuan was attacked, his face instantly became solemn, and a trace of worry and anger flashed in his eyes. He said to the phone without hesitation, Xiao Chuan, how are you? Are you injured? Brother Long, I'm fine. I was taught by you. Don't you know my skills? The reason why I called you is that I want to know which organization the killer who attacked me this time belongs to. You should know my character. Anyone who offends China will be punished no matter how far away they are. Anyone who offends me will be punished no matter how far away they are. Jiang Chuan said these words coldly with extreme coldness in his eyes. Chapter 67. Jiang Chuan got a chance to refresh and obtained 4 extraction opportunities, extracting people and things respectively. Long Hun, a person extracted from Jiang Chuan's game world. A retired super soldier king from China. Long Hun mercenary group, a mercenary group extracted from Jiang Chuan's game world. The world's first mercenary group. South African gold mine, the world's first gold mine. South African natural diamond mine, the world's first diamond mine. A gold mine and a diamond mine are guarded by Long Hun and the Long Hun mercenary group led by Long Hun in South Africa. I understand, Xiao Chuan, I will deal with this matter as soon as possible and tell you the details. Long Hun naturally understood Jiang Chuan's strength. The opponent's current strength even exceeded his. He was also concerned and confused. After understanding Jiang Chuan's thoughts, he didn't say much. He would inquire about the assassin organization that assassinated Jiang Chuan as soon as possible. Okay, Brother Long. I have something else to do, so I'll go over there first. The matter of the assassin is left to you. Jiang Chuan heard Long Hun's words and nodded with relief. Don't worry, I'll call you in 3 days at most. Long Hun promised with a smile, so Jiang Chuan can rest assured. Yes. Jiang Chuan knew Long Hun's ability very well, and the two ended the call. After Jiang Chuan finished breakfast, he rushed to Jiangxin Entertainment Company as soon as possible. Jiangxin Entertainment Company is located in the commercial district of Magic City. There are many people here, and office workers have begun to go to work one after another. Jiang Chuan came to the downstairs of Jiangxin Entertainment Company, looking at the tall buildings in front of him, he walked out directly. Sorry, sir, if you are not a staff member here and want to enter, you need the company's front desk to call us, otherwise we can't let you in. Jiang Chuan wanted to enter, and the security guard stopped him. Jiang Chuan heard the security guard's words, just smiled and nodded, just about to make a call. Suddenly a surprised voice came into his ears, Brother Jiang. Xiao Ke. Jiang Chuan heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw Mu Qingchen's assistant Xiao Ke, and also smiled and greeted. Uncle, Brother Jiang is going to our Jiangxin Entertainment Company. Can he and I go in together? Xiao Ke came to Jiang Chuan and said to the security guard at the door with a smile. Sure, Xiao Ke. The security guard at the door obviously knew Xiao Ke and agreed with a smile. Brother Jiang, let's go in. Xiao Ke said to Jiang Chuan with a smile, and the two entered the building in front of them together. Brother Jiang, are you here to find Sister Qing Cheng? Xiao Ke and Jiang Chuan entered the elevator. Xiao Ke knew why Jiang Chuan came here, but still asked with a smile. Yet. Jiang Chuan also smiled and nodded in response to Xiao Ke's question, without any concealment. Sister Qing Cheng and Sister Mi had a business reception yesterday, and they may arrive at the company later today. I can take you to Sister Qing Cheng's office at that time. When Sister Qing Cheng sees you, you can give her a surprise. Xiao Ke said to Jiang Chuan with a smile on her face. Okay, then I have to thank you very much. I will treat you to lunch at noon. No need, Brother Jiang, this is what I should do. Xiao Ke heard Jiang Chuan's words and rejected his kindness. The two came to Jiangxin Entertainment Company together. Xiao Ke, you are here. When Xiao Ke and Jiang Chuan came to Jiangxin Entertainment Company together, the front desk lady of Jiangxin Entertainment Company had already started working. Seeing Xiao Ke's arrival, she greeted her happily. Xiao Shui, I will take Brother Jiang there first, and come to find you when the time comes. Xiao Ke heard Xiao Shui's words, greeted her happily, and took Jiang Chuan directly into Mu Qingchen's office. Brother Jiang, this is Sister Qingchen's office. Have you had breakfast? If not, I will order a takeaway for you. No need, I have already had breakfast, you can eat it yourself. Jiang Chuan said with a smile on his lips, looking at Xiao Ke with a soft look. Then, he began to carefully examine Mu Qingqian's office. This is a spacious and comfortable space, about 100 square meters. All kinds of office equipment are available. There is also a bed for rest in the office, which is obviously for Mu Qingqian to get enough rest and relaxation after work. Jiang Chuan slowly walked to the window and looked down at the city scenery below through the clear glass. There are tall buildings, busy streets, and people rushing through them. From this angle, it seems that the whole city is in sight, which makes people feel emotional. Xiao Ke looked at Jiang Chuan, looked around Mu Qingqian's office. She smiled and said nothing. She turned around and left the office. She came to the front desk and found her best friend Xiaoxiu. Xiao Ke, who is that handsome man? Xiao Shui saw Xiao Ke coming over, looked at her excitedly, and asked softly. Xiao Shui, don't you remember that brother Jiang looks familiar? Xiao Ke heard what her best friend said, but she didn't tell her directly, but asked in a riddle. Familiar? Xiao Shui frowned slightly when she heard this. She began to think about where she had seen Jiang Chuan. Suddenly, a picture came to her mind. Is he the male guest that Sister Qingqiang was attracted to when she participated in the show? I seem to remember that his name is Jiang Chuan. Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Ke excitedly and asked for confirmation. Well, brother Jiang is now Sister Qingqian's boyfriend. Ah! Is this all true? I always thought it was just a show effect. After the show ended, Sister Qingqiang would not contact Jiang Chuan. I didn't expect that they were actually together. And is it true that Sister Qingqiang and Jiang Chuan have known each other for so many years? Xiaoxiu was shocked when she heard Xiaoke's words. You know, according to the information she knew, most of the love shows were just show effects. She didn't expect Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingqiang to be together. For a while, the gossip fire in Xiaoxiu's eyes burned. Xiaoke couldn't help laughing at the gossip fire in Xiaoxiu's eyes, and she didn't hide anything. Sooner or later, everyone will know about this matter, and Mu Qingqiang doesn't intend to hide her relationship, so Xiaoke also told Xiaoxiu many details. Xiaoxiu's eyes also showed deep envy when she heard Xiaoke's details, hoping to meet such a good love. Jiang Chuan stayed in the office for an hour. Old Jiang, why are you here so early? Don't you usually get up in the afternoon? Mu Qingqiang and Yang Mi also came to Jiaxin Entertainment Company. She saw Jiang Chuan standing at the window looking at the scenery, and the smile on her face instantly bloomed like a flower. Chapter 68. I got up early today because of something. Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingqian's voice, turned around and looked at Mu Qingqian's peerless beauty, which was amazing every time. He smiled and said, Okay, I thought you could come in the afternoon. I have to work this morning, so I can't accompany you. Mu Qingqiang smiled bitterly. She told Yang Mi that she needed to rest this afternoon, but the work in the morning needed to be completed. It's okay, you can go to work, and I can accompany you to work. Jiang Chuan couldn't help laughing when he heard Mu Qingqian's words and said to her, Okay, Sister Mi got me a game endorsement today. I need to take promotional photos. After the promotional photos are taken, I will have time in the afternoon. You can go with me then. Mu Qingqiang smiled happily when she heard that Jiang Chuan was willing to accompany her to work. Yet, Jiang Chuan just smiled and sat in Mu Qingqian's office. When the time comes, he will go to the shooting place with Mu Qingqiang and the others. Half an hour later, Sister Hong prepared everything and came to the office to find Mu Qingqiang. Xiao Zhang. Sister Hong. Sister Hong also knew that Jiang Chuan was in the office. The two greeted each other and left the office together to go to the place where the promotional photos were taken. Xiao Zhang, Qingqiang is going to work. There are many interesting and unique shops around. You can go shopping. When Qingqiang finishes work, I will ask her to call you. Jiang Chuan and his party came to an old city full of characteristics. The staff who took the promotional photos had arrived. Mu Qingcheng also entered the working state as soon as possible. Sister Hong smiled at Jiang Chuan and said, "Okay, Sister Hong." Jiang Chuan heard what Sister Hong said, and watched the photographer constantly let Mu Qingcheng pose in different poses to change clothes for taking photos. He also felt a little bored and started to wander around the old city alone. The old city is more famous in the Magic City. It has left behind the heritage of the old Magic City culture. Jiang Chuan wandered around the old city, looking at the buildings here full of age, as if he was in the old Magic City. Jiang Chuan wandered around alone for about an hour and bought a lot of food. Durian and cranberry yogurt, coffee, and snacks returned to the place where Mu Qingcheng was shooting. "Let's eat something together." When Jiang Chuan returned, he saw that Mu Qingcheng and her friends had just finished shooting. He walked over with food and said to Mu Qingcheng and her friends with a smile, "Okay, I'm just hungry." Mu Qingcheng looked at the food Jiang Chuan brought over, but without any courtesy, she opened the food inside and started eating. The other food was also sent to the shooting staff by Sister Hong. "Is the shooting over?" Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng, who had finished eating the food, handed her a tissue and asked with a smile, "Not yet, we need to take a few more photos." Mu Qingcheng wiped the residue from the corner of her mouth, shook her head and said to Jiang Chuan, "Okay, I'm tired of shopping too, so I'll stand not far away and wait for you to shoot." Jiang Chuan heard what Mu Qingcheng said, and he didn't plan to continue wandering around. After waiting for Mu Qingcheng to finish shooting, the two left together. "Okay." Mu Qingcheng happily agreed. After a simple lunch, Mu Qingcheng started filming again. This time, the filming lasted for an hour and finally ended. "Sister Hong, I won't go back to the company. When you go back, tell Sister Me that I will treat you to a meal." After the filming, Mu Qingcheng stretched and said to Sister Hong with a chuckle, "Okay, you haven't seen each other for a while, take a good rest for half a day. But don't forget that the game company will announce that you will become the spokesperson tomorrow, and you also need to go to the game company to interact with fans live." Sister Hong smiled and agreed after hearing what Mu Qingcheng said, but reminded Mu Qingcheng that there was still work to be filmed, and it couldn't be too late today. "Sister Hong, what are you talking about?" Mu Qingcheng heard what Sister Hong said, saw Sister Hong winking at her, and instantly understood what Sister Hong meant. In an instant, Mu Qingcheng blushed and lowered her head shyly. Jiang Chuan heard what Sister Hong said and saw Mu Qingcheng lower her head shyly. He also understood what Sister Hong meant and shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving first." Sister Hong smiled happily at Mu Qingcheng's appearance and went back to the company with the driver. "Hey!" Mu Qingcheng was relieved when she saw Sister Hong and the others leave. "Old Jiang, where are we going?" Mu Qingcheng looked at she asked Jiang Chuan shyly. "We have known each other for so many years, and this is the first time we are together as lovers. This is also our first date. How about we just have a meal and watch a movie like ordinary couples?" Jiang Chuan felt Mu Qingcheng's gaze, and he didn't know what to do for a moment, so he asked tentatively. "Forget about eating, I just finished eating. I heard that a new escape room has opened in Shanghai. I like it very much. How about we go and play the escape room together?" Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Mu Qingcheng obviously had an idea in her mind, passed Jiang Chuan's proposal, and expressed her own ideas. "Okay." Jiang Chuan naturally would not refuse, and agreed with a smile. Mu Qingcheng's driver left, and Jiang Chuan did not drive over. The two took a taxi to the Ghost 18 escape room. "The two of us want to play the Death Slaughterhouse." Mu Qingcheng came to this escape room and told the staff directly about the escape room she wanted to play. "Are you sure, guest? Our secret room is very scary. The staff looked at Jiang Chuan's handsome appearance, which looked like a pretty boy. Mu Qingcheng was wearing a mask and couldn't see her appearance clearly. They didn't think they had the courage to play the most terrifying death slaughterhouse. Yes, it's this secret room. Mu Qingcheng said this very confidently. She had prepared for today for a long time, so she naturally couldn't back down. The staff didn't say much and arranged for the two to play the death slaughterhouse together. Ah! Old Jiang, protect me! Old Jiang, come and save me quickly! Woo 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 woo! When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng entered the secret room, Mu Qingcheng was still very brave. At the beginning of the plot, Mu Qingcheng kept screaming, and even later Mu Qingcheng was scared to tears. Ha 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 ha! Qingcheng, you are too weak. You are actually scared to tears. Are you going to make me laugh to death? I remember you used to be very brave, but you are so timid today. When Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng walked out of the secret room, Jiang Chuan laughed at Mu Qingcheng, who was scared to death. Shut up! Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan's mocking face, glared at him fiercely, and growled. Jiang Chuan felt Mu Qingcheng's murderous gaze and shut up instantly, but his mouth kept moving, and it was very uncomfortable to hold back his laughter. Chapter 69. Ah! Old Jiang, you dare to laugh at me, I'll fight you! Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan's expression of trying not to laugh, and roared like a lion. She came directly in front of him, and beat Jiang Chuan with a set of Wang Bhuan, making him surrender and admit his mistakes. Let's go to the movies. After the two of them had a fight, Mu Qingcheng said to Jiang Chuan. Okay. Jiang Chuan agreed with a smile. The two of them went to the cinema together, and Mu Qingcheng specially chose an animated film. Jiang Chuan had no special requirements for the movie. Although it was just an animated film, Jiang Chuan still watched it with relish, and commented on the animated film from time to time. Why, did I perform well? Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng walked out of the cinema together. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan with a proud face and asked. What do you mean? Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingcheng's words and looked at the other party in confusion. You did it on purpose, right? Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan with a death gaze and asked calmly. What do you mean by intentional? I really don't know what you mean. Jiang Chuan didn't understand Mu Qingcheng's meaning at all, and looked at her in confusion. Didn't you see? The heroine of this cartoon is me, and I dubbed her. Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan's puzzled look, thinking that he was not lying, so she directly revealed her identity, but she was quite frustrated when she said it. She had always thought that Jiang Chuan could tell at a glance that the heroine of this cartoon was her, but it turned out that the other party didn't pay attention at all. Jiang Chuan's comments were also random comments. Ha 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 ha! You were fooled, I saw your name at the beginning, how about it? My acting skills are not bad, can I also enter the entertainment industry? Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng's depressed look, and suddenly laughed happily, and the whole person quickly fled from Mu Qingcheng's side. He ran and looked back at Mu Qingcheng, with a smug smile on his face. Come on, come and chase me. After hearing this, Mu Qingcheng's heart suddenly ignited a ball of anger. She stared at Jiang Chuan's back with her eyes wide open, gritting her teeth, and shouted angrily, Old Jiang! Her voice was full of murderous intent and anger, as if she wanted to tear the whole world apart. I must kill you today. Mu Qingcheng's eyes became fierce, she clenched her fists, quickened her pace, and chased Jiang Chuan. Her steps were firm and powerful, and every step was filled with endless anger and determination. Jiang Chuan ran forward quickly. He shouted loudly while running, Qingcheng, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. However, Mu Qingcheng did not soften his heart because of his plea for mercy. She was furious and responded with gritted teeth, No, Old Jiang. I will never let you go easily today, and I must teach you a profound lesson. Her voice was full of anger and determination, and she was bound to let Jiang Chuan understand why the flowers were so red. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng ran for 10 minutes, and Mu Qingcheng had no intention of stopping at all. He knew that Mu Qingcheng was really angry, so he could only stop and stand there, waiting for Mu Qingcheng to catch up. "Old Jiang, I caught you. Feel my burning anger next." "Qingcheng, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it next time." Jiang Chuan felt that Mu Qingcheng's strength was very small, so he could only cooperate with Mu Qingcheng and kept begging for mercy, hoping that Mu Qingcheng would let him go. In 3 minutes, Mu Qingcheng's anger also dissipated a lot, and she stopped beating Jiang Chuan. "Are you calm?" Jiang Chuan saw that Mu Qingcheng didn't continue to attack, and looked at Mu Qingcheng and asked softly. "Well, if you dare to provoke me again next time, I will definitely not show mercy. Of course, you made me angry today you invite Sister Me and others to dinner together." Mu Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Jiang Chuan and said this to him calmly. "Okay, you are responsible for the reception, and I am responsible for paying the bill." Jiang Chuan heard the conditions proposed by Mu Qingcheng and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I'll call and make a reservation now." Mu Qingcheng looked at Jiang Chuan so sensible and nodded with satisfaction. Mu Qingcheng called and made a reservation as soon as possible. "Let's go, the seat has been reserved." After Mu Qingcheng finished the call, she looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile and said, "Okay." Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng's malicious smile, but he didn't care. He was not short of money, and he could pay for a large meal. Hotel. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingcheng soon came to a hotel, and Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingcheng in confusion. Mu Qingcheng felt Jiang Chuan's gaze, and suddenly thought of something, and blushed instantly face, and then glared at Jiang Chuan fiercely and said, "What are you thinking about? The food in this hotel restaurant is very good. We will eat here today." Jiang Chuan was glared at by Mu Qingcheng, and looked at Mu Qingcheng with a puzzled look. He didn't know why the other party suddenly got angry. Girls are sometimes really incomprehensible. Jiang Chuan didn't say much, and followed Mu Qingcheng, who had already fled, into the Mu Hotel. "Hello, my last name is Jiang. I just called to reserve a large private room." Mu Qingcheng came to the front desk and said to the front desk lady. "Okay, ma'am. The private room you reserved is called Longtang Jushan. I'll let the staff take you there." The front desk lady checked the information provided by Mu Qingcheng and said with a smile, "Thank you." Mu Qingcheng said thank you politely. She called Jiang Chuan, who came to the front desk, and the two followed the waiter to the Longtang Jushan private room. When Jiang Chuan entered the private room, the first thing that caught his eye was the spacious and bright space. The entire private room is huge and can easily accommodate more than 30 guests. Not only that, the decoration style here is also unique, luxurious, and elegant. In the box, in addition to the comfortable sofas and exquisite coffee tables, there is also a specially set up chess and card area for guests to enjoy their entertainment time. In addition, the advanced audio equipment allows people who like to sing to show their singing voices here and relax their bodies and minds completely. This box is very luxurious. Jiang Chuan looked at the box in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. "It's really good. I'll contact Sister Me to ask them to come for dinner. You wait here." Mu Qingcheng nodded with satisfaction. She smiled at Jiang Chuan and came to the outside of the hotel alone to wait for Yang Mi and the others to arrive. Jiang Chuan didn't say much and stayed in the box alone. Half an hour. A group of Ying Ying and Yan Yan came into the box. Each of these Ying Ying and Yan Yan was dressed very fashionably and had outstanding looks. Obviously, these people were colleagues of Mu Qingcheng's company. Chapter 70. Wow! Qingcheng, who is this little brother? He is so handsome, isn't he? Sister Me, is this the newly signed artist of our company? Qingcheng, does this little brother have a girlfriend? Mu Qingcheng brought more than 20 women into the box. When Jiang Chuan was about to get up to greet them, he saw so many women and didn't know how to start. Instead, they stared at him and asked him questions without any concealment. "Don't scare Lao Zhang with you, you lecherous women. This is my boyfriend, Jiang Chuan." Mu Qingcheng looked at so many women looking at Jiang Chuan, and came directly to Jiang Chuan, protecting him behind her, looking at these lecherous women fiercely, and began to protect her food. "Jiang Chuan. Qingcheng, this is the boyfriend you had a crush on in your show, right? Qingcheng, are you really in love? It's not a show effect." A group of women looked at Mu Qingcheng and said, "Is this name familiar to me?" When they heard what she said, they looked at Jiang Chuan again and knew who he was, so they asked with a smile. "Okay, stop teasing Qingcheng. This is Qingcheng's childhood sweetheart." They knew each other in high school and confirmed their relationship during the show. It's naturally impossible to be a show effect. Yang Mi stood up with an intellectual look on her face, showing the charm of a mature woman to the fullest. She smiled and said to her employees. When Yang Mi started talking, the group of women didn't say anything more. They stood up and sat down. When everyone sat down, Mu Qingcheng also introduced the group of women to Jiang Chuan. These women are all from the publicity and planning department of Yang Mi's company. During this period, they have worked hard for Mu Qingcheng's exposure, so they are the protagonists of Mu Qingcheng's dinner. Thank you all for helping Qingcheng. Everyone can eat and drink as much as you want today, and I will pay for all the expenses. Jiang Chuan also knew their parts and names. He stood up and thanked everyone together. This is what we should do. Yes, Boss Yang has given us enough overtime pay. Whatever Brother Xiao Chuan said, we will not save money for you. A group of women heard Jiang Chuan's words, some spoke honestly, and some spoke impolitely. Eat until you are full. Drink until you are full. Mu Qingcheng heard the impolite words of her colleagues and glared at them fiercely. A group of women quickly ordered a large table of delicacies and a few bottles of red wine. Yang Mi stood up and said that everyone had worked hard, and everyone drank it all together. The meal lasted for 2 hours, and at the end Yang Mi asked Jiang Chuan to make a summary. Jiang Chuan didn't know what to say, so he picked up the red wine glass in his hand. Thank you for your help this time. Qingcheng will need your care in the future. Jiang Chuan simply said what he was thinking, picked up the wine glass in his hand and drank it all. When they were full, Jiang Chuan also called a car in advance, so that they could be sent home as long as they left the hotel. At the same time, those who didn't want to go home could stay in the hotel directly. Brother Xiao Chuan, you are so considerate. If you were not with Qingcheng, I would definitely pursue you. That's right, you are rich, beautiful, and considerate. I have fallen in love with you completely. Brother Xiao Chuan, when you break up with sister Qingcheng, you must consider me. After a group of women left, they heard Jiang Chuan's arrangement, and immediately looked at Jiang Chuan with shining eyes and joked. You bunch of lecherous women, leave quickly. Our old Jiang looks down on you. Mu Qingcheng heard the blessings and lecherous words these guys said to her, and glared at them fiercely, asking them to leave quickly and not to affect their world of 2 people. Qingcheng, you still have to work tomorrow, don't be too crazy tonight. Qingcheng, I'll ask the driver to pick you up tomorrow. When Yang Mi and Sister Hong left, they also reminded Mu Qingcheng. When Mu Qingcheng heard what they said, her face turned red instantly, and she lowered her head directly. Qingcheng, what's wrong with you? You drank too much. Are you not feeling well? I'll take you to the hospital now. Jiang Chuan didn't hear Yang Mi and Sister Hong's reminder to Mu Qingcheng. After all, they just whispered in Mu Qingcheng's ear. He looked at Mu Qingcheng, who was lowering her head and had a rosy face, and asked in confusion. I'm fine. Mu Qingcheng immediately raised her head when she heard Jiang Chuan's concern. Her red face looked like a ripe apple. Nothing? Why is your face so red? I don't have a fever, but let's go to the hospital. Jiang Chuan heard Mu Qingqian's words, walked to her, touched her head, and breathed in Jiang Chuan's breath. Mu Qingqian's face became redder, and he said worriedly. It's okay, we just need to go out for a walk. Mu Qingqian refused to go to the hospital. She was really fine, but she was just embarrassed. Okay. Jiang Chuan looked at Mu Qingqian's refusal and agreed. The two walked along the river, enjoying the beautiful scenery and the world of two people. At this moment, the two were very comfortable. Unknowingly, it was late at night. Old Jiang, let's be together today. Mu Qingqian and Jiang Chuan walked to the end of the road, and she took the initiative to speak. Are you sure? Jiang Chuan naturally understood what Mu Qingqian meant, looked at Mu Qingqian and asked seriously. Well, I have liked you for 7 years, and I am sure you are the one I want to be with for the rest of my life. Okay. Jiang Chuan laughed happily when he heard what Mu Qingqian said, and the two of them went back to the hotel directly. A sleepless night. The two who had eaten the forbidden fruit went crazy for several hours. Later, they were too tired and fell asleep. The next day, Mu Qingqian received a call from Sister Hong very early. She felt a pain in her body. She glanced at Jiang Chuan angrily, left the hotel carefully, and came downstairs. After Jiang Chuan watched Mu Qingqian leave, he woke up as soon as possible. He naturally saw that Mu Qingqian walked awkwardly, but he didn't dare to wake up and bear Mu Qingqian's anger. After all, yesterday was too crazy. Don't worry, Qingqian, you will love one person for your whole life and achieve a good relationship in this life. Jiang Chuan looked at the scarlet on the bed sheet and naturally understood what it meant. He would never let the other person down in this life. Jiang Chuan packed the bed sheet and went to the hotel restaurant to have breakfast, waiting for Mu Qingqian to start the live broadcast and meet the fans. Jiang Chuan was ready to boost her popularity and increase her fans when Mu Qingqian started the live broadcast. Xiao Gang, let the family members of our gang army be ready. When Mu Qingqian starts the live broadcast, everyone will enter the live broadcast room and click a little love and follow. At that time, everyone will get 200 yuan. Tag everyone. If you have time, you can enter Mu Qingqian's live broadcast room and let the fans of each family follow. I will reward 10 exclusive gifts in each live broadcast room in the evening. Jiang Chuan contacted the King of Steel Guns and entered the anchor group at the same time. After sending 2 messages, he waited for Mu Qingqian to start the live broadcast. P.S. There are 3 more chapters today. The protagonist will go to Siam to destroy the branch of the Hell organization. Chapter 71. Have the professional players said so? Let them stand as our spokesperson today. We have already made arrangements in advance. Has the publicity been in place? Yes, it has been publicized on all platforms. When the press conference of the King of Pesticides live broadcast room was about to begin, the person in charge of King of Pesticides asked the staff immediately. After getting the affirmation, he also breathed a sigh of relief and looked forward to the start of the live broadcast. Ms. Mu, the live broadcast room is ready. Next, you need to go to the live broadcast room and interact with the fans with our host. This is also to tell the fans that you have become our new spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Okay. Mu Qingqian had just finished putting on makeup when the staff of King of Pesticides came here. She smiled and agreed. Ms. Qingqian, you are here. Tianyun, a tall, black silk-clad, beautiful girl in the live broadcast room, looked at Mu Qingqian's arrival, and her eyes flashed with surprise. Today's Mu Qingqian was ingenious for today's live broadcast, and she dressed up as the image of Daji in the game. She was dressed in a gorgeous ancient costume with bright colors, as if she had traveled from ancient times. Her graceful figure was even more charming and attractive under the background of the dress, and her every frown and smile revealed endless charm. In addition, she cleverly used makeup techniques to create a delicate makeup, making the whole person look like a blooming flower, delicate and beautiful. Hello, Tianyun. Mu Qingcheng endorsed this game, so she naturally knew Tianyun, who was very popular in the commentary world of King of Glory, and she welcomed him warmly. The two got familiar with each other, and the person in charge of King of Glory also asked the staff to start the live broadcast. Tianyun, I love you. Tianyun, can you be my wife? Tianyun. When the live broadcast room was opened, Mu Qingcheng did not enter the live broadcast room at the first time. Instead, Tianyun and the person in charge of King of Glory came to the live broadcast room together and announced that this time King of Glory had a new spokesperson. Now, welcome our new spokesperson, Mu Qingcheng, who is known as the singer of the new era. Tianyun also introduced Mu Qingcheng enthusiastically. As Tianyun's voice fell, Mu Qingcheng also appeared in the camera. Wow! Is this Daji? So beautiful, it perfectly fits the image of Daji in my mind. Love it, this spokesperson is so well chosen. Qingcheng wife, Qingcheng wife. When Mu Qingcheng appeared in the appearance of Daji, the fans in the live broadcast room were completely boiling. Although a large part of these fans did not know Mu Qingcheng, they saw that Mu Qingcheng dressed up as Daji, just like the Daji in their hearts, and they completely recognized each other. Congratulations to Mu Qingcheng for becoming the spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Daxian gave 10 carnivals. Congratulations to Mu Qingcheng for becoming the spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Su Baobao gave 10 carnivals. Congratulations to Mu Qingcheng for becoming the spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Gangjiang Wang gave 10 carnivals. Congratulations to Mu Qingcheng for becoming the spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Teacher He gave 10 carnivals. When Mu Qingcheng just entered the live broadcast room, all the major anchors on the internet came here and congratulated Mu Qingcheng for becoming the spokesperson for King of Pesticides. Boss Wang, did you arrange this? You are so powerful that you actually asked all the major anchors in the anchor world to welcome Mu Qingcheng as our spokesperson. With so many anchors coming together to celebrate Mu Qingcheng, this hot search will definitely last for a week. The staff of King of Pesticides were also stunned by this scene, especially the arrival of the anchors, which brought many fans. In just 3 minutes, the number of fans in Mu Qingcheng's live broadcast room increased from 300,000 to 3 million, and the number of people is still increasing. Boss Wang, the number of people in our live broadcast room is increasing rapidly, and we need to add more network equipment. Boss Wang, the number of people online in our live broadcast room has reached 10 million. Boss Wang, Yang Mi has also entered the live broadcast room to increase Mu Qingcheng's popularity. Boss Wang, Reba has also come to the live broadcast room to increase Mu Qingcheng's popularity. Boss Wang, Lu Hua, one of the 4 kings, has come to the live broadcast room to increase Mu Qingcheng's popularity. When the major internet celebrities came to the live broadcast room, the live broadcast equipment was overloaded, but the next second, the major stars in the entertainment industry also came to Mu Qingcheng's live broadcast room to show their support, and the number of people quickly reached 50 million. As the number of people reached 50 million, the live broadcast room was completely black. Official, what are you doing? Why is the screen black? Official, fix it for me immediately. Okay, I want to see the spokesperson. The live broadcast room went black, and countless fans in the live broadcast room began to comment. After 10 minutes, the official Wang Ch finally fixed the live broadcast room. Seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 80 million, President Wang was also completely shocked. He felt that it was right to ask Mu Qingcheng to be their spokesperson this time. This live broadcast lasted for 2 hours. The highest number of people reached 100 million, and the lowest was 50 million. All kinds of reward gifts, all kinds of interactions, all kinds of connections. Mu Qingcheng became completely popular for a while, even more popular than before when Yang Mi promoted Mu Qingcheng with the power of the entire company. At this moment, there was only one video on all major internet platforms, and that was the video of Mu Qingqian's live broadcast. Xiao Gang, I transferred 1 billion to you. You can transfer the money of the Steel Spear Army to the brothers. Okay, Brother Jiang. Gun King looked at the 1 billion yuan that had arrived, and was still deeply shocked by Jiang Chuan's wealth, and immediately replied respectfully. Thank you all for your support today. When everyone is live streaming tonight, I will enter the live broadcast room to express my gratitude. Jiang Chuan also came to the live broadcast room and expressed his gratitude. After all, the support of the anchors today still gave him enough face. In the evening, Jiang Chuan also went to various live broadcast rooms to express his gratitude, and at the same time rewarded 10 exclusive gifts. Of course, Jiang Chuan also received sincere thanks. Old Jiang, did you call so many anchors to my live broadcast room today? Mu Qingqian's tone was obviously a little drunk, and she obviously drank some wine. Well, you drank alcohol today, so take a good rest today. Jiang Chuan heard that Mu Qingqiang was drunk, and said with concern. Well, Mu Qingqiang was indeed a little drunk. She knew who helped her. The two hung up the phone. Sister Hong also personally sent Mu Qingqiang to her home. Xiao Chuan, I have already found out the killers who dealt with you. They are from the Southeast Asian branch of the Hell Organization. The Hell Organization is very mysterious. The specific location of their headquarters has not been found out yet, but we have found out the Southeast Asian branch. It is in the City of Angels in Siam. As for the specific location, it is not clear yet. We need to find out again. Of course, since the Hell Organization has taken action against you, it is the enemy of our Dragon Soul mercenary group. I will immediately send people to destroy their branch and let them know the consequences of offending us. Jiang Chuan and Mu Qingqiang ended the call. Dragon Soul called Jiang Chuan as soon as possible and told him the news. Brother Long, send some people over. I will personally destroy this Southeast Asian branch. I want to let the other party know that if they dare to send people to kill me, I will destroy his branch. The next time there are killers coming to kill me, I will find the other party's headquarters and uproot him. Jiang Chuan agreed to Long Hun's proposal, but this time he planned to personally destroy the Southeast Asian branch to scare the enemy. If the Hell Organization still didn't behave, he wouldn't mind finding the other party's headquarters and completely destroying it. Chapter 72. When Long Hun heard Jiang Chuan's murderous words, he knew that Jiang Chuan had already started to kill and could not be stopped, so he did not say much. Long Hun could not see through Jiang Chuan's strength. They had sparred before, and Long Hun knew that Jiang Chuan's strength was better than his master. He believed in Jiang Chuan's strength and directly sent a top team of the Long Hun mercenary group to Siam. Old Lu, apply for a private flight to Siam for me immediately. I want to rush to Siam. Jiang Chuan and Long Hun ended the call, and he called Lu Yang. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Lu Yang agreed immediately without asking the reason. An hour later, Lu Yang used his privileged ability to successfully apply for the flight route, and Jiang Chuan could take a private plane to Siam at any time. Mr. Jiang, Siam has our branch, and the person in charge of the branch is our confidant. You can contact him at any time if you have anything. I have sent you the phone number. Lu Yang finally said to Jiang Chuan. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Lao Lu. Jiang Chuan heard Lu Yang's arrangement clearly and said with satisfaction. Jiang Chuan hung up the phone and went directly to the private plane to go to Siam. Mr. Jiang, are you alone this time? Jiang Chuan came to the private plane. The pilot and stewardesses had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Jiang Chuan's arrival, they asked respectfully. Well, get ready to take off and send me to Siam. When you arrive in Siam, you can play in Siam for a while. I will pay for all the expenses. I will contact you when you need to return home. Jiang Chuan looked at his private plane pilot and stewardesses and nodded, and smiled at them and said, "Okay, thank you, Mr. Jiang." Everyone couldn't help but be happy when they heard Jiang Chuan's words, and thanked him. Jiang Chuan took a private plane and after more than 4 hours, he finally arrived at a private airport in Siam smoothly. "Dear Mr. Jiang, welcome to Siam." Jiang Chuan walked down from the private plane, and a young man in his 30s quickly came to him, bowed, and said in a very respectful manner, "Are you Songpa?" Jiang Chuan looked at the young man in front of him and asked with a smile. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, I am Songpa, the head of the Siam branch of Tianxia Group." Songpa also looked up at Jiang Chuan and answered respectfully. Songpa raised his head, and Jiang Chuan also saw the other person's appearance clearly. Songpa has typical Siamese characteristics: dark skin, flat and somewhat large nose, buck teeth, thick lips, big and bright eyes, and slender limbs. "Is the car to pick us up ready?" Jiang Chuan nodded and asked Songpa. "It's ready and can go at any time." Songpa's attitude was very humble, but he knew that Jiang Chuan in front of him was a big shot in the head office of Tianxia Group. Lu Yong personally called him to ask him to meet any of Jiang Chuan's needs, and he gave a death order. "Okay." Jiang Chuan smiled and nodded. When the pilot and the stewardesses came over, he directly ordered Songpa to drive the extended version of Rolls-Royce away from the private airport. Jiang Chuan arranged the pilot and stewardesses of the private plane to a 5-star hotel, and told them to spend as they pleased and ask him to reimburse them when they returned, which was thanked by everyone. Jiang Chuan also came to Songpa's own luxury villa at Songpa's invitation. Songpa's villa is very luxurious and magnificent, similar to the ancient palace of Siam. "Mr. Jiang, I have prepared local specialties of Siam for you. Please eat some food and have a good rest." Jiang Chuan and Songpa returned to the luxury villa. Songpa personally took Jiang Chuan to the restaurant, which had prepared a variety of specialties of Siam, filling the entire table. "Too much, prepare less next time, I don't like waste." Jiang Chuan looked at the table full of food, he did not reject Songpa's kindness, just said to him calmly, "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Songpa felt Jiang Chuan's displeasure, his heart beat fast, and he replied respectfully, "Sit down and eat, I can't eat so much by myself, if these things can't be finished, let the servants of the whole villa eat together, I don't like to waste food, and I don't like people who waste food." Jiang Chuan felt Songpa's anxiety and restraint, he smiled and said to Songpa, "Let him, the host, sit down and eat together." "Okay." Songpa breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Jiang Chuan's explanation. The two, after sitting at the table and eating for a while, Jiang Chuan also had some understanding of the entire Angel City. "Let them take the food away and eat it, don't waste it, and let all the servants around leave." Jiang Chuan said to Songpa beside him expressionlessly, with a mysterious light flashing in his deep eyes. Because what he was going to say next was crucial and must not fall into the ears of others. Songpa was trustworthy, but it was hard to say about the others. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Songpa responded respectfully, and then decisively issued an order, ordering the servants to quickly take away all the food on the table, and generously rewarded them with these delicacies to enjoy. At the same time, he also sternly told them to evacuate the restaurant immediately and not to stay for a moment. If they approached without his permission, once discovered, they would be punished inhumanely, making them unable to live or die. Songpa's words were as sharp as a cold wind. The servants present changed color and left in panic. In a moment, they disappeared without a trace, and the whole restaurant became silent. After the servants left, Songpa turned to face Jiang Chuan and said solemnly, "Mr. Jiang, if you have any orders, please speak up." At this time, Songpa was like a loyal guard, ready to obey the master's orders at any time. As a native of Siam, you must have heard of the Hell organization. Jiang Chuan nodded slightly, looked at Songpa calmly, and asked slowly, "Hell organization? Songpa heard Jiang Chuan's words, his eyes suddenly widened, revealing disbelief and astonishment, as if he had heard something extremely terrifying. Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. Songpa suppressed his inner fear, quickly left his seat, carefully looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that no one was here. Mr. Jiang, why are you asking about the Hell Organization? Songpa returned to the table and looked at Jiang Chuan with a serious and solemn expression, and his words revealed a deep fear. Chapter 73. Jiang Chuan looked at Songpa's serious and cautious expression, and his tone became cautious, knowing that Songpa might know about the Hell Organization. I'll come and destroy it. Jiang Chuan believed Lu Yang. Since Lu Yang said that Songpa was trustworthy, he naturally believed Lu Yang's vision and directly stated the purpose of coming to the City of Angels. Hiss! Destroy the Hell Organization! Songpa took a breath when he heard this, and looked at Jiang Chuan in shock. He didn't expect the other party to say this. Songpa saw that Jiang Chuan didn't speak, but just looked at him deeply. Songpa knew that what Jiang Chuan said was true. Thinking that Songpa was a big shot in the headquarters of Tianxia Group, if the other party really wanted to destroy the branch of the Hell Organization, he might really be able to do it. Hey! Songpa took a deep breath and made a decision in his heart. Mr. Jiang, I know the Hell Organization very well, and I have even dealt with them. Songpa said with a serious face, fear in his eyes, and his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Jiang Chuan did not speak, but just looked at Songpa. I still remember that this happened 8 years ago. 8 years ago, Mr. Lu came to Siam and planned to establish a branch of Tianxia Group here. He found me who was helpless, so he gave me an opportunity and made me the head of the branch of Tianxia Group. I am very grateful to Mr. Lu for giving me this opportunity, and I cherish this opportunity. I don't know how to repay Mr. Lu, I can only do a good job of the branch of Tianxia Group. In order to develop the branch of Tianxia Group, I basically worked day and night, and expanded the business of many groups. Although Tianxia Group is the world's #1 group, its position in Siam is not solid, so it has encountered suppression from many local groups. Although these local groups suppress us Tianxia Group branch, but I have the support of General Manager Lu behind me, and also the financial support of the head office. They want to drive our Tianxia Group branch away, but they can't do it at all. So these groups used some despicable means. They contacted the Hell Organization, which had just established a branch. This Hell Organization branch has become one of the 3 major underground forces in the City of Angels in just 1 year. They have many dare to fight and kill henchmen. These henchmen have caused great harassment to our Tianxia Group branch, and our branch employees dare not come to work. Fortunately, I am a local, so I found the Brahmin, the largest underground organization in the City of Angels. After the Brahmin came forward, the Hell Organization, these henchmen of the organization dare not continue to come to our Tianxia Group branch to cause trouble. Although the Hell Organization dare not attack us openly, they secretly sent assassins. Fortunately, I have been prepared, otherwise, I and the senior executives I have trained would have been killed by the assassins of the Hell Organization. We avoided the first wave of assassins of the Hell Organization, and the Hell Organization immediately sent the second wave of assassins. This time, a senior executive of our branch died. I even heard that as long as the client did not revoke the assassination order, the Hell Organization would continue to assassinate until the death of the client. I scoffed at this matter at first, thinking that as long as we found someone strong enough to protect us, the assassins of the Hell Organization would die. The Hell Organization dared not to continue to attack us. Until a year later, I miscalculated. Although we hired many people to protect us, the Hell Organization also tried every means to assassinate us. Every assassination caused heavy losses to the people we hired, and even the senior personnel were constantly decreasing, and finally no one dared to become the senior executive of our Tianxia Group. For the sake of the entire Tianxia Group branch and senior executives, I had to bow my head and take the initiative to find those group leaders to clarify the interests. Although the interests were reduced, the assassin order was also revoked, and the conflict between us and the Hell organization ended. Songpa told everything that happened that year. The Hell organization branch is in the City of Angels. It is not only a killer organization, but also one of the 3 major underground organizations in the City of Angels. It is very widespread and very powerful. It is very difficult to completely destroy the Hell organization branch. I understand what you mean. Please help me contact the Brahmin leader. I plan to discuss a business with him. After listening to Songpa's story, Jiang Chuan also realized that the Hell organization branch in the City of Angels was not simple. It was impossible to destroy the Hell organization branch alone, so he would attract allies to join. Mr. Jiang, are you planning to let the Brahmins join you? After listening to Jiang Chuan's words, Songpa instantly understood what Jiang Chuan meant and asked with a wry smile. Yet, Jiang Chuan did not hide, and directly admitted it. The other party probably won't agree. Songpa heard Jiang Chuan's frankness and said this with a wry smile. Jiang Chuan looked at him in confusion when he heard Songpa's affirmation. After the Hell organization developed over a few years, a fight broke out between the Brahmins and the Hell organization, and the minions under the Hell organization suffered heavy losses. However, the killers of the Hell organization were elusive and killed more than a dozen Brahmin high-level officials overnight, causing heavy losses to the Brahmin high-level officials. Between the two, one underground force is stronger, and the other killer is more powerful. So it's hard to tell the two apart. In the end, the Brahmins and the Hell organization reached an agreement, and they kept their distance and lived in peace for these years. Songpa told Jiang Chuan some secrets, that is, there was a conflict between the two organizations, and in the end they could only reach an agreement. Jiang Chuan looked at him in confusion when he heard Songpa's words, and the expression on his face was intriguing. My other identity is the younger brother of Songzhen, the leader of the Brahmin organization. I hope that Mr. Jiang can keep this a secret for me. No one knows about this except Mr. Liu. Songpa saw Jiang Chuan's intriguing expression and directly revealed his identity. When Liu Yang called him, he contacted him and hoped that Songpa could provide all the help to Jiang Chuan. At the same time, Liu Yang also told Songpa that Jiang Chuan was worth helping. As long as he helped Jiang Chuan, he could get unexpected benefits. This time, Songpa heard that Jiang Chuan was going to destroy the Hell organization. The reason why he told the experience of the branch was to attract Jiang Chuan's attention, so that Jiang Chuan could find Brahmin to help deal with the Hell organization. This was his plan. After all, Songpa had always hated the Hell organization. The Hell organization not only killed the branch executives he had personally trained, but also killed many of the Brahmin executives who were his relatives. After all, Brahmin was a family business. Chapter 74. Jiang Chuan knew Songpa's identity, and the smile on his face was even more intriguing. He stared at him with a pair of deep eyes like black holes. Songpa was horrified, and a fear from the heart swept through his body. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Facing Jiang Chuan's direct gaze, he felt weak in his heart. You know I want to deal with the Hell organization, so you told me about the experience of the branch company. The purpose is to lead out the Brahmins and let me know the contradiction between the Brahmins and the Hell organization. After you finish speaking, let me take the initiative to find you to contact the Brahmins to cooperate with the Hell organization. Do you think I'm right? Songpa heard Jiang Chuan's words, his eyes widened, his expression was surprised, and he couldn't believe it in his heart. Because what Jiang Chuan said was indeed a true reflection of his heart. You don't have to speak, I already know the correct answer. Jiang Chuan saw Songpa was about to explain, and he laughed casually and said to him. Jiang Chuan's game physical fitness, but has various abilities, and psychological research has reached the top level. Next time, just speak your mind honestly. I don't want anyone to plot against me. Jiang Chuan looked at Song Pa coldly and said this calmly. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Song Pa did not intend to defend himself and replied respectfully. Take me to see your brother. We can talk about the Hell organization. Jiang Chuan spoke slowly. His eyes, which were originally a little cold, had now regained clarity, like a pool of still water. His face was also like this, as if covered by an invisible veil, making it difficult for people to peek into his true emotional fluctuations. Facing such a Jiang Chuan, Song Pa could not help but feel awe. Jiang Chuan in front of him looked very easy to get along with, but when he was angry, the terrible temperament he exuded gave people a sense of unfathomable depth. Song Pa knew very well that this kind of person was very terrible. Lu Yang, who he met at the beginning, was like this, and Jiang Chuan, who he met now, was also like this. As expected of a big shot in the head office. Song Pa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll take you there now. Song Pa said respectfully to Jiang Chuan, contacted the driver immediately, and the two went to Songzhen's base camp together. Songzhen's base camp is located in the suburbs of the City of Angels. It is a huge manor. The entire manor covers an area of hundreds of acres. The entire manor has many armed personnel with live ammunition. When they entered the manor, Jiang Chuan saw hundreds of armed personnel. As for whether there are more armed personnel in secret, Jiang Chuan has no way of knowing. Song Pa brought Songzhen to the Song family manor and met his eldest brother directly. Song Pa's eldest brother looks basically the same as him. The only difference is that Songzhen's beard around his chin is more dense, but it is simply trimmed, giving people a sloppy feeling. Next to Songzhen stood a meticulous and serious middle-aged man. This middle-aged man gave people a sense of oppression just by looking at him. Obviously, this middle-aged man was Songzhen's personal bodyguard. What are you doing back here? Aren't you planning to completely sever your relationship with this family? Songzhen just glanced at Jiang Chuan and his eyes fell on Song Pa. He thought that Song Pa was in trouble and came to the house to ask for help, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. Brother, you agreed when I left. Although you helped our Tianxia group branch to get through a trouble, we also spent an equivalent price, so I owe you nothing, and I didn't come here to ask for your help this time, but to help you. Song Pa heard Songzhen's weird voice, just looked at him calmly, and said this calmly without any anger. Help me? Are you kidding me? Are you going to make all the staff of your Tianxia group branch become lackeys? If so, we Brahmins look down on them, a group of powerless guys. Songzhen couldn't help laughing and looked at Song Pa with a sneer on his face. Song Pa frowned slightly. Hearing that his elder brother looked down on him, he was about to refute him. Jiang Chuan's voice sounded at this time. I asked Song Pa to bring me here, the purpose is to cooperate with you to deal with the Hell organization. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to speak here? Don't you see us talking? Songzhen suddenly heard Jiang Chuan's voice, frowned, and a cold chill appeared on his rough face. His pair of brown pupils scolded him with murderous intent. Jiang Chuan's face was very calm when he heard Songzhen's words, and the next moment the terrible killing intent instantly swept out of his body, and violent killing intent emerged in his eyes, and Jiang Chuan moved. Boss, be careful! The personal bodyguard next to Songzhen looked at Jiang Chuan who was moving, and reminded Songzhen loudly. This personal bodyguard instantly came to Songzhen to protect him. Get out of here! Jiang Chuan looked at this personal bodyguard and roared. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's momentum was as unstoppable as a sword out of its sheath. With one punch, the face of the personal bodyguard in front of Songzhen changed drastically. He looked at the punch that was close at hand and defended with all his strength, but was instantly blasted away by Jiang Chuan's punch, and had no power to resist. Am I qualified to talk to you? Jiang Chuan knocked the personal bodyguard away, and Songzhen's reaction was also fast enough. He decisively pulled out the pistol from his waist. When he was about to shoot, Jiang Chuan easily snatched the other's pistol at lightning speed. The pistol was pointed at Songzhen's head and said this coldly. "Mr. Jiang, don't be impulsive. My elder brother has no ill intentions." Songpa didn't react at all. Jiang Chuan had already defeated Songzhen's personal bodyguard, snatched Songzhen's pistol and held him hostage. He quickly pleaded. "Qualified." Songzhen was pointed at his head by Jiang Chuan with a pistol. At first, he was a little scared. After all, he was the godfather of the underground world of Siam. He was mentally strong enough to suppress his fear quickly. He looked at Jiang Chuan deeply and chuckled. "I didn't come here to be your enemy. If you don't want to, just pretend I didn't come today. If you want, you can accept all the territory of the other party after I destroy the branch of the Hell organization." Jiang Chuan looked at Songzhen, who was flexible, and realized that the guy in front of him was a real hero. Such people were generally scary, but Jiang Chuan didn't care and directly offered his conditions. "You are very powerful, but it is impossible for you to destroy the Hell organization branch by yourself. Why should I cooperate with you with the entire Brahmin?" Songzhen laughed coldly and said bluntly when he heard Jiang Chuan promised him that he could get the territory of the Hell organization. Songpa turned pale with fear when he heard his elder brother's words, but he knew that he could not say anything at this moment, and could only hope that Jiang Chuan would not care about it. Chapter 75. Who said I'm the only one? Jiang Chuan sneered when he heard Songzhen's words. What do you mean? Songzhen's eyes twitched slightly, and he looked at Jiang Chuan deeply. Faced with Songzhen's question, Jiang Chuan did not speak, but looked at him with a smile, so that Songzhen in front of him could not see Jiang Chuan's depth. How about we make a bet? Jiang Chuan looked at Songzhen and laughed instead. What bet? Songzhen was pointed at by Jiang Chuan with a gun. Although he was angry, Jiang Chuan did not answer his question. After all, no one in Siam dared to refuse to answer his question, but at this moment he did not dare to get angry, but asked back. One day later, I can let my people knock all of you out silently. As long as I do this, how about you become my front gun? Jiang Chuan looked at Songzhen with a smile and said his bet. What? Songzhen chose not to believe it when he heard this. He was very confident in the armed personnel and bodyguards he hired at a high price. Even the killers of the Hell organization could not knock them all out silently. I promise you, as long as your people can knock us all out silently, I can be your vanguard. Songzhen agreed without hesitation. Okay, then I'll go first. Jiang Chuan looked at Songzhen's agreement, threw the pistol to him, and turned to leave. As for whether Songzhen would shoot when he turned around, he was not worried. Jiang Chuan was still confident enough in his own strength. Songzhen looked at Jiang Chuan who was leaving, and his expression was uncertain. He thought about shooting the other party or directly calling people to let the people in the whole manor rush over to kill Jiang Chuan together, but in the end he still held back. Jiang Chuan's strength was too strong. He killed the super bodyguard he hired at a high price in one move and subdued him. Jiang Chuan's performance can be said to have completely shocked Songzhen. Although he was very angry or furious with Jiang Chuan, Songzhen still did not dare to act rashly. After all, he was not absolutely sure that he could keep Jiang Chuan, who was very powerful. Brother, I'm leaving first. Songpa watched Jiang Chuan leave, and also said loudly to Songzhen, and quickly left here with Jiang Chuan. Mr. Jiang, have you arranged for other people to come to Siam? When Jiang Chuan and Songpa left the manor together, Songpa could not help asking. Do you think I will come alone to deal with the branch of the Hell organization? Jiang Chuan asked Songpa's question with a smile. Songpa had the answer in his heart. He understood Jiang Chuan's background and his strength. He knew that the strength of the people Jiang Chuan called would definitely not be low, even surpassing the super bodyguards around his brother. Mr. Jiang, since you have arranged people to come here, why do you still want to cooperate with my eldest brother? With your strength and the people you arranged, you should be able to easily destroy the Hell Organization branch. Songpa drove the car and finally asked the doubts in his heart. It is true. I always thought that the Hell Organization was hiding in the dark, but I didn't expect that the other party actually developed into an underground force in Siam. After all, there won't be too many of my people coming here, so another force is needed to uproot the entire Hell Organization branch. Since I have started, I must cut the grass and eradicate it. Jiang Chuan said with a chuckle. Songpa didn't say anything more after hearing this. Jiang Chuan and Songpa returned to his villa, and he also arranged the best room for Jiang Chuan to return to the room to rest. Jiang Chuan did not reply to the information of Mu Qingcheng and others immediately, telling them that there were some things in Siam, and he would return to the magic city as soon as possible after the matter was over. After Jiang Chuan replied to the message, he also entered the live broadcast room and started his reward journey. The next day, the strongest team arranged by Longhun also came to Siam smoothly. Dragon King, we have arrived in Siam. May I ask where you are? When Jiang Chuan was still asleep, the phone rang. He answered the phone and a cold voice came into his ears. Are you Lonja? Jiang Chuan received the call and heard the other party's address to him. He instantly guessed the other party's identity and asked with a chuckle. Yes. How many of you came? I'll send someone to pick you up. Jiang Chuan knew the other party's identity and learned that 30 people came to Siam, and said with a chuckle. Jiang Chuan and Lonja ended the call. He contacted Songpa and asked him to send someone to pick up Lonja and others and let them come to the villa together. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Songpa received Jiang Chuan's call and immediately arranged for someone to pick up Lonja and others. Villa. As the world's #1 mercenary group, the Dragon Soul Mercenary Group has 3 powerful teams, namely the Dragon Fang Team, the Dragon Scale Team, and the Phoenix Scale Team. Each of the 3 teams has only 30 people, and a total of 90 people are the core of the Dragon Soul Mercenary Group, and their strength is the top of the entire Dragon Soul Mercenary Group. When the 30 members of the Dragon Fang team arrived at the villa, Jiang Chuan had been waiting for a long time. Dragon King. 30 members of the Dragon Fang team got off the car, led by a young man with ordinary looks, indifferent expressions, and cold temperament. Behind him followed 29 young men of the same age. They recognized Jiang Chuan instantly after seeing him. Although they met Jiang Chuan for the first time, the members of the Dragon Soul Mercenary Group had seen Jiang Chuan's photos, so they recognized him at first sight. Yet, Jiang Chuan smiled and responded to their address to him. Dragon King, I want to challenge you. Lonja's eyes fell on Jiang Chuan, and a strong fighting spirit and enthusiasm emerged in his calm eyes. He is a martial arts fanatic, and what he likes most is to challenge the strong. His strength is second only to Longhun in the entire Dragon Soul Mercenary Group. At the same time, Lonja often heard Longhun say that Jiang Chuan's strength is stronger than him, and he has never believed it. Now that he has met Jiang Chuan, he naturally wants to see Jiang Chuan and see if he is qualified to lead the Dragon Tooth team to fight. Although Jiang Chuan also met Lonja for the first time, he heard Longhun say that Lonja is a martial arts fanatic who likes to challenge people who are stronger than him. As long as he is stronger than him, as long as he defeats him, he can get Lonja's respect and support. Okay. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. This is the first time he has met Lonja and others. If he wants to get their recognition, the easiest way is to defeat him and let him understand the gap between them. Come on. The two of them are ready to fight here directly, after all, the venue here is wide enough. Dragon King, be careful. Lonja often heard Longhun tell him that the Dragon King was very strong. He just said one sentence, stepped on the ground and rushed towards Jiang Chuan in an instant, launching the first attack. Jiang Chuan looked at Lonja who rushed over and smiled, his eyes were very satisfied. Lonja in front of him was indeed very strong, and he did not underestimate him. Bang bang bang! The two collided with each other. After 15 rounds, Longja was defeated directly due to his poor strength. Dragon King, I am convinced. Your strength is indeed stronger than Long Hun. You are the strongest person I have ever seen. Longja was defeated by Jiang Chuan. He was not discouraged at all. Instead, he looked at Jiang Chuan with admiration and said this respectfully. The other members of the Longja team saw that Longja was defeated so easily. Although they did not speak, they looked at Jiang Chuan with recognition and respect. Jiang Chuan completely conquered the 30 members of the Longja team in one battle. Chapter 76. Rest well now, there will be a mission tonight. Songpa had already ordered the servants to prepare the room and food. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Longja and the others. Okay, Dragon King. Longja didn't know the purpose of their coming here. Long Hun just told them that all actions should be subject to Jiang Chuan's orders. The 30 people of Longja entered the villa, looked at the food on the table without any courtesy, and ate and drank with big mouthfuls. After eating and drinking, they returned to their respective rooms and began to rest. Night fell. Songpa also returned to the villa. Longja and the others were still resting in the room and did not come out for dinner. Jiang Chuan and Songpa had dinner together. Don't tell this news to your elder brother, after all, I have a bet with him. As for other things, don't worry, even if your elder brother is unwilling to cooperate with me, I will not embarrass him for your sake. Jiang Chuan sat on the seat and looked at Songpa and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Songpa understood Jiang Chuan's meaning and responded with gratitude. The night deepened. Jiang Chuan and Songpa followed everyone in the Dragon Fang team and started to move. They came to the outside of Songzhen's manor, and Jiang Chuan also told them that they could not kill people in this operation, they could only knock the opponent unconscious, and they could not be discovered by others, and there was no time limit. Understood. Let's do it. Jiang Chuan looked at everyone in the Dragon Fang team wearing night clothes, looking very professional. Jiang Chuan was not very clear about their strength. This time it was also a test of the real strength of the Dragon Fang team. Jiang Chuan and Songpa naturally participated in this attack, but stood outside the manor blowing smoke rings, waiting for Longja to bring him good news. Time passed by every second. An hour passed in a flash. Longja also came to Jiang Chuan and said respectfully, all the Dragon King's men have been knocked out. You should know your eldest brother's room, take me to see him. Jiang Chuan looked at Longja and his men and it only took an hour to knock out everyone in the manor. This was very efficient. If they could shoot, their efficiency would be even higher. He couldn't help laughing and looked at Songpa beside him and said. Okay. Songpa was shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that the Longja team knocked out everyone in the manor in just 1 hour. He didn't believe it in his heart, but seeing is believing, hearing is false, and he also planned to enter the manor to take a look. Jiang Chuan and his men entered the manor in a swagger, without attracting anyone's attention. Songpa was very shocked. Songpa knew that they would be discovered by the surveillance of the manor in the first place if they came to the manor so blatantly, thus attracting the armed elements of the manor to kidnap them. They entered the manor openly at this moment, and no armed elements came. Fortunately, the armed elements were dealt with. Jiang Chuan, Songpa, and the other two did not hide anything along the way. They rushed to Songzhen's room openly and honestly. They did not meet anyone along the way. Songpa became more and more frightened as he walked. He also believed in his heart that Longja and the others really knocked out everyone in the manor. Otherwise, they would have been beaten into a hornet's nest or tied up by the armed elements and bodyguards of the manor. Woo woo woo. Songpa came to the outside of Songzhen's room. He opened the door and heard a humming sound from inside. He walked over quickly and found that his eldest brother was tied up with a rope at this moment. Something was stuffed in his mouth and he could not speak at all. Brother, are you okay? It was the first time that Songpa saw Songzhen in such an embarrassed state. He couldn't help laughing. He came to Songzhen, took the thing in his mouth, untied the rope on his body and asked with concern. Songzhen ignored Songpa's laughter. He looked deeply at Jiang Chuan and chose to believe Jiang Chuan's words at this moment. His people are strong, strong enough to kill him easily. The people and armed elements he invited were like chickens and dogs in front of Jiang Chuan's people, and they were vulnerable. At this moment, Songzhen understood how big the world was, and he was just a frog in a well obsessed with a small corner. Can I follow you? After Songzhen knew the strength of the people Jiang Chuan brought, he actually understood Jiang Chuan's real intention. He was a real hero. Although he was arrogant, his IQ was online. He already knew the purpose of Jiang Chuan's cooperation with him, but he wanted to get more. Follow me. Jiang Chuan saw that Songzhen's extremely serious expression did not seem to be fake, and he looked at him in surprise. The other party did not expect Songzhen to make this decision. Jiang Chuan actually had the idea of recruiting Songzhen. He was actually capable of solving the Hell Organization branch, but he would leave here one day and would not be able to take care of Siam or Southeast Asia. But he could support a force, the purpose of which was to handle some things for him, similar to the matter of the Hell Organization branch this time. In the end, he chose the Brahmin who still had some strength. Jiang Chuan's initial plan was to suppress the Brahmin strongly. After getting the relationship between the Brahmin and Songpa, he changed his strategy and planned to make progress slowly and let Songzhen slowly become his man. Unexpectedly, after just showing his strength, Songzhen knelt directly and prepared to become his follower. Yes, I want to be your follower. Songzhen is actually an ambitious person. He does not want to stay in the City of Angels all the time. He wants to spread his power to the entire Siam and even out of Siam. However, after knowing the strength of the Hell Organization and Jiang Chuan, he understands that it is difficult to unify the City of Angels, let alone out of Siam. This time, Jiang Chuan's skill gave him hope. As long as Jiang Chuan was willing to help him, he could not only unify the City of Angels and Siam, but also go beyond Siam and become the master of the top forces. When Jiang Chuan looked at Songzhen and said this, his eyes were filled with ambition and desire. He guessed that Songzhen should have a new idea, so he did not agree immediately. We can talk about it. Jiang Chuan laughed and looked at Songzhen. The two of them came to another empty room together. After talking for a full hour, Jiang Chuan understood all of Songzhen's ideas. He told Songzhen that he wanted to make Brahmin an organization like the World Mafia. He could help the other party, provided that the other party was loyal to him. Otherwise, he could lift the other party up or destroy the other party. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Songzhen also knew another identity of Jiang Chuan, the boss behind the Tianxia group, and answered with an increasingly respectful attitude. He had not heard of the Dragon Soul mercenary group, but he had heard of the Tianxia group, the world's #1 group. As long as Songzhen follows Jiang Chuan and has the help of Tianxia group and Dragon Soul mercenary group, he believes that it will be just around the corner for him to fulfill his long-cherished wish and become a force as powerful as the World Mafia. At this moment, Songzhen is very glad for his choice. Chapter 77. Jiang Chuan gained a follower, which was a pleasant surprise. He told Songzhen to find out the gathering place of the killers of the Hell Organization as soon as possible, and control all the minions of the Hell Organization at the same time. When he took action, he hoped that all members of the Hell Organization would be caught in one fell swoop, and no one would escape. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Songzhen replied respectfully, and quickly ordered his awakened subordinates to act quickly. The destruction of Hell is about to begin. 3 days passed in a flash. Songzhen also roughly understood the location of the killers of the Hell Organization. Most of these people stayed at the headquarters of the Hell Organization. As for the specific place, she did not find out, and even the members of the Hell Organization did not know the specific location of these killers. Killers are very hidden and cannot be exposed. Once exposed, they will be dangerous and cannot be called real killers. Therefore, killers are the most mysterious existence of the Hell Organization branch. In this case, the Hell Plan begins. Jiang Chuan and the members of the Dragon Fang team are now living in Songzhan's manor. After he got the news, he pondered for a while and decisively issued an order. Understood, young Master Jiang. Songzhan replied respectfully, and he quickly gave the order to start the action tonight. The night was getting darker. Action! Jiang Chuan gave the order. Okay, young Master Jiang. Songzhan received the order and directly ordered all the Brahmins to take action. Kill! 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 Destroy the Hell Organization today. If Hell is not empty, how can there be a human world? The Brahmins took advantage of the fact that the Hell Organization had no defense and launched a full-scale attack. Let's do it too. Jiang Chuan ordered the people of the Dragon Tooth Squad. Their goal tonight is to destroy all the killers in the Hell Organization branch, leaving no one alive. Received, Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Tooth Squad took action. They came directly to the Hell Organization branch. Facing the attack of the Hell Organization members, they began to slaughter without mercy. Kill them! The movements of Jiang Chuan and the Dragon Fang team naturally attracted the attention of the assassins of the Hell Organization branch. After all, the one-sided battle made them realize that Jiang Chuan and his men should be the main force or foreign aid of the Brahmins. The assassins naturally could not attack Jiang Chuan and others openly, but waited for the opportunity to attack them from behind. The assassins were very patient and their sneak attacks were also very strong. It was just that the assassins of the branch had made the wrong opponent, or that although their strength was good, they were not enough to face Jiang Chuan and the members of the Dragon Fang team. 1 hour. The Hell Organization branch was littered with corpses, and countless people fell in a pool of blood. Immediately ask for help from the headquarters. We were attacked by Brahmins and a group of mysterious people, and suffered heavy losses. The head of the Hell Organization branch looked at the miserable situation of the Hell branch and contacted the Hell Organization headquarters as soon as possible. The headquarters will send people to support you as soon as possible. The Hell Organization headquarters learned of the news and returned to the head of the branch coldly. The branch manager naturally knew the other party's attitude and didn't care. As long as the headquarters sent people over, it didn't matter that their Hell Organization branch was destroyed now. They would come back again. Those who survived, follow me to leave here. The branch manager ordered the killers around him, ready to leave here in the chaos. When the killers from the headquarters arrived, they would kill all the senior leaders of Brahmin. At that time, Brahmin would naturally be defeated without a fight, and the Hell branch would be established again. We found them. When the branch manager was about to leave with the remaining killers, Jiang Chuan and his team found this dark alley. Kill them! The branch manager looked at Jiang Chuan and Lanja who had arrived, and his face was very ugly. Kill! Jiang Chuan and Lanja saw that this group of killers were going to fight them head-on, and their faces showed sarcasm. Everyone held a sword in their hands and attacked the killers instantly. These assassins are quite strong, but they are too weak in frontal combat. They are good at sneak attacks and assassinations. After 3 rounds, all the assassins fell to the ground and lost their breath. I will let you go today. Go back and tell your headquarters. The man who destroyed the Hell branch, Huaguo Jiang Chuan. This time, destroying your branch is just a warning. If you dare to assassinate me next time, I will destroy your entire Hell organization. Jiang Chuan looked at the only surviving branch leader, looked at him coldly, and said these words. Let's go. After the voice fell, Jiang Chuan retracted his gaze and took long. The members of the A team left the dark alley. Survived. The branch leader watched Jiang Chuan and the others leave, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, and looked at the assassins who were easily killed. The branch leader was still afraid and terrified. Leave quickly. The branch leader endured the discomfort of his body, did not dare to stay at all, and quickly left from the other direction of the dark alley. Headquarters, our dark alley has been discovered, and all my assassins except me have been killed. The guy who killed our branch assassin asked me to report to the headquarters. This time destroying our branch is just a warning. The next time we dare to assassinate him, he will destroy our entire hell organization. The branch leader was relieved when he saw that he really survived. He contacted the headquarters staff immediately and told them the matter without hiding anything. I know, I will tell the news to the top management. As for you, go back to the headquarters first. The headquarters staff heard the words of the branch leader. He did not say much, but just answered him calmly. Okay. The person in charge of the branch breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that he could return to the headquarters, and agreed without hesitation. The staff of the headquarters also told the senior executives what happened in the branch as soon as possible. Huiguo Jiang Chuan, who is this? I guessed it. Huiguo Jiang Chuan is an ordinary person who was asked to be killed by a wealthy man in Huiguo. I didn't expect that he had such ability to destroy our entire hell branch. Humph. No matter he is an ordinary person or what identity, since he dared to destroy our hell branch, it is a declaration of war on our hell organization. Our hell organization must kill him. Huiguo Jiang Chuan can destroy our branch, which means that he is not weak. If we want to kill him, it will inevitably cost us a worse price. I suggest giving up assassination and revenge. The senior executives of the Hell organization exchanged ideas one after another, and at the same time they also knew who Jiang Chuan was. Some people thought that they must retaliate and kill Jiang Chuan to maintain the reputation of the Hell organization. Some people thought that there was no need to offend an unknown existence for the sake of reputation and consume more power of the Hell organization. Both sides held their own opinions and could not discuss the final result for a while. The Hell organization could only postpone the discussion of the matter and instead transferred the issue to the Southeast Asia branch. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 78. The top leaders of the Hell organization made a unified decision for the Southeast Asian branch. That is to completely protect the market. The killer business targeted by the Southeast Asian branch is not only in Southeast Asian countries, but even the business of many Asian countries will be handled by the Southeast Asian branch. The killer business in Asia and Southeast Asia accounts for half of the killer business of the Hell organization. This is a huge profit, and the top leaders of the Hell organization cannot give up. The top leaders of the Hell organization made a unified decision and sent the strong men of the killer organization to Southeast Asia to protect the market as soon as possible. Whoever dares to stop them from protecting the market will be destroyed this time. On the other side, the Hell organization branch was destroyed, and Jiang Chuan and the Lonja team also found Songzhen. When Jiang Chuan and his more than 30 people arrived, they saw that Songzhen had controlled all the minions of the Hell organization branch, and the number of these minions reached hundreds. Tell them that if they want to live, they should thank me well and thank me for not killing them. Jiang Chuan walked to Songzhen and whispered to him. Ah! Songzhen heard Jiang Chuan's request and looked at him in shock. He didn't expect Jiang Chuan to have such a hobby. As long as he gets thanks, he can live. Is he being perfunctory? Songzhen has now become Jiang Chuan's follower, so he naturally won't ask any more questions. He just needs to do it honestly. Thank you, Boss 13, for not killing me. Thank you, Boss 13, for not killing me. Thank you, Boss 13, for not killing me. Every one of the controlled henchmen of the Hell organization sincerely thanked Jiang Chuan when they heard that they could live. Hey! Jiang Chuan was very satisfied to hear the thanks from these guys, but he frowned soon. He didn't get any thanks. Tongzi, what's going on? Jiang Chuan's face gradually became ugly, and he asked the system directly. Host, the system will automatically bind the first exclusive title and country. Except for the exclusive country, members of any country cannot get gratitude points for thanking the host. Fuck, Tongzi, you are really a pit. Why didn't I know about this? Jiang Chuan knew about this and asked with a grim face. Sorry host, in order to express apology, the system gives the host a random extraction opportunity. Do you want to extract it now? The system heard Jiang Chuan's scolding and understood that it was wrong this time. In order to end Jiang Chuan's anger as soon as possible, it decisively gave him a random extraction opportunity. Okay. Jiang Chuan finally agreed after hearing what the system said. Extract it. Jiang Chuan did not open the extraction panel. This was a random extraction opportunity. Naturally, he could not make it. It could only be randomly extracted by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete blueprint of a nanometer lithography machine. Complete blueprint of a nanometer lithography machine. Jiang Chuan frowned when he heard this. He remembered that in the game world, Tianxia Group had mastered a nanometer lithography machine. Could it be that Tianxia Group was extracted this time and did not master it? Tongzi, what's going on? Didn't Tianxia Group's technology get extracted? Why did we get blueprints? Jiang Chuan asked several questions in succession. Host, the technology in the game world is too advanced and will seriously affect the real world, so the technology in the game world cannot be extracted to the real world, and the host needs to exchange the corresponding complete blueprints to redevelop the technology. Can't you exchange for complete products? Can you only exchange blueprints for research and development? Jiang Chuan frowned slightly when he heard Tongzi's explanation. He didn't expect that the technology in the game had not been extracted, but he thought that Tianxia Group's technological capabilities were 100 years ahead of the world. If it was really extracted, the world pattern would change immediately and it would indeed affect the world. He could understand it, but he was disappointed that he couldn't exchange for physical objects. Host, exchanging physical objects will also seriously affect the real world, so you can only get blueprints developed independently by the host's research and development team. Okay, I get it. Jiang Chuan didn't say anything more. Tianxia Group's scientific research team can be said to be one of the world's top teams. As long as he has blueprints, he believes that any technology can be easily obtained. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with their thanks? Song Zan looked at Jiang Chuan's gloomy face, happy at one moment, and ugly at another. Oh, I'm fine, let's let these people go. You and Longya come with me to have a small meeting. Jiang Chuan said to Song Zan and Longya beside him. The two followed him and left, and came to a study in the manor. The branch of the Hell organization was destroyed by us, and I also sent them a warning. We don't know whether the Hell organization branch will send strong men to protect the plate. So Longya and your team will temporarily stay in Siam to protect Songzan and Brahman. If the Hell organization dares to come to protect the plate, then you should show no mercy. If they dare to come, kill them. Jiang Chuan came to the study and ordered Longya forcefully. The attitude towards the Hell organization is to leave no one alive, and dare to cut off all their claws if they dare to come. Okay, Dragon King. Longya heard Jiang Chuan's order and agreed without hesitation. Songzan, you also need to control the City of Angels and even the entire Siam as soon as possible. As long as you control Siam and complete the first step of your ambition, you can continue to complete other ambitions. Of course, Longya and the Longya team will help you during this period. When you complete the first step of your ambition, you also need to master the intelligence, so that you can know the killers of the Hell organization entering Siam as soon as possible, so as to turn the passive into the active, so that the Hell organization dare not set foot in this country. Jiang Chuan looked at Song Zan who was sitting next to him and ordered. Okay, Mr. Jiang. When Song Zan destroyed the Hell organization this time, he witnessed the strength of Jiang Chuan and the Dragon Teeth team with his own eyes and was greatly shocked. This strength was enough to sweep across their country. He became more respectful and fearful of Jiang Chuan. Well, you can handle the affairs of Siam by yourself. Longye, you should pay more attention to the affairs of the Hell Organization branch. I need to go back to China. After Jiang Chuan finished his instructions, he said to the two that he did not plan to stay in Siam any longer, but was going to return to China. Since he had obtained the complete blueprint of a nanolithography machine, he needed to manufacture this thing as soon as possible. This thing was beneficial to the country and the people. I'll take you there, Dragon King. Mr. Zhang, I'll send someone to take you to the private airport. Lanja and Songzhen didn't say much when they learned that Jiang Chuan was going to leave Siam. They personally saw Jiang Chuan off on a private plane. The two returned to the manor together and quietly waited for the Hell Organization to come to protect them. Chapter 79. Jiang Chuan returned to China, and his private plane landed in Jiangbei. He hadn't been back for a while, and he needed to rush to Kyoto next. The headquarters of Tianxia Group is located in Kyoto, and the Research and Development Department of Tianxia Group is also located in Kyoto. He is not familiar with research and development, and the complete drawings in his hand can only be handed over to the Research and Development Department, so that they can develop a nanolithography machine as soon as possible. Second brother, when did you come back? Jiang Chuan returned to the villa, and Lin Xiaoxiao just got out of school. Seeing Jiang Chuan sitting in the villa, she asked in surprise. It's not long since you came back. You are on National Day holiday this time. Do you want to go to Kyoto to see your elder brother? The reason why Jiang Chuan returned to Jiangbei was that he was going to take Lin Xiaoxiao to Kyoto to see the capital of China and meet his elder brother. They haven't seen each other for almost 5 years since his elder brother joined the army. Really? Second brother. We can go to see my elder brother. Lin Xiaoxiao and his elder brother Lin Yi also have a good relationship. Knowing that they can go to Kyoto to visit each other, they are naturally very happy. Of course it's true. Jiang Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao's happy look and smiled and said affirmatively. Okay, second brother, we will have a holiday the day after tomorrow, and then we will go to Kyoto to see big brother together. Lin Xiaoxiao was very happy, and finally she could see her big brother whom she hadn't seen for 5 years. Yet, Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. After the two finished their meal, they returned to their rooms. Jiang Chuan told Mu Qingcheng and Sujia that he had returned to Jiangbei, and the day after tomorrow he was going to take his younger sister to Kyoto to play and meet Lin Yi at the same time. Old Jiang, call me when you go to Kyoto, I haven't been to the capital yet, I'm going to see the flag raising. I have another activity to run during the National Day, so I can't go there for the time being. After my activity is over, I will go to Kyoto to find you. Sujia knew that Jiang Chuan and the others were going to Kyoto, so naturally he couldn't miss it. Mu Qingcheng is now popular, and she has more activities. National Day is a big holiday, and she has plans, but she will squeeze out time to go to Kyoto to find them. Okay, we'll see you in Kyoto then. Jiang Chuan replied with a smile. Xiao Gang, get ready to start. Jiang Chuan contacted the King of Guns and asked him to get ready to start. I'm here, brother Jiang. The King of Guns saw Jiang Chuan's message and replied immediately. The guns quickly arrived and started the game. Jiang Chuan played dozens of games in a row, received hundreds of sincere thanks and was tired, so he ended the game. Brother 13, you haven't come to my live broadcast room for a long time. After Jiang Chuan finished the game, he entered Teacher He's live broadcast room. Teacher He saw the exaggerated special effects of Jiang Chuan entering the live broadcast room and said coquettishly happily. Pingdon 13 rewards the anchor with 10 exclusive gifts. Jiang Chuan entered Teacher He's live broadcast room and gave a wave of rewards without saying a word. Thank you for the exclusive gift from Brother 13. I love you, moi. Teacher He saw Jiang Chuan giving a wave of rewards and thanked him happily. I'll come to see you tomorrow. After receiving the thanks again, Jiang Chuan said to Teacher He, and he entered the room of other anchors again. After each reward, he left directly without staying too long after receiving the thanks. 2 days passed in a flash. The National Day holiday is coming. Countless people went to Kyoto to travel and witness the prosperity of the capital. Tickets at the airport are hard to come by. Let's go. Jiang Chuan watched Lin Xiaoxiao simply pack some luggage, smiled and said to her, and the two took a private plane to Kyoto. When Jiang Chuan and the others took off, he contacted Sujia, who arrived in Kyoto in advance. Sujia naturally came to the private airport as soon as possible to wait for the arrival of the two. Old Jiang, you are finally here. It's too boring for me to stay here alone. Brother Wang and Brother Qin think that there are too many people in Kyoto during the National Day holiday, so they don't want to come. That's true. We can't buy tickets in Jiangbei, so we can only come by private plane. Jiang Chuan found Sujia, and when he heard the other party's complaints, he couldn't help but smile and replied. The three of them came to a 5-star hotel together and stayed temporarily. Old Su, I have something to deal with. You take my little sister out for a walk first, and I'll come to find you later. Jiang Chuan said to Sujia beside him, left the hotel directly, and rushed to the headquarters of Tianxia Group. Jiang Chuan came to the headquarters of Tianxia Group and was stopped without any surprise. No one knew his identity except the top executives of Tianxia Group. Jiang Chuan called Lu Yang as soon as possible, and Lu Yang came down to greet Jiang Chuan in person. Who is this young man? He actually got the personal name of Mr. Lu. This treatment is too good. Tianxia Group has been developing for 10 years, but there are only a handful of people who have been personally greeted by General Manager Lu. Lu Yang's personal reception of Jiang Chuan naturally caused a sensation in Tianxia Group. They speculated on Jiang Chuan's identity. They could not think that Jiang Chuan was the real boss behind them. I won't go upstairs. Take me to the research department. I have something to give to the research department for research and development. Jiang Chuan refused to go upstairs to take a look and asked him to take him to the research department in person. Okay, General Manager Jiang. Lu Yang immediately agreed when he learned that Jiang Chuan was going to the research department. He personally drove Jiang Chuan away from the headquarters of Tianxia Group and came to a suburb. This suburb is a huge industrial park. It looks very ordinary and not easy to be noticed. This is also the location of the research department of Tianxia Group. The research department of Tianxia Group is the most important component. It gathers experts from all over the world, which is not inferior to the U.S. Academy of Sciences. The place where the research department is located looks ordinary, but it is very difficult to enter the research department. It is necessary to go through various identity recognition, iris, fingerprint. Once any one of them fails, the police will be called immediately, and the security personnel of the research department will be the first to notice it. Jiang Chuan also came to the research department for the first time. He was unfamiliar with this place. Although Jiang Chuan could identify himself, Lu Yang still did the identity recognition when he came for the first time. The identity recognition was successful, and Jiang Chuan and Lu Yang also entered the interior of the research department. Walking into the interior of the research institution, the spacious and bright hall is eye-catching. The floor is paved with mirror-like marble tiles, and gorgeous chandeliers are hung on the ceiling, creating an elegant and atmospheric atmosphere. Walking along the corridor, you can see laboratories are distributed on both sides. These laboratories are equipped with the most advanced instruments and equipment. Various complex and precise instruments are neatly arranged, flashing faint light. The laboratory tables are filled with bottles, jars, reagents and samples. The researchers are dressed in white coats and concentrate on operating the instruments. Their focused expressions seem to have forgotten the passage of time. In addition to the laboratories, there are also functional areas such as libraries, conference rooms, and offices. The library has a large collection of precious academic documents and research materials, providing a rich treasure trove of knowledge for researchers, the conference room is a place for collision of ideas and exchange and cooperation, and various academic seminars and project presentations are often held. In the office, staff are busy handling daily affairs to ensure the normal operation of the entire scientific research institution. In this scientific research institution, there are also special rest areas and restaurants to provide researchers with a comfortable working environment and good living conditions. The rest area is warm and elegant, with soft sofas, coffee tables, and green plants, so that people can relax after intense work. The restaurant serves a variety of delicious food to meet the taste needs of different people. Mr. Liu, why did you come to the scientific research department in person? Did you know that today the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences came here to learn from each other? When Liu Yang successfully identified himself and entered here with Jiang Chuan, Captain Feng of the research department was a tough young man. He came to greet them in person, looked at Jiang Chuan and Liu Yang and asked with a chuckle. Chapter 80. Academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences are here. Liu Yang was also stunned when he heard what Captain Feng said, and looked at him in surprise. Well, do you want to go over and take a look? Captain Feng answered Liu Yang with a smile without hiding anything. Liu Yang did not speak, but looked at Jiang Chuan, waiting for him to make a decision. Captain Feng noticed that Liu Yang actually let Jiang Chuan make the decision, and he was a little confused. He knew Liu Yang's identity. The only person with a higher status than him in Tianxia Group was the mysterious boss. Could it be? Captain Feng naturally knew some secrets, but he didn't know who the boss behind the scenes was. Now looking at Liu Yang's attitude towards Jiang Chuan, after being confused, he instantly guessed Jiang Chuan's true identity. Go over and take a look. I haven't dealt with the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences yet. Jiang Chuan smiled. Hearing that the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences actually came to the research department to learn from each other, he was also quite curious and smiled at the two of them. Okay, sir, please come this way. After Captain Feng guessed Jiang Chuan's identity, his attitude towards Jiang Chuan changed drastically, with a bit of respect and restraint. Jiang Chuan looked at Captain Feng's attitude and understood that he had guessed his identity. He didn't say much, just smiled. Jiang Chuan and Liu Yang followed Captain Feng to the conference room. The conference room of the research department is very large, enough to accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, there are hundreds of people sitting in the conference room. All of these people wearing white coats are staff members of the research department. Other people in plain clothes are academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences and their researchers. When Jiang Chuan and Liu Yang came to the conference room, an expert from the research department was talking on the stage. He was discussing the issue of chips. He expressed his ideas, understanding, and experience of chips. The academicians and researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences under the stage learned a lot from hearing the words of the expert from the research department. Jiang Chuan, Liu Yang, and the other two heard the expert's words as if they were listening to a book of heaven. Except for some easy-to-understand words, he could understand all kinds of professional terms. Captain Feng, this expert's research direction is chips, right? Jiang Chuan looked at Captain Feng beside him and asked with a smile. Yes, sir, this expert is called Liu Zhenji, one of the youngest experts in our research department, 32 years old this year. At the same time, he is also the leader of the chipset group under our research department. Captain Feng didn't know how to address Jiang Chuan, so he could only call him sir, and respectfully said Liu Zhenji's name and his current position. Well, my last name is Jiang. Jiang Chuan heard Captain Feng's words and said he knew, and told Captain Feng his last name at the same time. Mr. Jiang. After Captain Feng knew Jiang Chuan's last name, he called out respectfully. Jiang Chuan smiled and didn't say much. Liu Zhenji walked down the podium, and others also shared their own experiences. Boss Jiang, shall we go to the office first? Liu Yang also noticed Jiang Chuan's drowsy appearance and asked with a chuckle. Well, these things are too profound, I can't understand them at all. Captain Feng, after the meeting, ask Liu Zhenji to come to me immediately. Jiang Chuan nodded and agreed. He looked at Captain Feng beside him and said with a smile. Okay, Boss Jiang, the meeting is over. This is the first time I asked team leader Liu to tell me to find you. Sorry for the trouble. Jiang Chuan and Lu Yang left the meeting room together and went directly to Liu Zhenji's office. 2 hours later, the exchange meeting was over. The academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences gained something from this exchange, and the members of the research department of Tianxia Group also gained a lot. Team leader Liu, Boss Lu, and others have come to the research department. They have something to ask you. Please go over. After the exchange meeting, Captain Feng ran to Liu Zhenji who was still communicating and said to him softly. Okay. Learning that Lu Yang was looking for him, Liu Zhenji said to Captain Feng in a friendly manner. Excuse me, everyone. Let's talk later. General Manager Lu is waiting for me at the research department. I'll go over and ask General Manager Lu what's going on. After I've dealt with it, we'll talk about chips. Liu Zhenji said to the academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences around him with an apologetic look. Xiao Liu, is General Manager Lu here? Liu Zhenji's voice reached the ears of Yan Hua, the director of the research department. Yan Hua is an old man in his 70s. He was an expert in American weapons. Later, he was poached by Tianxia Group at a high price and became the director of the research department of Tianxia Group. At the same time, he served as the deputy director of the Kyoto Weapons Research Institute and developed many top weapons for China. Now Yan Hua is working on the 6th generation fighter. Yes, Mr. Yan. Liu Zhenji heard Yan Hua's voice and responded respectfully. President Qin, General Manager Lu is here. Do you want to go over and say hello to me? Yan Hua knew that Lu Yang had come to the research department, so he naturally had to go over and say hello. After all, Tianxia Group attaches great importance to the research department, and the welfare benefits surpass any company or country. As the person in charge, he naturally had to go over to see him. Okay. Speaking of which, I haven't seen General Manager Lu for a long time. The person who spoke was Dean Qin. At first glance, this woman seemed as beautiful and youthful as a fresh flower, as if she was only about 30 years old. But those who know her know that she has entered the age of knowing her destiny, and her age is already over 50. But surprisingly, time seems to be particularly kind to her, and has not left too many marks of time on her face. Her skin is still as white and tender as mutton fat white jade, without any flaws. Her face is like a work of art carefully carved, so beautiful that it makes people amazed. The three of them followed Captain Feng to Liu Zhenji's office. No need to inform in advance, we can just go in directly. Yan Hua looked at Captain Feng and planned to remind Jiang Chuan and Lu Yang in advance. He smiled and said, and pushed the door directly. After the door of the office was opened, Jiang Chuan and Lu Yang looked over at the same time. Dean Qin. Old Yan, why did you come here in person? Lu Yang saw that Mr. Yan and Qin Lingwei had come here in person, so he stood up immediately and walked towards them to greet them. Jiang Chuan didn't know Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei, so he just stood there. He didn't say much. Mr. Lu, since you came here in person, I naturally need to come over and say hello to you. Mr. Lu, you sponsored 10 billion to our Chinese Academy of Sciences in the first half of the year. I have always wanted to thank you in person for this. Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei looked at Lu Yang who stood up to greet them, and said with a smile on their faces. Mr. Yan, you are too polite. You are the elder, and even if it is a greeting, I will go over to greet you. President Qin, sponsoring the Chinese Academy of Sciences is what we should do. Only when the country gets better can we, who run businesses, get better. Lu Yang spoke without a single flaw, and was very humble, and people could not find any fault with him. Mr. Lu, I wonder who this person is? Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei both laughed, and they looked at Jiang Chuan behind them at the same time. Yan Hua's eyes were full of curiosity, and Qin Lingwei looked at Jiang Chuan's appearance and her heart beat faster for some reason, and a sense of familiarity surged in her heart. Chapter 81. Jiang Chuan also noticed that Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei's eyes fell on him at the same time. Lu Yang also heard what they said. He did not introduce Jiang Chuan at the first time, but cast his eyes on him obscurely. Jiang Chuan nodded gently, and Lu Yang instantly understood what he meant. Mr. Yan, Dean Qin, this is Mr. Jiang of our Tianxia group. Lu Yang got Jiang Chuan's consent and solemnly introduced Jiang Chuan's identity to the two. Mr. Jiang. Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei heard Lu Yang's solemn introduction and instantly realized that the young man in front of them was the real boss behind Tianxia Group and the real controller of Tianxia Group. They did not expect that the other party was so young. Mr. Jiang, this is the first time we meet. I am Yan Hua, the head of the Scientific Research Department. After Yan Hua knew that the young man in front of him was his big boss, he also lowered his means and shook hands with Jiang Chuan in person. Mr. Yan, you are too polite. I have heard that you are not only the backbone of our Tianxia group, but also the backbone of our China. Your return has greatly enhanced the national defense of our China and given us more say. Jiang Chuan said with heartfelt respect to Yan Hua, an old senior who is very important to Tianxia group and China. Mr. Jiang, these are what I should do as an old man. Yan Hua laughed and did not take credit for himself. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Lingwei, the president of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Although this is the first time we meet, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Tianxia Group for its support to us again. Qin Lingwei also came out and shook hands with Jiang Chuan, expressing her sincere gratitude. Tianxia Group has been sponsoring the Chinese Academy of Sciences for many years, so that the Chinese Academy of Sciences has enough money to complete various research. You are too polite, academician Qin. I have heard of you. You are the one who is as good as men. The Chinese Academy of Sciences, which you lead, has developed many scientific research results that benefit the country and the people, allowing our country to develop better. Jiang Chuan praised sincerely. Boss Jiang, Boss Lu, you still have things to talk about, I will leave first. Yan Hua did not expect that he would have an unexpected surprise when he came to say hello this time. He met the real boss of Tianxia Group. He knew that Lu Yang and Jiang Chuan must have something to do when they came, and they were not looking for him. He did not plan to stay here any longer, and he was ready to leave after saying this. Qin Lingwei heard that Yan Hua was about to leave, and he took a deep look at Jiang Chuan. In fact, he did not plan to leave here, but there was no good reason to stay here to observe Jiang Chuan. She could only say goodbye. But before leaving, Qin Lingwei hoped to treat Jiang Chuan to dinner to express her gratitude. Jiang Chuan heard Qin Lingwei was about to leave. For some reason, his heart twitched a few times when he saw Qin Lingwei's reluctant expression. He finally spoke, Mr. Yan, academician Qin, you two can stay here and give us some advice on whether this matter is feasible. Since President Jiang has spoken, the old man will stay and give us some advice. That's right, what President Jiang said, I also want to hear what President Jiang is going to say next. Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei heard Jiang Chuan's words, and they both laughed at the same time. Qin Lingwei was very happy in her heart. Team leader Lu, come and sit down. Jiang Chuan glanced at Lu Zhenji standing behind Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei and said with a smile. Okay, President Jiang. Although Lu Zhenji returned to his office, everyone in the office had a higher status than him. He didn't speak until Jiang Chuan's voice reached his ears. He immediately reacted and answered respectfully. Lu Zhenji also knew that the young man in front of him was the boss behind the Tianxia Group President Jiang. Team leader Lu, I have a blueprint here, see if it's feasible. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Lu Zhenji, then he directly took out a complete blueprint of a nanometer lithography machine from the game world. So long. Liu Zhenji took the blueprint handed over by Jiang Chuan. He opened it and found that the content of the blueprint was too much, it could cover the entire office. He was also very curious, what this blueprint was. What is this? Liu Zhenji opened the blueprint, just took a look, he instantly knew what the content of the blueprint was. Mr. Jiang, where did you get this blueprint from? Liu Zhenji looked at Jiang Chuan excitedly, the horror in his eyes and the joy on his face were not concealed. Friendly reminder to the host, the existence of the system cannot be exposed. Once the host exposes the existence of the system, everything the host has obtained will not exist, and the system will be untied as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan looked at Liu Zhenji's happy expression and guessed that this blueprint should be able to successful enough. He planned to tell the other party about the existence of the system. The system instantly knew what Jiang Chuan meant and directly issued a prompt. You don't need to know how to get the blueprint. You only need to know whether you can make what I want with this blueprint. Jiang Chuan smiled and spoke directly to Liu Zhenji, asking him not to think about other things and just answer whether it is feasible. I understand, Mr. Jiang, wait for me a moment. Liu Zhenji knew that Jiang Chuan was unwilling to answer, so he naturally couldn't ask more. He answered quickly looking at the contents of the blueprint. His eyes kept scanning the blueprint in his hand. After 10 minutes, Liu Zhenji took a deep breath and suppressed his inner ecstasy. Mr. Jiang, I can guarantee 100% that a nanolithography machine can be made according to the contents of the blueprint. Although Liu Zhenji tried his best to suppress it, he still couldn't hide the joy, and he said this sentence with certainty. What? 1 nanometer lithography machine? Team leader Liu, is this true? This drawing is a 1 nanometer lithography machine drawing. Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei heard this, looked at Liu Zhenji in shock and asked. Mr. Yan, although you and Dean Qin have different research directions, you also have some understanding of lithography machines. You can understand it by looking at this drawing. As long as you master this drawing, ordinary researchers with some scientific research foundation can make a 1 nanometer lithography machine. This is incredible. Liu Zhenji found that Yan Hua and Qin Lingwei were looking at him in shock. He answered them with a wry smile and handed the drawings in his hand to them. Jiang Chuan looked at this scene, he didn't say much, just chuckled. Lu Yang heard what Liu Zhenji said, looked at Jiang Chuan deeply, and felt that this boss was even more mysterious. This is actually true. As long as you master this blueprint, you can completely manufacture a 1 nanometer lithography machine. There is no technical difficulty at all. It only takes some time. Mr. Jiang, I want to ask, after the 1 nanometer lithography machine is manufactured, do you plan to sell it? If you plan to sell it, I hope you can sell it to China first, and China will directly buy out all the technology. Yan Hua read this detailed and complete blueprint and confirmed what Liu Zhenji said. Qin Lingwei also took a deep breath and understood the importance of this blueprint. She looked at Jiang Chuan and directly hoped that Jiang Chuan could sell the lithography machine to China. With a 1 nanometer lithography machine, many fields in China can develop faster. Chapter 82. Jiang Chuan was stunned when he heard Qin Lingwei's words. But he reacted quickly. He understood that Qin Lingwei misunderstood him and thought that he made a 1 nanometer lithography machine for sale. He could also understand Qin Lingwei's idea, but Jiang Chuan would sell this technology or invention to foreign countries. For people of Qin Lingwei's generation, China was still relatively backward, and they contributed their lives to the development of China. If Tianxia Group really made a 1 nanometer lithography machine, it would break the world pattern. The best lithography machine in the world is a 3 nanometer lithography machine, which was invented by the United States. The 3 nanometer lithography machine can mass-produce 3 nanometer chips. The relationship between the United States and China is very complicated, and even the entire lithography machine technology is monopolized by the United States. In recent years, China has also been continuously developing lithography machines, but it can only barely make a 7 nanometer lithography machine, which is far from the world's top level. And in recent years, if China wants to get top chips, it needs to buy them from abroad at high prices, which consumes China's wealth. Once China masters the 1 nanometer lithography machine and produces more advanced 1 nanometer chips, the foreign chip monopoly will be broken, and even foreign countries will come to China to buy more advanced chips to boost China's economy. Dean Qin, I will not sell the lithography machine to anyone or any country. Jiang Chuan heard Qin Lingwei's words and said this very affirmatively. Swish! As Jiang Chuan's voice fell, Qin Lingwei and Yan Hua's faces changed drastically, and Liu Zhenji's face also changed slightly. Only Lu Yang's expression did not change at all, and he was calm and calm. Dean Qin, old Yan, don't look at me like this, I haven't finished my words yet. Jiang Chuan felt the coldness of Qin Lingwei and Yan Hua looking at him, and immediately smiled bitterly. Qin Lingwei and Yan Hua did not speak, but just looked at Jiang Chuan. The photolithography machine has not been developed yet, so I plan to let Tianxia Group develop the photolithography machine first. As long as the photolithography machine is developed, I will donate the photolithography machine to China for free, and at the same time donate this technology to China for free. Of course, Dean Qin, I have a condition for donating it to China for free, that is, our Tianxia Group must have the right to sell chips, which means that our Tianxia Group can manufacture photolithography machines and sell the manufactured chips to anyone. Of course, I can donate half of the profits from the sold chips to China for free. Jiang Chuan looked at Qin Lingwei with a smile and told him his thoughts and conditions. Ah! Qin Lingwei looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise after hearing what Jiang Chuan said. He didn't expect that such a young Jiang Chuan would actually do this. Although Jiang Chuan produced a complete blueprint, the early research and development may fail, and the cost is definitely high. Moreover, the developed lithography machine and technology were donated to the country for free, and even half of the future chip profits were donated to the country for free. This is simply giving benefits to China for free, and China does not need to bear any risks. Mr. Jiang, are you serious? Qin Lingwei looked deeply at the young Jiang Chuan, and asked with more satisfaction. Of course it's true. Jiang Chuan answered very affirmatively. After this sentence fell, Qin Lingwei and Old Yan looked at Jiang Chuan with some admiration and recognition. Mr. Jiang, I thank you on behalf of the entire China. I will tell the Chinese senior management about this as soon as possible, and then the Chinese government will negotiate with your Tianxia Group. Qin Lingwei expressed her gratitude to Jiang Chuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving sincere thanks. President Qin, you are too polite. This is what I should do as a Chinese. Jiang Chuan just smiled and thought that he had done something that a Chinese should do, and he was not worthy of thanks. After the conversation about the nanometer lithography machine ended, Jiang Chuan's eyes fell on Liu Zhenji and said with a smile, I don't know about the scientific research of team leader Liu. The next lithography machine is left to you. No matter how much money or how much it costs, you must manufacture the lithography machine as soon as possible. Once the lithography machine is manufactured, the first lithography machine will be handed over to the country, and this technology will be handed over to the country at the same time. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Liu Zhenji was also impressed by Jiang Chuan's patriotism and solemnly agreed. Mr. Jiang, you have helped China a lot this time. I would like to invite you, and Mr. Liu to have dinner together in the evening. After the discussion, Qin Lingwei's eyes also fell on Jiang Chuan and invited him to dinner. She was worried that Jiang Chuan would refuse, so she called Lu Yang. Dean Qin, I have something to deal with tonight. Dinner I won't go, President Jiang can go. Lu Yang's interpersonal skills and observation of people's words and expressions have reached the level of perfection. He naturally heard that Qin Lingwei was unwilling to invite him, and he said with a chuckle. Qin Lingwei heard that Lu Yang was so sensible, just glanced at him, and quickly retracted her gaze. Her eyes fell on Jiang Chuan. Okay, Dean Qin, it's my honor to have dinner with you, but this time my younger sister and my friends came to Kyoto together, I want to take them with me, is it okay? Jiang Chuan naturally couldn't refuse Qin Lingwei's kindness, so he asked with a smile. Little sister? Qin Lingwei frowned slightly when she heard Jiang Chuan's words. The doubt on her face disappeared in an instant, and her expression quickly returned to normal. She smiled and agreed. Jiang Chuan and Qin Lingwei left each other's phone numbers, and he and Lu Yang left the research department first. Qin Lingwei was also restless and took the academicians and researchers of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to leave the research department and return to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Qin Lingwei returned to the Chinese Academy of Sciences and quickly made an appointment with a time-honored restaurant in Kyoto. She also figured out that whether Jiang Chuan was the person he guessed or not, the Tianxia group founded by Jiang Chuan and the lithography machine donated free of charge today were enough for her to treat Jiang Chuan to a meal. Mr. Jiang, I have already made an appointment at the restaurant. You and your family and friends can come over. Qin Lingwei came to a century-old restaurant in Kyoto, and she contacted Jiang Chuan as soon as possible. Okay, Dean Qin, I have received the location you sent me, and we will come right over. Jiang Chuan received a call from Qin Lingwei and the address she sent him, and quickly replied. Let's go out for dinner. Old Su, keep your mouth shut, don't offend this person, or I can't save you. Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Jia beside him, and the three of them came to the century-old restaurant where Qin Lingwei had made an appointment. Chapter 83. Jiang Chuan and his two friends drove to a store called Yuchou Old Store deep in the alley. Boss Jiang, we are here. After Jiang Chuan and his two friends got off the car, Qin Lingwei smiled and greeted them. Boss Qin, you are waiting for us here in person, but it is really embarrassing for us. Jiang Chuan did not expect Qin Lingwei to be waiting for them outside the restaurant in person, and said flattered. Let's go in. Qin Lingwei just smiled and didn't say much, inviting the three people to enter Yuchou Old Store together. The door of Yuchou Old Store looks very shabby, and the plaque is also faded. The four people entered Yuchou Old Store. There is a small front desk, and there is a young cashier at the front desk. Boss Qin, you are here, your box has been prepared for you, I will take you there. The cashier saw Qin Lingwei coming, recognized this old customer at a glance, and said with a chuckle. Don't bother, Xiao Yi. I can go there by myself. You can ask Master Su to serve the dishes. Qin Lingwei smiled and said to Xiao Yi, and took Jiang Chuan and the others into the backyard. The backyard is very large, it is a quadrangle. There are more than a dozen rooms in the quadrangle, and only 10 rooms have different names. Obviously, these rooms are private rooms for dining. Qin Lingwei led Jiang Chuan and the others to the private room of Zhulang Gi. The private room is large enough to accommodate dozens of people to eat together, and it seems very empty for 4 people to sit here to eat. Are you really academician Qin? When the 4 people slowly sat down, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement. She stared straight at Qin Lingwei and asked with a slightly trembling voice. It seemed as if time had frozen at this moment, and there were only the 2 of them left in the whole world. Qin Lingwei was slightly stunned, and her eyes fell on the girl in front of her who seemed to be young, perhaps not yet an adult. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She didn't expect that such a young face would know her identity. With a hint of curiosity and doubt, Qin Lingwei asked back softly, "Do you know me?" There was a bit of surprise in her tone. Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao seemed to be ignited, and her emotions became more and more excited. She nodded vigorously, her eyes full of admiration, and said, "Yes. I have always been very interested in physics, and I have carefully studied every book you wrote. You are not only a leader in the academic world, but also my spiritual role model. I long to be like you one day, to become an outstanding Chinese researcher, to contribute my own strength to the prosperity of the country, and to work tirelessly for the beautiful future of the motherland. At the end, Lin Xiaoxiu's voice was a little choked because of being too excited, but she still looked at Qin Lingwei firmly, without concealing her deep longing and yearning. At this moment, she finally met the idol she had dreamed of, and the burning dream in her heart burned like a flame. Child, your goal is very good. The future world will definitely belong to you young people who are full of vigor and vitality. I sincerely hope that you can stick to your original intention, climb the peak of science, and use practical actions to change China, so that our motherland will shine more dazzlingly. Faced with such a sincere and ambitious young generation, Qin Lingwei couldn't help but smile with relief. She gently patted Lin Xiaoxiu's shoulder and encouraged her. These words were like a spring breeze blowing through Lin Xiaoxiu's heart, giving her great encouragement and motivation. Okay, Academician Qin, I will definitely work hard. I wonder if you can sign for me? Take a photo together. Lin Xiaoxiu was encouraged by Qin Lingwei, and her heart became more excited, and she made a small request. Of course. Qin Lingwei looked at the lovely Lin Xiaoxiu in front of her and naturally agreed. Old Zhang, why didn't you tell me that the person who had dinner with us today was actually an academician? Su Jia knew Qin Lingwei's identity, glared at Jiang Chuan obscurely, and said in a low voice. Jiang Chuan was in the wrong and didn't say anything, just spread his hands. Su Jia didn't say much either, and at this moment he became a little restrained. This was an academician, the top scientific researcher in China, and these people deserve the respect of every Chinese, including him. After the meal was served, Qin Lingwei suggested drinking some wine, and everyone did not refuse. Lin Xiaoxiu was not yet an adult, so naturally she could only drink some beverages. Although Qin Lingwei was an academician and not young, she was approachable, which made them less restrained, and they communicated with each other like young people. Xiao, you two siblings have a great relationship. Qin Lingwei drank a little wine, and his face became a little rosy. He watched Jiang Chuan constantly picking up food for Lin Xiaoxiu, worried that Lin Xiaoxiu was hungry, chuckled and said. Aunt Qin, my second brother and I are not siblings, there is no blood relationship between us. My eldest brother, second brother, and I are all children picked up by my father since childhood. We are all orphans raised by my father. The four of them also knew each other and became more familiar with each other. When Lin Xiaoxiu heard Qin Lingwei's words, she did not hide her and Jiang Chuan's life experience and said it directly with a smile. Ah! Sorry Xiao Chuan talked about your sad things. Qin Lingwei learned that Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiu were not siblings, and they were orphans. She said apologetically, and her heart became active again. She looked at Jiang Chuan with hope again. Qin Lingwei did not continue to talk about their life experience, but asked Lin Xiaoxiu and Su Jia about Jiang Chuan from time to time. The two did not think much about Qin Lingwei's inquiry and told each other without reservation, except for how many times Jiang Chuan went to the toilet every day and how many bowls of rice he ate every day. Jiang Chuan heard that Qin Lingwei actually asked about all the things related to him. Although he was confused, he didn't say much. He just thought that Qin Lingwei wanted to show some concern for him because he donated the lithography machine to the country and the other party also knew that he was an orphan. After the meal, Qin Lingwei also learned a lot about Jiang Chuan. She didn't expect Jiang Chuan to have such a hard time when he was a child. She was very sad, but her face didn't show any reaction. Thank you Aunt Qin for inviting us to dinner today. We will invite Aunt Qin to dinner next time. After eating and drinking, Jiang Chuan planned to ask someone to send Qin Lingwei home, but she refused. Jiang Chuan and others left after seeing Qin Lingwei get in the car. Before parting, Jiang Chuan also made an invitation, and Qin Lingwei naturally agreed. Brother Li, I found our child. Qin Lingwei sat in the car, thinking of Jiang Chuan's experience over the years, and made a phone call with tears in her eyes. Chapter 84. Wai Wei, have you been drinking? Zhang Wenli heard that Qin Lingwei was a little drunk and asked softly. Well, I drank a little with my son today. Qin Lingwei replied with a happy smile. I know, did the driver take you home? I'll talk about my son's matter when I get home. Zhang Wenli frowned and said softly to Qin Lingwei. Okay, brother Li, I'll wait for you to come back. This time I will never make a mistake. He is my son. Qin Lingwei knew that Zhang Wenli was busy with work, so she didn't make a fuss and agreed. Secretary son, come in for a moment. Zhang Wenli ended the call with Qin Lingwei, and he took out the phone on the table and called his secretary. Secretary Sun received a call from the leader and came to Zhang Wenli's office as soon as possible. Leader, you are looking for me. Secretary Sun came to Zhang Wenli's office and asked respectfully. Go check who Dean Qin had dinner with today, and hand over their information to me as soon as possible. Zhang Wenli told his secretary to do this as soon as possible. Okay, leader. Secretary Sun heard this and respectfully left the office, immediately dealing with the leader's orders. Hey! Zhang Wenli watched Secretary Sun leave, rubbed his head and sighed softly. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei did have a child 25 years ago. At that time, Zhang Wenli was just a small leader in Jiangbei city. Because he offended some people, he was retaliated and his child was taken away. Zhang Wenli's child was taken away, so he was naturally angry. He used his connections to find the murderer as soon as possible, but the murderer who took the child away was silenced. The Zhang family used countless connections but still couldn't find the child. The child has been missing for 25 years. Qin Lingwei suffered from depression for a period of time after learning that her child was missing. Fortunately, she was relieved by timely treatment, but her depression broke out from time to time, so that Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei have not given birth to any children again for so many years. Qin Lingwei has been looking for her son for so many years, but she was deceived every time. Fortunately, Zhang Wenli was rational enough to expose the other party's lies every time and make the other party pay a heavy price. In recent years, Qin Lingwei told Zhang Wenli that she had found her biological son every time she drank, but every time it was a fake. Zhang Wenli was numb and could understand Qin Lingwei's eagerness to miss her son. He did not stop it, and there was no way to stop Qin Lingwei. After all, this was a mother's obsession. Secretary Sun was very efficient. An hour later, Secretary Sun put all the information of Jiang Chuan and others in front of Zhang Wenli. Leader, these are the people who will have dinner with Academician Qin and others today. Secretary Sun said respectfully to Zhang Wenli. Okay, you go down first. Zhang Wenli heard what Secretary Sun said and said to him. After Secretary Sun left, Zhang Wenli also looked at the information of the three people. Seeing that all three people were from Jiangbei city, he sneered directly. Hey! Zhang Wenli looked at the information of the three people. Lin Xiaoxiu's information was naturally filtered out by him automatically. She was a girl. He carefully looked at the information of Jiang Chuan and Su Jie. In the end, Su Jie's information was also filtered out by him. He looked at Jiang Chuan's photo and found that the other party looked a bit like him. His eyes became deep. Orphan, adopted, bullied since childhood, and with jade pendants, it seems that these guys' methods have not been updated. They have always been this routine. The smile on Zhang Wenli's face became colder and colder. After so many years, you still use this method. It seems that you are not honest. Zhang Wenli's eyes flashed with coldness, and he said this softly. Zhang Wenli has been in politics for so many years. Since someone knew some information about his missing son, he arranged many counterfeit people to come to recognize him. The purpose is to destroy his and Qin Lingwei's mentality and make them fall by themselves. Zhang Wenli's psychological quality is very strong and naturally he will not be broken. Qin Lingwei had several mental breakdowns and almost lost her life, which made him very angry and attacked some of his enemies. These people dared not continue to use these tricks to stop his progress. Unexpectedly, after a few years, some people continued to use this trick against him. It seems that he has been silent for these years. Some people think that he is a toothless tiger and it is time to show his sharp teeth. After reading Jiang Chuan's message, Zhang Wenli did not continue to the office and returned to his home. "Brother Li, you are back. This time I really found our child." Qin Lingwei saw Zhang Wenli coming home, and was very happy to share the joy with him. Qin Lingwei was like this every time. Zhang Wenli saw his wife's genuine happiness, and did not expose her, but catered to Qin Lingwei. "Really? Then I'll find time to go see our child together." Although Zhang Wenli looked very happy, his attitude was very calm, and it was obvious that he was not what he seemed. "Brother Li, don't you believe me? I know that I have recognized many of these people wrongly, and this is..." Qin Lingwei heard Zhang Wenli's calm tone, with guilt and sadness in his words. "How could I not believe you? Don't think too much. Brother Li, I am very sure that I have found my son this time. There is a dragon-shaped mark on his back." Qin Lingwei noticed that Zhang Wenli was a little perfunctory, and looked at Zhang Wenli very seriously and said this. "What?" Zhang Wenli was shocked when he heard this, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. Only the Zhang family knew that there was a dragon-shaped mark on their son's back, and the only person who knew was the person who delivered them. After all, this hidden information was also told to them by the midwives. In order to keep this hidden information secret, the Zhang family sent all the midwives abroad, and they should not be found. Now that someone knows this news, it seems that this matter has been exposed. What if you know this information? Nowadays, technology is advanced. DNA and I cannot match. It is impossible to enter the door of the Zhang family. Zhang Wenli's eyes were full of coldness, and he thought to himself. "I will take half a day off tomorrow to go with you to see our son." "Okay." Qin Lingwei happily agreed when she heard that Zhang Wenli was willing to go with him to see Jiang Chuan. "You drank today, so go to bed early." Zhang Wenli said to Qin Lingwei gently, asking her to rest first, as he still had some things to deal with. "Okay, Brother Li." Qin Lingwei was a little drunk at this moment, so she smiled and replied. After returning to the room and washing up, she lay down to rest, looking forward to meeting her son tomorrow. "Secretary son, no matter what you do, you must get Jiang Chuan's saliva, blood and everything that can be personally identified by me. I hope to get the paternity test report tomorrow." Zhang Wenli immediately called his trusted secretary son and told him to deal with the matter as soon as possible. "I understand, leader." After hearing this, Secretary Sun realized the seriousness of the matter and answered respectfully. Secretary Sun used his authority and found out that Jiang Chuan had actually been to the Security Bureau. He contacted Director Long directly. Director Long heard that Secretary Sun's request was just to get a strand of Jiang Chuan's hair, so he naturally agreed. When Jiang Chuan entered the Security Bureau, Qin Aotian and his team collected Jiang Chuan's hair and blood as soon as possible. Now these things are kept in the Security Bureau. "Thank you, Director Long." Secretary Sun didn't expect to get Jiang Chuan's hair so easily. He went to the Security Bureau to get Jiang Chuan's hair, and then rushed to the People's Hospital to use his connections to start the DNF paternity test. Chapter 85. Jiang Chuan naturally didn't know about this. After they separated from Qin Lingwei, they didn't return to the hotel immediately, but went to Kyoto's business circle. Kyoto's business circle is very developed, and Jiang Chuan and his friends naturally went shopping along the way. Lin Xiaoxiao bought very little, most of which were clothes bought for Jiang Chuan. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. When Jiang Chuan changed into those fashionable and exquisite big-name clothes, his handsome face seemed to be given new life, and instantly became more three-dimensional and profound. The salesperson looked at the brand new Jiang Chuan in front of her and opened her mouth in surprise. She had never seen such a handsome man, and she was a little dazed for a while. What's more amazing is that Jiang Chuan's temperament has also changed dramatically with the change of clothes. He exudes a kind of confidence and elegance, which makes people want to take a few more glances. This unique charm naturally attracted the attention of countless women along the way, and even some bold girls asked for Jiang Chuan's contact information, but he refused them all. The three returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Chuan also asked Lu Yang to find a connection with the military region. He wanted to take Lin Xiaoxiao to see Lin Yi tomorrow. Lu Yang was naturally very concerned about Jiang Chuan's instructions. He contacted the military leaders as soon as possible and got their consent. The next day, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Chuan and the other two woke up together, washed up simply and went directly to the party, intending to watch today's flag-raising ceremony. After waiting for several hours, the three finally saw the flag-raising ceremony. Several hours passed, and finally, the solemn and exciting moment came. The National Flag Guard walked towards the flagpole with neat and powerful steps. Accompanied by the passionate national anthem, the red flag slowly rose. The bright red flag looked particularly dazzling in the morning light, as if a bright pearl was inlaid in the sky. Every time it fluttered, it brought an indescribable power, making people feel the greatness and glory of the motherland. The three looked solemn, and their eyes followed the movement of the red flag without moving away. At this moment, their hearts were filled with love and respect for the country. This is not just a flag, but also a symbol of national spirit, representing the blood and sacrifice of countless revolutionary martyrs. The red flag continued to rise, and a sense of pride emerged in the hearts of the three people, because they were fortunate to live in this great country and witness the prosperity of the motherland. When the 5-star red flag rose to the top of the pole, the whole square burst into warm applause and cheers. People waved the small national flags in their hands to express their deep blessings to the motherland. At this moment, the sun also rose from the east, and the golden sunlight sprinkled on the red flag, shining brightly. "Lao Zhang, I'm too tired, I won't follow you to see the eldest brother, you can help me say hello to the eldest brother when the time comes." After the flag-raising ceremony, Su Jia's excitement was reduced a lot, and fatigue surged in his heart. He yawned and said to Jiang Chuan, "Okay." Jiang Chuan laughed when he heard this, called Lin Xiaoxiao, and the two went to the Kyoto military region together. "Leader, here are the results." Secretary Sun received a call from the hospital and rushed to the hospital to bring the results to Zhang Wenli. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Sunday. I will grant you a day off. Have a good rest today." Zhang Wenli looked at the sealed paternity test report and said to him, "Thank you, leader." Secretary Sun thanked him and turned away without disturbing Zhang Wenli. Zhang Wenli looked at the sealed report in his hand. His face was very calm without any ripples. He slowly opened the report. "What is this?" Zhang Wenli looked at the report above and confirmed their father-son relationship. The probability of parental rights was greater than 0.9999. "Is he really my son?" Zhang Wenli looked at the report in his hand, his expression was still calm, and he could not see any joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Zhang Wenli immediately called Secretary Sun. "Secretary Sun, no one else knows about this, right? Is it possible for the hospital to change the results?" Secretary Sun is Zhang Wenli's direct subordinate, and he immediately answered, "Don't worry, leader, no one knows this time. The hospital also asked our direct subordinates to make the report, and it is impossible to change the results." "I know, you have a good rest." Zhang Wenli said softly to Secretary Sun, looking at the parent-child report in his hand, and he didn't know what he was thinking. If the report is true and the result is true, it means that Jiang Chuan is really his son. His son who has been missing for 25 years has really been found. Zhang Wenli is neither sad nor happy. He is ready to meet Jiang Chuan in person, and it would be best if he can get Jiang Chuan in person. Jiang Chuan's hair or blood, personally stare at the paternity test to see the final result. The final result is that Jiang Chuan is his son, and he will definitely let him return to the Jiang family. If not, Jiang Wenli will not show mercy. In recent years, Jiang Wenli has met many people who claim to be his son. These people even tampered with the results of the paternity test. He was almost deceived several times. Fortunately, he was cautious enough and did not let the other party successfully enter the Jiang family. Now he is so cautious. Jiang Wenli sorted out his mood and went to work directly. Qin Lingwei had left home quickly and rushed to work at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao came to the Kyoto military region, and their eyes looked at a young man standing outside the military region at the same time. He was tall and straight, with clear muscle lines, and each muscle contained infinite power. His face was as firm as a knife, and his eyes were as sharp as a falcon, revealing firmness and courage. His hair was neatly cut short, and each strand stood up, looking particularly energetic. He was wearing a green camouflage uniform that fit his body, as if it was integrated with him. He stood there straight, like a pine tree. Looking from a distance, he gave people a sense of calmness and reliability. His body was as hard as steel, as if nothing could shake his will. Brother. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the young man standing outside the military area. Although he had become more mature and resolute, his appearance had not changed much. She recognized him at first sight and shouted excitedly. Lin Yi heard someone calling him, and his eyes followed the voice to look at Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao. He watched the two people's expressions change from being puzzled at the beginning to being excited and excited. Are you the second child? You are the younger sister. I haven't seen you for 5 years. You have changed a lot. Lin Yi also roughly recognized Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao and ran towards them excitedly. He looked at the two of them carefully and said excitedly. Chapter 86. Brother, you have changed the most. Except for your appearance, you have changed from a skinny monkey to a sturdy soldier. Jiang Chuan laughed when he heard Lin Yi's words, and carefully looked at the elder brother he had not seen for 5 years. Second brother, you are right. Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. Although the 3 siblings have not seen each other for 5 years, their feelings have not faded at all. Instead, they are like fine wine, which becomes more fragrant as it ages. Brother, why did you come out? We were going to see you in the military area and give you a surprise. Lin Xiaoxiao said with a chuckle as she looked at Lin Yi in front of her. Our leader knew that you were coming to see me, and also knew that I had not been home for 5 years. This time, he gave me 3 days off so that I could spend time with you. Lin Yi did not hide anything from Jiang Chuan and Lin Xiaoxiao, and said it directly. What? Big brother, you have 3 days off. That's great. This time, the 3 of us can have a good time. I just don't know where Dad is. It would be great if Dad was also in Kyoto, so our family can be reunited. Lin Xiaoxiao knew that Lin Yi had 3 days off, and she danced with joy. However, she missed her father and was disappointed when she thought of him not being around. By the way, why didn't Dad come with you this time? Lin Yi heard what Lin Xiaoxiao said, looked at the two of them, and asked in confusion. Second brother, the company he founded made money. So he gave Dad a sum of money, and Dad went out to travel around the world. Lin Xiaoxiao heard what Lin Yi said and told him directly where Dad went. Okay. Lin Yi didn't expect that his father was so old and still went out to travel around the world, so he naturally didn't say much. The 3 of them didn't talk much about their father. Anyway, their father would contact them frequently to tell them about their recent situation. Lin Xiaoxiao and Jiang Chuan knew that their father was doing well, so they naturally wouldn't worry about him. The 3 siblings also left the Kyoto military region and returned to the hotel. Big brother. At noon, Su Jia also got up and saw Lin Yi and shouted happily. Xiao Jie, long time no see. Lin Yi naturally knew Su Jie and smiled and greeted him. The four of them left the hotel together and went to a century-old restaurant in Kyoto to eat an authentic roast duck. Lin Yi also knew that Jiang Chuan founded the Tianxia group. When he learned about this, Lin Yi was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that his second brother started a business at the age of 15 and now became the boss behind the Tianxia group. After the four of them had lunch, they visited many attractions in Kyoto together. Although Lin Yi joined the army in Kyoto, he was not particularly familiar with Kyoto. After all, he spent most of his time in the military region or doing missions outside, and he was not particularly familiar with Kyoto. Aunt Qin, do you have something to talk to me about? Jiang Chuan and his friends had been shopping for an afternoon. Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao were tired, but Jiang Chuan and Lin Yi didn't feel anything. When the four of them returned to their hotel rooms, Jiang Chuan received a call from Qin Lingwei. Xiao Chuan, I want to treat you to a meal today and introduce you to someone. Qin Lingwei also told Jiang Chuan the purpose directly. Okay, Aunt Qin. Jiang Chuan heard that Qin Lingwei was going to introduce him to someone, and after thinking for a moment, he agreed. This time, Jiang Chuan did not take Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao with them, but came to the century-old store in the alley again alone. When Jiang Chuan came to the box, he saw Qin Lingwei and another middle-aged man sitting in the box. This middle-aged man was somewhat similar to him, and he even felt a sense of familiarity from this middle-aged man. He was very confused, but he had never seen this middle-aged man. Auntie Qin. Jiang Chuan came to the box and greeted Qin Lingwei with a smile. This is your Uncle Jiang. Qin Lingwei's smile became even brighter when she heard Jiang Chuan's words. She introduced Zhang Wenli next to her. Jiang Chuan didn't know Zhang Wenli. He was not familiar with the political world. After getting the system, although he had paid attention to people in this field, he was limited to Jiangbei City. Hello, Uncle Jiang. Jiang Chuan also smiled and greeted Zhang Wenli. Hello. Zhang Wenli looked at Jiang Chuan in front of him and felt familiar with him. This situation had never happened before when he met a fake. Qin Lingwei watched the two people get to know each other and told them each other's identities. What? Jiang Chuan and Zhang Wenli were both surprised to know each other's identities. Jiang Chuan didn't expect Zhang Wenli to be the top leader in Kyoto. Zhang Wenli didn't expect that such a young Jiang Chuan was actually the boss behind the Tianxia group. The three of them were talking and laughing while eating. During the meal, Qin Lingwei also talked about her lost son and how many people wanted to pretend to be their children and become their sons over the years. When Jiang Chuan heard Qin Lingwei's words, he instantly understood where the familiarity came from, and why Qin Lingwei looked at him strangely when she first saw him and why Qin Lingwei cared about him so much. I don't know what you want me to do. Jiang Chuan had given up hope for his biological parents for so many years, but today he heard Qin Lingwei's tearful narration that she had suffered from depression in order to find her son over the years, and she had not rested well in order to find her son, and she had not stopped looking for her son over the years. He looked at Qin Lingwei and asked, I need a strand of your hair. Before Qin Lingwei spoke, Zhang Wenli looked at Jiang Chuan and said what he wanted. Okay. Jiang Chuan knew the purpose of the other party getting his hair, so he agreed directly. At this moment, Jiang Chuan's mood was also very complicated. I'll leave first. After listening to Qin Lingwei's words about what she had done in order to find her son over the years, Jiang Chuan was overwhelmed with emotions. After leaving these words, he left his hair and turned away. Son! My son! Qin Lingwei watched Jiang Chuan leave, and shouted twice loudly to chase him, but was stopped by Zhang Wenli. Xiaoyi, don't get excited first. It will take at most 1 day. As long as the results come out, he is our son. I will definitely find a way to get him back to the Jiang family and reunite you and your son. Zhang Wenli said softly to Qin Lingwei, with a bit of apology in his words. Brother Li. Qin Lingwei heard Zhang Wenli's words and just called him, and the tears in her eyes could not stop flowing down. Zhang Wenli watched Qin Lingwei crying continuously, and could only comfort his wife softly. Jiang Chuan naturally heard Qin Lingwei's heartbroken cry. Hearing Qin Lingwei's sad voice, Jiang Chuan's heart seemed to be pinched. But he also understood that the relationship had not been confirmed, and whether Qin Lingwei was his mother was still unknown, so he naturally could not respond to the other party. Old Lu, no matter how much it costs, I need you to find out about this matter as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan left the restaurant, took a deep breath, suppressed his inner emotions, and said this solemnly. I understand, Mr. Jiang. Lu Yang heard Jiang Chuan's instructions and answered solemnly. Chapter 87. That night, Zhang Wenli did not sleep all night. He personally stared at the report in the hospital. Jiang Chuan also did not sleep all night. He was in a very complicated mood. The next day, Zhang Wenli got the appraisal report as soon as possible. He looked at the conclusion of the report and confirmed the parent-child relationship. He laughed happily and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. 25 years. His child was finally found. On the other side, Lu Yang spent a lot of manpower and financial resources to find out everything. He immediately handed over all the information he found to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan looked at the content of the information and knew the background of Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei, and also knew all the ins and outs of the disappearance. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei came from one of the 8 major families in Kyoto. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei were childhood sweethearts. The two got married directly after graduating from college, and Zhang Wenli entered the political world directly after getting married. You should know that the Zhang family has a lot of say in the business and military circles. Now that Zhang Wenli has entered the political world, he has affected the interests of many people, so he is naturally rejected by countless factions. It is impossible for Zhang Wenli to become a Beijing official directly in politics. Zhang Wenli is very determined to go into politics. Although the Qin family has great power in the political world, they cannot have a single say. Zhang Wenli eventually went to Jiangbei city and became a small leader. Qin Lingwei naturally followed Zhang Wenli to Jiangbei city. The couple arrived in Jiangbei city and became pregnant within a year. They gave birth to a baby boy the following year. Zhang Wenli's political enemies knew that Zhang Wenli had a baby boy. They were worried that this baby boy would enjoy the resources of the Zhang and Qin families alone, and the Zhang family's strength would be further improved, so they sent someone to take the baby boy away directly. The baby boy was taken away, and the Zhang and Qin families were furious. They used countless relationships, manpower, and material resources to find the person who took the baby boy away, but the other party was killed and silenced, and finally the clues were completely cut off. The Zhang family and the Qin family naturally did not give up the search for the baby boy. They searched the entire Jiangbei city over and over again, but they did not find the baby boy at all. The baby boy disappeared, and Qin Lingwei suffered from severe depression and almost lost her life. Fortunately, she survived with timely treatment. But Qin Lingwei also lost her fertility. For so many years, the Zhang family and the Qin family have never given up the search for the baby boy, which also gave the enemy an opportunity. These enemies found someone to pretend to be their child, trying to destroy their minds. Fortunately, Zhang Wenli resolved it every time, but Qin Lingwei also missed it, and was deceived every time. Several times, her mind almost collapsed and she was unable to recover. These guys deserve to die. Jiang Chuan read all the information and knew that Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei had not given up the search for the baby. They were even attacked by the enemy in the name of their children. He said this with a cold face. Zhang Wenli knew that Jiang Chuan was his child, and he immediately told Qin Lingwei the news. Qin Lingwei was so happy that she burst into tears. Fortunately, Zhang Wenli was right next to her, otherwise Qin Lingwei would be in danger of her life because of her mood swings. Qin Lingwei's emotions were calmed down, and she immediately contacted Jiang Chuan and said excitedly, "Child, can we talk in person?" "Okay." Jiang Chuan received Qin Lingwei's call, was silent for a while, and agreed. He understood that Zhang Wenli had completed the identification and their relationship was confirmed. Jiang Chuan successfully came to the unit room assigned by Zhang Wenli. He looked at the couple in front of him and understood that they had never stopped looking for him. He also knew that the two had been attacked a lot over the years, especially Qin Lingwei, who almost died of mental breakdown several times. Zhang Wenli was able to confirm that Jiang Chuan in front of him was his biological son. In order to be cautious, he confirmed Jiang Chuan's birthmark and the jade pendant he had carried with him since childhood. After confirming it, Zhang Wenli's eyes were misty, and the other party was his biological son. "My child." After Qin Lingwei got the confirmation, she rushed directly to Jiang Chuan and hugged him. She was worried that Jiang Chuan would disappear from her sight again. Jiang Chuan felt Qin Lingwei's concern and Qin Lingwei's cautiousness. He gently hugged Qin Lingwei and comforted her softly. After Qin Lingwei's mood was calmed down, Zhang Wenli saw that Qin Lingwei did not have any problems this time, and he was relieved immediately. Jiang Chuan did not reject this relationship. He already knew everything and knew the efforts of the two. "Dad, Mom." Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei, although he felt that the two were still a little strange, and shouted out after a long silence. "Okay. My son." Zhang Wenli just said excitedly. Qin Lingwei happily shed tears and hugged Jiang Chuan in her arms. Zhang Wenli found his son, so he naturally hoped that Jiang Chuan could return to the Jiang family and have the identity of a Jiang family member, but Jiang Chuan refused. "Dad, Mom, you have suffered all these years. For so many years, someone has used my identity to attack you. Now that I know about this, I naturally can't let them go. I will not be in the Jiang family for the time being. I believe that as long as I haven't returned to the Jiang family, those enemies will continue to use my identity to deceive you and make you reveal your flaws or cause your mental breakdown. This time, as long as they continue to do this, I will definitely be able to find them. Your suffering, your son will repay you." Jiang Chuan shook his head and refused to return to the Jiang family, and then expressed his thoughts. "But don't worry, Mom. I'll be fine. We're just hiding our relationship temporarily so that no one else knows. When you miss me, I can come to see you at any time, or you can come to see me." Qin Lingwei knew that Jiang Chuan must have suffered a lot and paid a lot of price to establish the Tianxia group. As long as he returned to the Jiang family, he would be able to get a lot of conveniences. He couldn't guarantee it abroad, and no one in China would dare to provoke him openly. "Okay, my son is now capable and has his own ideas. We should support him and be his strong backing. My son also said that as long as you want to see him, you can see your son at any time or your son can come to see you." Zhang Wenli understood what Jiang Chuan meant, and he agreed. Over the years, Zhang Wenli has also investigated many people, but there is no conclusive evidence. Even if he knows who the other party is, he can do nothing. My son is now capable, powerful, and influential. He wants to avenge his parents, so he naturally supports him. This is also a filial piety of his son. Okay. Qin Lingwei could only agree in the end. Although your mother and I agree with your idea, you must go back to the Jiang family to meet your grandparents and your two uncles, who have never seen you. This matter will not be exposed, we will recognize each other in secret. Zhang Wenli knew that Jiang Chuan was going to avenge him and his wife, and he expressed his support and also needed to recognize his family. Okay. Jiang Chuan naturally agreed to Zhang Wenli's request. Zhang Wenli told his family the good news that day, and the family met in secret, got to know each other, and the family also accepted and recognized Jiang Chuan. The atmosphere in the Jiang family is very good, very united, without any intrigue, and the family is happy. Jiang Chuan likes this atmosphere very much and quickly integrates into this beautiful big family. Chapter 88. Only the Jiang family knew that Jiang Chuan had returned. No outsiders knew about it, not even the Qin family. When Qin Lingwei and Jiang Chuan recognized each other, his mental state was getting better day by day, and his depression was gradually recovering. During the day, Jiang Chuan accompanied Lin Xiaoxiao, Lin Yi, and Su Jie to travel around Kyoto, eating, drinking, and having fun. At night, Jiang Chuan would stay with Qin Lingwei, and the family enjoyed the joy of family. 3 days. Lin Yi's vacation ended and he returned to the army. He told Jiang Chuan and others that he would go home for the new year this time. Old Jiang, you don't come back every night. What on earth do you go out for? If you do something to let Qing Chang down, I won't forgive you. That's right, second brother. If you do something to let Qing Chang down, I won't recognize you as my second brother. Jiang Chuan would separate from them every night and go out for the whole night. Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao began to doubt Jiang Chuan and surrounded him during the day, determined to find out what Jiang Chuan did. Don't you know what kind of person I am? As for what I did at night, I can't tell you for the time being, but don't worry, I will never do anything to let Qing Chang down. Jiang Chuan looked at the two fierce people, who were determined to break the casserole to get to the bottom of the matter. He didn't want to deceive them, so he could only smile bitterly and said to them. Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao heard Jiang Chuan's words, looked at Jiang Chuan's serious expression, and finally did not continue to ask. The National Day holiday is over. Qin Lingwei and Jiang Chuan stayed together for a while, and their mental state was getting better and better. Jiang Chuan planned to stay with Qin Lingwei for a while, and leave after Qin Lingwei's mental state completely improved. What? Old Jiang, you are not going back to Jiangbei with us, what are you doing here? Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao asked in confusion when they learned that Jiang Chuan still needed to stay in Kyoto for a while. I will tell you about this later, and you don't have to ask. If you continue to ask me, I can't tell you. Jiang Chuan could only say bitterly to Su Jie and Lin Xiaoxiao. The two looked at Jiang Chuan with a firm attitude, and could only tell each other that they must not make mistakes, otherwise they could not be brothers or sisters. Jiang Chuan smiled helplessly. He continued to stay in Kyoto for 10 days. In 10 days, the depression that had troubled Qin Lingwei for many years was completely recovered because she found Jiang Chuan. Mom, I need to leave Kyoto too. I'll come to Kyoto to see you when I have time. Okay, I'll come to see you when I have time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Qin Lingwei was very satisfied that Jiang Chuan could accompany her for more than 10 days. Jiang Chuan had his own circle, his own friends, and his own things. Naturally, she would not stop him, but just smiled and agreed. Then I'll go back to Jiangbei. Jiang Chuan smiled and said goodbye to Qin Lingwei. Qin Lingwei knew that their relationship could not be exposed for the time being, so she did not personally see Jiang Chuan off. Although it was a pity, her son was found and she would have a lot of contact in the future, so she was not too sad. Brother Jiang, a family member of the Steel Gun Army, had an accident. I really can't do anything. I wonder if you can help this family member. Jiang Chuan took a plane back to Jiangbei City. He turned on his mobile phone and saw a message sent by the Steel Gun King. Tell me. Jiang Chuan looked at the message from the Steel Gun King, frowned slightly, and asked directly. Brother Jiang, the family of this steel gun soldier is relatively old. He is an ordinary office worker. The reason why he followed me is very simple, that he can match with you and earn 500 yuan to subsidize his family expenses. 3 days ago, he was desperate and found me, hoping that I could help him. He has a beautiful daughter who just turned 16 this year and just started high school. But an unfortunate thing happened to him. His daughter was abused. He wanted to seek justice for his daughter, but he tried every method. Whether it was the internet or the official, they were all the other party easily suppressed it because those violent people were rich and powerful in the local area. He tried his best, but in the end, reality gave him a heavy blow and made him see no hope. He was desperate. The only rich person he knew was me. He contacted me and hoped that I could help him. I tried to help this fan with my own ability, but I didn't help him at all. I was even threatened and angered these violent people. They even sent people to smash this fan's home. This fan hid in the countryside because of fear. I even heard this fan tell me that his daughter, because he couldn't bear the blow, he cut his wrists and committed suicide. Fortunately, he was found and rescued by this fan in time. The King of Steel Guns immediately told the fan all the experiences. I understand. Give me the contact information of this fan and I will handle this matter. Jiang Chuan didn't expect that there are still such bad guys in today's society. He spoke calmly, but his heart was burning with anger. These abusers are too much. If that's the case, he will help to the end. He wants to see if the other party has a powerful background. Whether the other party can override the law. Okay, Brother Jiang. When King Gangqiang heard Jiang Chuan's words, he understood that Jiang Chuan was willing to help this fan, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. King Gangqiang believed that as long as Jiang Chuan was willing to help, this fan's problem would definitely be solved. King Gangqiang immediately handed the fan's contact information to Jiang Chuan. After Jiang Chuan got the fan's contact information, he called the other party without any hesitation. Jiang Chuan called several times in a row, but this fan did not answer Jiang Chuan's call, which made him frown. Xiao Gang, the other party did not answer my call. Can you ask if something went wrong? Jiang Chuan said to King Gangqiang, asking him to ask what the situation was. Okay, Brother Jiang, I will contact the other party immediately. King Gangqiang frowned and replied to Jiang Chuan immediately. Lao Yang, why didn't you answer Brother Jiang's call? I have told Brother Jiang about your situation, and Brother Jiang has promised to help you. Gangqiang Wang immediately called Lao Yang, and the other party answered the call. Gangqiang Wang also breathed a sigh of relief, and asked directly without giving the other party a chance to speak. Brother Jiang. Lao Yang frowned in confusion when he heard what Gangqiang Wang said. It's the 13th boss who helped you make money. Ah! Lao Yang was shocked when he heard what Gangqiang Wang said. Is the person who called me just now the 13th boss? I don't know. I don't dare to answer calls from strangers now. I will call the other party back right now. Lao Yang became excited instantly after knowing Jiang Chuan's identity, and his eyes that had lost color glowed again. Well, go ahead. Gun King could understand Lao Yang's excitement. After all, Brother Jiang was the other party's best hope. If Brother Jiang couldn't solve the problem, he could do nothing. After all, the most powerful person he knew was Brother Jiang. The two hung up the phone. Lao Yang looked at the missed calls in his phone and trembled as he dialed the number. He was excited and complicated. This was his last hope. Chapter 89. Are you the 13th brother? Lao Yang didn't know Jiang Chuan's real identity, he only knew Jiang Chuan's name on Douyin. He called and asked with a trembling voice. Well, I'm Pingdan 13. You are the fan that Gangqiang Wang said, right? Jiang Chuan heard what Lao Yang said and asked directly. Yes. Lao Yang knew that the other party was really the 13th brother, but he only responded with 2 words and didn't know how to start for a while. Where are you? I'll go to you right away. Can we talk in person? Jiang Chuan heard Lao Yang's silence, so he asked directly. Okay, 13th brother, thank you for your hard work. Lao Yang learned that Jiang Chuan was going to find him, and his excited voice was a little choked. He told Jiang Chuan a specific address. Okay, I'll get there as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan learned that the other party was in a small place in Sichuan province, and he said to Lao Yang. Thank you, 13th brother. Lao Yang had thousands of words in his heart, and finally turned into a thank you. The two ended the call, and he contacted Sujia to accompany him to Sichuan province. Sujia didn't know what Jiang Chuan was going to do in Sichuan province, but he would not refuse Jiang Chuan's request, and drove a sports car to the airport as soon as possible. Let's go directly. Jiang Chuan saw Sujia coming to the airport to pick him up, and he said decisively, "Leave now." Sujia didn't expect Jiang Chuan to be so urgent, so he asked Jiang Chuan what happened. Jiang Chuan did not hide anything and directly told what happened to the Gun King fans. These damn guys are simply lawless. Can they still be above the law? After Sujia learned about the experience of Lao Yang's daughter and family, his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. He clenched his fists, and roared at Jiang Chuan with a sullen face, "Old Jiang, this time we go to Sichuan province, even if we break the sky, we must make these perpetrators subject to legal sanctions. Of course, you have to pay the price for doing something wrong." Jiang Chuan listened to Sujia's words, felt his inner anger, and nodded firmly in response. At this moment, the two were speechless. Sujia called Mr. Su directly, and he needed to use the other party's helicopter to go to Qingyun County. Mr. Su has always been very fond of his son, and he agreed directly, and even gave Sujia a phone number, so that he could contact the other party when he arrived in Qingyun County. The other party was a franchisee of their Su's hot pot restaurant. Sujia and Jiang Chuan came to a huge hot pot city, which is the largest hot pot city in the world. The entire hot pot city can accommodate tens of thousands of people to enjoy food at the same time, and this hot pot city is the industry of Sujia's father. Sujia's father is known as the king of Chinese hot pot, and his family's hot pot restaurant is open all over the world. Sujia and Jiang Chuan came to a parking lot in the backyard of Su's hot pot city. The helicopter was parked there at the moment, and the driver had also been waiting for a long time. "Mr. Su, I understand what you mean. You should send us to Qingyun County in Sichuan province immediately. We are in a hurry." Sujia interrupted the driver and told him to send them to their destination as soon as possible. "Okay, Mr. Su, sit down." The driver responded respectfully, and Jiang Chuan and Sujia took off directly in the helicopter and rushed towards Qingyun County. The speed of the helicopter was much faster than their driving. After more than 2 hours, the helicopter successfully arrived over Qingyun County. Qingyun County is just a small county town, and there is no dedicated helicopter parking lot. The driver searched around and finally found an empty suburb with no one, and forced the helicopter to land here. "Oh my God, did you take us to a no-man's land?" Jiang Chuan and Sujia walked down from the helicopter. Seeing that there was no one around, not even a building, and only a piece of weeds, Sujia couldn't help muttering, "Mr. Su, I don't have any solution." "Okay, Master Wu, wait for us here, we will find a way to leave here." Jiang Chuan understood the driver's helplessness. This county town is indeed too small. It is impossible for a helicopter to make an emergency landing in the county town. It can only make an emergency landing in this uninhabited suburb. "Let's go." Sujia just complained and didn't say anything more. Jiang Chuan also took out his mobile phone as soon as possible, and kept raising the price. Finally, an online car-hailing car was willing to come here to pick them up. "Little brother, you guys are too far away. If you hadn't kept raising the price, I wouldn't want to come here." After the online car-hailing car came here and picked up Jiang Chuan and Sujia, it spoke directly. "It's really far away. Master, take us to Panlong Town. Heckin, how about I raise the price for you?" Jiang Chuan just smiled when he heard the online taxi driver's words, and then said to him, "How much?" The online taxi driver's eyes lit up when he heard that Jiang Chuan was going to raise the price again. You know, this time the online taxi driver came here, Jiang Chuan raised the price by 200 yuan, otherwise he would not be willing to come to such a remote place. 1,000 yuan. Okay, little brother, you are ready. The online car-hailing driver heard Jiang Chuan's words and said something excitedly. He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated directly out of the suburbs and rushed towards Dehi village. Dehi village is very remote and is still dozens of kilometers away from the county town. After all, the road conditions here are very poor and bumpy all the way. The online car-hailing driver is also constantly complaining. If it weren't for Jiang Chuan giving too much money, he would have planned to let the two get off. 2 hours later, the online car-hailing driver arrived at the Dehi village health center smoothly. Jiang Chuan also increased the price of the online car-hailing driver by 500 yuan again. Looking at the 1,500 yuan in hand, the depressed expression of the online car-hailing driver instantly became happy. Little brother, if you take the car next time, contact me at any time. When the online car-hailing driver left, he left his contact information and said to the two with a happy smile. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Chuan and Sujia looked at the dilapidated clinic in front of them and sighed. The two entered the clinic together. Jiang Chuan knew that Lao Yang's daughter had cut her wrists. He was afraid that the group of guys would continue to cause trouble for them, so he didn't dare to go to the county hospital and could only hide in the clinic in the countryside for treatment. The clinic in the village is very small. There is only one old doctor and no one else in the entire clinic. There is only one doctor's office, a pharmacy, and a lounge in the clinic. Do you want to see a doctor? Jiang Chuan and Sujia entered the clinic and met the only old doctor in the clinic. The old doctor looked at Jiang Chuan and asked in the local language. Jiangbei city is very close to Sichuan province. Both of them can speak the local dialect and can naturally understand each other. Doctor, we are here to see friends. They should live here. Jiang Chuan said to the old doctor in front of him with a smile, without hiding the purpose of his visit. The clinic was very small, and old Yang in the room naturally heard the conversation. He opened the lounge and saw Jiang Chuan and Su Jie, who had good temperaments. He was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he thought of something, and looked at Jiang Chuan and Su Jie with excitement, and asked with a choked voice, "Excuse me, are you the 13th boss?" Chapter 90. Jiang Chuan heard the man's words and looked at him. The man was a thin man with a vicissitude and fatigue on his face. He was in a very bad state and looked like an old man in his 60s. His back was hunched and his eyes were distracted. When he looked at them, he regained his light. "Hello, Lao Yang, I am Pingdan 13. Jiang Chuan looked at the cautious old man, walked up with a smile on his face, and directly held the other's trembling hands. Lao Yang looked at his hands held by Jiang Chuan and wanted to pull them back, but Jiang Chuan held them tightly and said, "Lao Yang, don't worry, since I'm here this time, I will definitely help you get through the difficulties and let the bad guys get the punishment they deserve." "Thank you, 13th brother." Lao Yang looked at the power coming from Jiang Chuan's hand and he didn't pull it back hard. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, the pillar of the family sobbed softly. When a person is most desperate, he has hope, and this is the most vulnerable time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving sincere thanks once. Jiang Chuan did not interrupt Lao Yang's venting, and Sujia also stood aside and watched. "Big brother 13, this little brother made you laugh." Lao Yang's sad mood did not last for a few minutes. He wiped the tears from the corners of his mouth and looked at the two people embarrassedly. "Old Yang, don't call me Big Brother 13 anymore. My name is Jiang Chuan, and his name is Su Jie. You can call us Xiao Zhang and Xiao Su." Jiang Chuan looked at Lao Yang's emotions and calmed down, and smiled at him. "How can that be? I have watched some TV dramas, and the names of you are all master. I will call you Zhang Xiao and Su Xiao." Lao Yang did not dare to call them Xiao Zhang and Su Jie. After a brief thought, he said cautiously to the two. "It depends on what you like. Jiang Chuan said with a wry smile, and did not say much about the name. Old Yang also invited Jiang Chuan and Sujia to enter the ward. The ward was very small, with only one bed and 2 wooden stools next to the bed. There was nothing else in the room. Old Yang, who are they? When the 3 entered the room, the middle-aged woman in the room saw that Jiang Chuan and Sujia were well-dressed and obviously not ordinary people, so she asked cautiously. "Tank, they are here to help us." Old Yang heard what his wife said and immediately explained to her. Old Yang's wife heard what he said and also greeted Jiang Chuan and the others enthusiastically. Although she had no hope, someone was willing to help them, so she would naturally not drive them away. After Jiang Chuan and the others greeted Old Yang's wife, they looked at the girl lying on the bed. The girl had a pure and lovely face, as tender as a flower blooming in spring. However, at this moment, her face was as pale as white paper, without the slightest blood color, as if all her vitality had been taken away, which made people feel pity. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. She seemed to be in unspeakable pain, which made people feel distressed. "Old Yang, tell us the details." Jiang Chuan and Sujia looked at the girl on the bed who was in pain even with her eyes closed, sighed, said to Old Yang, and the 3 men walked out of the ward. "Okay." Old Yang heard Jiang Chuan's words, and a painful expression appeared on his face. He finally spoke slowly. "This happened a month ago. Ronger got into the number 1 middle school in the city with her excellent grades. Ronger's mother and I are very happy and naturally support our daughter to go to a better school. Ronger goes home every week. When she went home for the first time, her mother found her abnormality. Her mother asked her what happened, but Ronger didn't answer her mother. When Ronger went home the second week, she took the initiative to tell us that a male classmate planned to pursue her and let her become his girlfriend. When we heard the news, we didn't care and thought it was just a joke. After all, Ronger and her friends are too young and don't understand love at all, so we didn't take it to heart. When Ronger went home in the 3rd week, we found that Ronger had some injuries from being beaten. We asked Ronger, but Ronger just told us that she was just accidentally injured. The 2 of them had to be busy with the stewed food business, getting up early and going to bed late every day, and they were very busy and tired, so they didn't care. In the 4th week, during the National Day holiday arrived. This time, Ranjir came home with more injuries, and even her face was swollen. After repeated questioning, we finally found out. Ranjir did not agree to be the other party's girlfriend. The other party actually asked a group of students to beat my daughter every day, wanting my daughter to be the other party's girlfriend. But my daughter has a very tough personality like me, so she naturally would not agree. So Ranjir was beaten by the other party for half a month. This time when Ranjir went home, she was not only beaten all over by the other party, but they also sexually assaulted my daughter. I learned the news and naturally couldn't sit still. I called the police and wanted to ask for official help, but the official told us that we didn't have any evidence to prove that all this was done by the other party and couldn't file a case for investigation. Of course, I couldn't give up, so I went to the city and the province to seek justice for my daughter and let these bad guys be punished by law. But no department was willing to take care of our affairs. They shirked the responsibility. I understand that there is no way to seek help from the authorities in this matter. I followed Ronger's method and wanted to ferment it through the internet to seek justice for my daughter. But as soon as our video was posted on the internet, the authorities immediately blocked the content and banned our account. When I was desperate, I found the King of Guns, hoping that he could help us. The King of Guns found the media for us, and asked his fans to help us spread the matter, hoping to attract the attention of the top leaders. But the other party has great power, and the media dare not expose this matter. The videos spread by fans in the group were also blocked immediately, and even the King of Guns was threatened. The King of Guns was angry about this incident. The other party actually sent more than a dozen social personnel to smash our home and store. Even Tank and I were beaten up and threatened. After this incident, Tank and I realized that it was impossible to seek justice. But the King of Guns told me not to give up. He would contact you on his own initiative. As long as you are willing to help us, we still have hope, so I brought my family to this remote village, waiting for hope to come. Old Yang told the whole story without any exaggeration. A bunch of damn guys, they are trying to force people to death. Don't worry, Old Yang. Now that we know about this matter, we will definitely help you solve it all. Before Jiang Chuan spoke, Sujia just said angrily. That's right, Old Yang, since we are here, you don't have to worry about anything. I want to see if these people can be above the law. Jiang Chuan also said solemnly to Old Yang, telling him clearly that since he knew about this matter, he would solve it thoroughly. When Old Yang heard what Jiang Chuan and Sujia said, he looked at the two with red eyes and choked silently. Chapter 91. Old Yang, Wronger is in trouble. When Jiang Chuan and the other two were outside, Old Yang's wife came out of the ward with a nervous look on her face and shouted loudly. What? Old Yang was also panicked when he heard that his daughter was in trouble. He entered the ward and saw Yang Rong's face showing a painful expression. Cold sweat kept falling from her forehead, and her face became distorted because of pain. Doctor, what's going on? Jiang Chuan and Sujia found the hospital as soon as they heard that Yang Rong was in trouble, and the three of them came to the ward together. Doctor, come and see what happened to my daughter. Old Yang's wife saw the arrival of the old hospital and instantly grabbed the life-saving straw. Let me take a look. The old doctor came to Yang Rong without saying anything. He opened the wound on Yang Rong's body and found that Yang Rong's wound had begun to rot and began to fill with pus. Your daughter's wound is infected. The conditions of our clinic are limited. You must send her to a big city as soon as possible, preferably a city hospital for treatment, otherwise her life may be in danger. The old doctor looked at Yang Rong's wounds, which had worsened. The conditions of the clinic were limited, so he said to Old Yang and his wife. City hospital. When Old Yang's wife heard this, she thought of something terrible, her face turned pale as paper, and her eyes showed fear. Old Yang didn't say anything, and his face was equally ugly. Old Yang will directly send your daughter to the city hospital or the provincial hospital. Don't worry, we are here, don't worry about anything. Jiang Chuan saw through their thoughts and said to them with a chuckle. Okay. Old Yang was also panicked, forgetting Jiang Chuan and Sujia who were right next to him. Hearing Jiang Chuan's words, he excitedly agreed instantly. Contact the online taxi driver who just left. Jiang Chuan said softly to Sujia. Yes, take us to the place where you picked us up, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Sujia didn't want to say any more nonsense to the online taxi driver, so he just gave a price. Okay, boss. I'll be there right away. The online taxi driver hadn't arrived at the county yet, but he received Sujia's call and happily agreed. The online taxi driver drove for an hour and arrived at the clinic. Lao Yang held Yang Rong in his arms and got on the online taxi. After the others got on the car, Jiang Chuan said directly to the online taxi driver, get to us as quickly as possible. Okay, boss, you're done. The online taxi driver also saw that the girl Lao Yang was holding behind him seemed to be sick, and he said loudly to Jiang Chuan. At this moment, the online taxi driver was like a body possessed by the car body. The steering wheel in his hand kept waving, and the speed of the car increased instead of decreasing. Various tricks almost made Lao Yang and his wife behind him vomit. Jiang Chuan and Sujia were fine, they just felt a little bumpy. 2.5 hours later, the online car-hailing driver successfully sent them to the suburbs where the helicopter was parked. Master Wu, take us to the city hospital immediately. Sujia paid the money immediately and directly ordered Master Wu to drive the helicopter to take them to the city hospital. Okay, young master. Master Wu looked at the 3 extra people, he didn't say much, after everyone boarded the helicopter, they rushed directly to the city hospital. "Old Yang, are they the big shots you met while playing games?" Old Yang's wife initially thought that Jiang Chuan and his friends were well dressed and might have a good family background, but when she saw that the two of them were actually taking a helicopter, she also knew that the identities of the two were definitely not simple. "Well, young Master Jiang and young Master Su know about my situation, and they came here to help us solve the problem. Don't offend them." "Don't worry, I dare not offend such a big master." Old Yang's wife knew that the two people's means of transportation was a helicopter, and at this moment she regained hope in her heart. Master Wu drove the helicopter and arrived at Zhonghui City smoothly in an hour. Jiang Chuan had contacted Yang Yang in advance, and Yang Yang arranged everything. The helicopter landed directly at the city hospital. When the 5 people got off the helicopter, the doctor had been waiting for a long time. The doctor looked at Yang Rong in Lao Yang's arms, quickly put Yang Rong on the stretcher, and everyone took the elevator to the hospital for treatment. After 2 hours of treatment, Yang Rong's injuries were treated in time, and Yang Rong was out of danger. She just needed to rest and rest. Lao Yang and Lao Yang's wife knew that Yang Rong was out of danger, and they burst into tears of joy and kept thanking Jiang Chuan and Su Jie. "Lao Yang, you stay with your daughter well, I will take care of other things." Jiang Chuan patted Lao Yang's shoulder, and the two turned around and left here. Old Yang watched Jiang Chuan and Su Jie leave, and his gratitude became stronger. He also understood what Jiang Chuan and his friends were going to do next, which was to seek justice for his daughter. After Jiang Chuan and Su Jie left, he asked King of Gun to transfer 100,000 yuan to Old Yang, and contacted Lu Yang at the same time. Lu Yang found out everything Jiang Chuan wanted to know through his connections. Campus bully. Students were forced to transfer. There are also students who were bullied to the point of mental abnormality. Jiang Chuan looked at the information Lu Yang had found out, and his eyes became colder as he looked at the content above. He didn't expect that these students were not human beings at all, but real demons. They bullied more than 30 students, who either committed suicide, became mentally ill and entered a mental hospital, or were forced to leave Zhonghui City and disappeared. These guys are not worthy of being human beings. Su Jie also saw what these bullies had done, and said this coldly. Zhang Qian, the only heir of the Zheng group. Wang Shui, the only daughter of the third in command of the city's public security. Zhao Sanbao, the prince of the entertainment industry in Zhonghui City. Jiang Chuan continued to look at the information above. The information was very complete. There were the crimes they committed, as well as their respective backgrounds. Everyone had good energy, and even their families were spread across all walks of life, doing business, politics. Old Jiang, these people have formed a huge circle. If you move one of them, you must move everyone, and with such a large circle, there may be other people behind them. After reading the information of these people, Su Jie was silent for a while. Although he was not in politics or business, he could guess a lot of things from these information, and said it in a serious tone. "I guessed it. But each of these people should be punished by law, whether it is them or the people behind them. So this time, even if it breaks the sky, I will make them all fall and take responsibility for what they have done." Jiang Chuan said this with cold eyes and a firm attitude. Chapter 92. Old Jiang, I agree with your approach. But have you ever thought about it? We are just businessmen. We can't control political affairs, and the other party won't care about our opinions. Su Jie affirmed Jiang Chuan's idea, but also poured cold water on it. I understand. Jiang Chuan understood Su Jie's words. Don't worry, I have a way to solve this matter. Jiang Chuan smiled at Su Jie and told him to rest assured as soon as possible, and he could solve the political problems. It's good that you know what's going on. If you need my help, please bring it up as soon as possible. Su Jie knew that Jiang Chuan never fought a battle without confidence. There is indeed one thing you need to do, find more evidence of these people. As long as the evidence is complete, no one can escape. Jiang Chuan said this coldly with cold eyes. Okay. Sujia agreed without hesitation. He immediately used all his connections, hoping to dig up more evidence and leave them with no way out. Mom, I have something I want you to tell Dad. I hope he will stand behind me. Jiang Chuan thought for a while and finally called Qin Lingwei. It doesn't matter if this matter is known to others. Others will only think that Jiang Chuan donated a nanolithography machine for free to find Qin Lingwei, and then found Zhang Wenli for help, that's all. Okay. Qin Lingwei received Jiang Chuan's call and agreed without any questions. Jiang Chuan immediately forwarded all the information Lu Yang had found to Qin Lingwei. Qin Lingwei just glanced at the information, and the anger in her eyes could not be suppressed at all. She didn't expect that there were still evil in China today. Brother Li, this is the information my son asked me to pass on to you. I took a look at it and it can be said to be shocking. Qin Lingwei just took a look and immediately passed the information to Zhang Wenli. Yet, Zhang Wenli only answered with one word and received the information passed by Qin Lingwei. Lawless. Are they planning to be above the law? Who dares to give them such power to do these things? Zhang Wenli slammed the table angrily, his face flushed with anger. After reading the information passed to him, Zhang Wenli's anger erupted like a volcano. These materials revealed that a group of bullies regarded human lives as worthless. They relied on their power and background to oppress the people at will, and even dared to openly challenge the majesty of the law. These materials also revealed the ugly behavior of the people behind them who oppressed people with power and money. Those powerful people did not hesitate to use various means to suppress innocent people. Faced with this injustice, the powerless people could only swallow their anger and silently endure the pain and grievances. Strike hard. Must strike hard. Zhang Wenli could not suppress his anger at this moment. He did not expect that someone would do such a thing. This is irresponsible to the people. This is irresponsible to the country. Secretary Sun, make an appointment with the elder immediately to see if he has time. I have something urgent to report. Zhang Wenli suppressed his anger and contacted Secretary Sun to ask him to arrange this matter as soon as possible. Okay, leader. Secretary Sun felt the difference in Zhang Wenli's tone and responded immediately, contacting the secretary next to the elder. Okay, thank you Secretary Xin. Secretary Sun thanked the secretary next to the elder and quickly came to Zhang Wenli's office. Leader, the elder has an hour in the afternoon, you can go there at that time. Okay, let Lao Tan preside over the meeting this afternoon. Zhang Wenli nodded and said to Secretary Sunday. Okay, leader. Secretary Sun heard Zhang Wenli's words and arranged Zhang Wenli's afternoon arrangements immediately. In the afternoon, Secretary Sun contacted the driver and accompanied Zhang Wenli to the elder's office immediately. Secretary Sun naturally couldn't enter the office together, and then waited for Zhang Wenli to come out in the office next door. Wenli, I heard from Secretary Xin that you have something very important to tell me. The elder is an old man, who looks old, but is in high spirits. Yes, elder, this is some information I got, I would like to ask you to take a look. Zhang Wenli handed the sorted information to the elder. The elder took the information from Zhang Wenli and read it. The smile on the elder's face gradually disappeared as he looked at the information in his hand, and was replaced by calmness. Zhang Wenli looked at the elder's calm face and understood that this was before the storm. The tranquility of the evening. Zhang Wenli is quite familiar with the elder. The elder's anger is reflected on his face, which means that there is still room for maneuver in this matter. On the contrary, this calm expression, he knows that the elder is really angry. Secretary Zhang, is the source of the information reliable? The elder looked at Zhang Wenli and changed his address, stared at him, and asked seriously. Reliable. Zhang Wenli understood what the elder meant and nodded affirmatively. Form a secret investigation team, you are the leader of the secret investigation team. All members of the investigation team are appointed by you to enter Sichuan province, and all the people involved will be handled according to law." The elder pondered for a moment and made the final decision. "Okay." Zhang Wenli understood what the elder meant, that is, to catch them all in one fell swoop, leaving no one behind. "You go and arrange it." The elder ordered Zhang Wenli. "Yes." Zhang Wenli left the office of the elder and called Secretary Sun to return to his office immediately. At the same time, he immediately contacted his confidants, formed a secret investigation team and rushed to Sichuan province as soon as possible. It seems that life has become better, and some people have forgotten their original intentions and missions. This time I hope to make a warning and let them know that this is a country of the people, and no one can be above the law. The elder came to the window and muttered to himself while looking at the prosperous city. On the other side, Su Jie began to inquire about the news in Zhonghui city and was immediately noticed. "Someone is inquiring about us? Do you know who it is?" "Don't know?" "You spread the news. Whoever reveals who is inquiring about the news behind the scenes can get the protection of my Zhao family and get a reward of 100,000 yuan. In a bar office, a gloomy and fierce-looking young man learned that someone was secretly inquiring about them. His eyes instantly became fierce and he spoke coldly. "Young Master Zhao, I understand. We will spread the news as soon as possible." After young Master Zhao's news was released, the ground in Zhonghui city shook. At this moment, countless people began to inquire about the people behind the scenes, with the purpose of getting the protection of the Zhao family. As long as they can get the protection of the Zhao family in Zhonghui city, except for those who cannot be provoked, they can walk sideways. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, there are 2 more updates, on the way. Chapter 93. After the news about young Master Zhao was released, many people in Zhonghui city started to move and began to inquire about who was inquiring about the Zhao family and others. In just half an hour, the person who was inquiring about the news was found directly. "Tell me, who is inquiring about us behind your back?" Someone brought the person who was inquiring about the news directly to young Master Zhao, who looked at him calmly and chuckled. "No one is behind me, I just want to inquire about something, that's all." The young person who was inquiring about the news recognized the young master of the Zhao family, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Obviously, he recognized the young master of the Zhao family. He had seen it with his own eyes. The young master of the Zhao family was very arrogant and domineering. He took a young woman away directly on the street. The people around him didn't dare to speak, and even someone called the police later, but it was left unresolved. Hard-hearted. Loosen the bones of this brother. Young Master Zhao noticed the look in the young man's eyes, and immediately chuckled and said to the 2 strong men around him. "Okay, young Master Zhao." The 2 strong men heard young Master Zhao's order and looked at the young man indifferently. "What do you want to do? It's illegal. Believe it or not, I'll go out and call the police." "Ha ha ha." After the young man finished speaking, young Master Zhao didn't reply. The 2 strong men laughed unscrupulously, ignoring the fear in each other's eyes, and dragged the young man into an empty box. Inhumane wails rang out in the box. After more than 10 minutes, the young man couldn't stand it anymore and said Su Jie's address and name, and even provided Su Jie's photo. "Young Master Zhao, that guy is a coward. We haven't had enough fun yet, and he has confessed everything." The 2 strong men returned to young Master Zhao with a look of disappointment, and handed all the information and photos they had inquired to young Master Zhao. "Jiang Bei-su family. The son of the hot pot king. Why is the other party trying to find out about us? Is it to make an enemy of us? We should have no intersection with the other party. Go and invite Mr. Su over, but don't use force." When Mr. Zhao learned that the people who were trying to find out about the Zhao, Zheng, and Wang families came from the Jiang Bei-su family, he couldn't help but frowned, and finally prepared to let his men invite Su Jie to come and talk face to face. Jiangbei City is a municipality directly under the central government, and its status is equivalent to that of a provincial capital. The status of the Jiangbei Su family in Jiangbei City is very high, and their Zhao family is unwilling to offend the people of the Jiangbei Su family. Mr. Zhao, what should we do if Mr. Su doesn't cooperate? The two strong men understood what Mr. Zhao meant, looked at him in embarrassment and asked. As long as we don't hurt the other party. Mr. Zhao understood what his men meant, thought for a moment and said to them. Okay. The two strong men understood what Mr. Zhao meant, and they called a dozen of their companions and left the bar together and rushed to Su's hot pot restaurant. Hello, welcome, sir, how many of you are here to eat hot pot? When the two strong men brought a dozen of their companions to Su's hot pot restaurant, the waiter was still very scared when she saw the fierce and ferocious dozen of them, but she still stepped forward and asked a question out of her professional ethics. Where is your young Mr. Su? Our Mr. Zhao asked him to come over and have a chat. The two strong men just glanced at the waiter and asked him directly. Mr. Zhao. The female waitress heard the strong man's words and looked at him in confusion. She didn't know who Mr. Zhao was. Don't say anything more to her, just go in and find her. Another strong man said directly, and ordered his companions to enter the hot pot restaurant to look for Su Jia's traces. The female waitress looked at the strong men who broke in. She wanted to stop them but had no way to do so. She could only tell the manager about this matter as soon as possible. What? The manager was a middle-aged man. When he learned that young Master Zhao had sent someone to invite Su Jia to come over for a chat, he immediately realized that the person he sent out had leaked Su Jia's information. What happened to Lao Qin? Su Jia, who was sitting in the manager's office, also noticed that Lao Wang was strange and couldn't help asking. Young Master Su, the person I sent told young Master Zhao about your news, and young Master Zhao has sent someone to find you. Old Wang knew that this matter could not be concealed, so he told Su Jia directly. I know, where are they? Su Jia heard that young Master Zhao had sent someone to find him, and asked Lao Wang directly. They are already in our hot pot restaurant. Okay, I'll go out and take a look. Su Jia said, and Lao Wang followed him came outside. Mr. Su, come with us. Young Master Zhao wants to see you. The strong man also found Su Jia, came in front of him and said with a chuckle. They got Su Jia's photo, so they naturally knew who the other party was. Okay. Su Jia glanced at the dozen strong men. Even if he didn't want to go, he had no choice but to agree and left with them. Please. The strong man just smiled and took Su Jia away from here and rushed to their base camp, Monkey Bar. Excuse me, is this young Master Jiang? When Su Jia was taken away, Lao Wang contacted Jiang Chuan as soon as possible. This was also Su Jia's initial arrangement. He contacted this place when he was taken away. Who are you? Jiang Chuan looked at the strange number and felt strange when he heard the other party's voice, so he asked. I'm the manager of Su's hot pot restaurant. Mr. Su was taken away. He asked someone to call you for help. Okay, I know. Where are you? I'll go find you. Jiang Chuan's face suddenly changed when he learned that Su Jia was taken away. He asked Lao Wang where he was and he would go find him immediately. When Jiang Chuan found Lao Wang, he also knew the whole story. He didn't expect Su Jia to send someone out to inquire about the news directly. He couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Zhonghui City is the other party's territory. As long as someone inquires about the news, they will be discovered by the other party at the first time. Mr. Jiang, you must save Mr. Su. Mr. Zhao is very cruel. If it's too late, Su may be in real danger. Don't worry, I'll go save Lao Su now. Jiang Chuan heard Lao Wang's words and asked him to relax. He would rush to save Su Jia as soon as possible. When Jiang Chuan knew where the monkey bar was, he came here alone. He didn't know why young Master Zhao asked Sujia to come over to prevent Sujia from getting into trouble. Now he could only come over to take a look in person. Zhang Wenli also set up a secret investigation team as soon as possible, and the members of the investigation team also rushed to Zhonghui City, Sichuan Province as soon as possible. Chapter 94. Jiang Chuan did not enter the monkey bar from the main door. He found a back door and quietly came to the monkey bar. It was still daytime and the monkey bar was not open. There was no one else in the bar, and Jiang Chuan was not discovered when he entered. He carefully looked for Sujia's trace and soon found an office. There was no one around the office, and Jiang Chuan could hear the voice coming from the office. Mr. Su, do you know where we have offended you? Have you sent someone to inquire about the news of our Zhao, Zheng, Wang, and other people? Mr. Zhao looked at Sujia being invited over, and he did not embarrass himself at the first time, but asked directly. You didn't offend me, but only my friend. My friend asked me for help, so I naturally need to come and see who offended my friend. Sujia smiled with ease when he heard what Mr. Zhao said. Oh, Mr. Su, don't you know who offended your friend? Mr. Zhao kept staring at Sujia, and could see that Sujia was not lying, but continued to ask with a smile. I don't know either. I just know that they have a strong background in Zhonghui City, so I asked one by one. Facing the direct gaze of young Master Zhao, Sujia was a little nervous, but he did not show it. Instead, he said it easily. Young Master Zhao heard Sujia's words and saw that Sujia did not seem to be faking it. He did not know whether it was true or not for a while. Sujia's identity was not simple. If he really took action against Sujia, the Su family would be furious, and the Zhao family would be in trouble at that time. Su, our Zhao family and other families do not want to offend you. I can give you the basic information of our families. You can see who offended your friends. I can help you punish them and even let them apologize to your friends. How about this matter end here? Young Master Zhao did not want to offend Sujia, but directly stated his proposal. Okay. Sujia heard what young Master Zhao said and happily agreed. Young Master Zhao also ordered his staff to bring basic information about each family for Sujia to identify. In the end, Sujia directly told young Master Zhao that the person he was looking for was not here. Young Master Su, since the person is not here, it means that the person you are looking for is not a member of our family, so the next thing you ask about is over. The next time Su needs to ask about our family, it will be wrong. Okay. Sujia could hear young Master Zhao's hidden threat, and he agreed with a smile. Send young Master Su away. Young Master Zhao ordered the strong man beside him to send Sujia away. Send someone to keep an eye on him. I feel that he is not telling the truth. Young Master Zhao continued to order another strong man beside him. Young Master Zhao, do you want me to send someone to make him confess? Are you stupid? As long as someone in Zhonghui City takes action against him, the other party will know that it was our Zhao family who did it. And young Master Su's identity is not simple. I don't want to offend him completely. As long as he doesn't continue to inquire about our news, we don't care what he does. Young Master Zhao glared at the strong man and said. Oh. The strong man's idea was very simple. If he could use his fists, he would not use his brain. He answered softly and directly arranged people to keep an eye on Sujia. Jiang Chuan also knew that Sujia was fine, so he decisively left the bar. After Sujia left the bar, Jiang Chuan contacted the other party as soon as possible, and the two met soon. Old Jiang scared me this time. Fortunately, the other party was still afraid of the Su family behind me, otherwise it would be really dangerous. I know. Jiang Chuan laughed. Sujia also knew that Jiang Chuan was outside the door. If he was in danger, Jiang Chuan would naturally rescue him. Jiang Chuan directly told Sujia not to continue to send people to inquire about the news, but to spend money to buy the news of these people through the internet. He believed that as long as the price was right, he could buy the news without exposing himself. Okay. Sujia knew that the internet was safer, and he bought all the news he wanted through some means. Jiang Chuan also left the hotel. Through the intelligence that Lu Yong had inquired about, he found the people who were persecuted by these families. These people knew the purpose of Jiang Chuan's arrival and all refused. They were worried that the Zhao family and others would retaliate against them. After all, their families died in the hands of the other party. Jiang Chuan understood their concerns and he directly promised the other party. As long as they were willing to come forward to testify, he would give each person 1 million yuan, and at the same time, even before testifying, he would let their families travel abroad temporarily, and he would pay for all the expenses. The reward provided by Jiang Chuan was too generous, and they also wanted to seek justice for their dead family members. In the end, all the persecuted families agreed. Jiang Chuan also arranged everything as soon as possible. He only needed to wait for the members of the secret investigation team to come to Zhonghua City, hand them over to the members of the secret investigation team, and send their other families abroad for travel. When Jiang Chuan finished all this, it was already late at night. The members of the secret investigation team also arrived in Sichuan province smoothly. Jiang Chuan did not contact the other party, but waited for the next day to personally take this group of witnesses to find the members of the secret investigation team. The next day, Jiang Chuan contacted Zhang Wenli and told him the news. Zhang Wenli directly contacted his confidant, the second in command of the secret investigation team, and asked him to contact Jiang Chuan on his own initiative. They agreed to meet in Zhonghua City. When the secret investigation team came to Zhonghua City, Jiang Chuan also took this group of family members to find the members of the secret investigation team. The members of the secret investigation team learned what happened to these people, and everyone was furious. They told these people that they would enforce the law impartially, arrest all the bad guys, and let them receive the punishment they deserved. The people just agreed perfunctorily after hearing the words of the secret investigation team. If Jiang Chuan had not given them a guarantee this time, they would never come forward. After all, they had looked for the official, but the official had not dealt with this matter. Even some people had happened more than 10 years ago. They were naturally disappointed with the official. The members of the secret investigation team could actually understand their thoughts. They did not say anything more, but planned to explain everything with actions. After the secret investigation team verified all the evidence, they contacted Zhang Wenli as soon as possible. Zhang Wenli reported to the elder. The elder directly ordered that the evil eradication plan be put into action. Chapter 95. The plan to eradicate evil began. Zhang Wenli mobilized a large number of his confidants to start this plan. Many people in the provincial capital were temporarily monitored and could not use mobile phones or other means to transmit information. At the same time, the official Zhonghua City was completely shaken. Countless official personnel were taken away. From the second-in-command to some clerks, hundreds of official personnel were arrested this time. In order to eliminate the evil forces in Zhonghua City, Zhang Wenli directly contacted the military, and the military directly sent troops to forcibly suppress the evil forces in Zhonghua City. The arrival of the military was completely unexpected by the Zhao family. They wanted to resist, but how could they resist the fully armed soldiers? In the end, they could only surrender. Zhang family, Wang family, Zhao family. All the people involved in the case were arrested overnight. Zhonghua City changed on this day. The dark clouds hanging over everyone's heads disappeared completely. The official also held a press conference as soon as possible to inform the public of the news. What? There is such a bad group in our country. This group of people should not be officials. They don't care about the people, but help the evil. At such a young age, they beat their classmates to death because of some trivial things. They are real villains. The press conference also exposed the crimes of these people. With the moment the crimes were exposed, the people of the whole country were completely shocked. Countless people petitioned to sentence these people to death. The wishes of the people cannot be ignored. The Kyoto government also notified the punishment of this group of people as soon as possible. The main people involved in the case were sentenced to death. Others were sentenced to life imprisonment, fixed-term imprisonment. The moment the various sentences were made public, the people were full of trust in the official again. "Old Yang, this matter has been resolved. Don't worry about these evil people in the future." Jiang Chuan and Sujia were sitting in Yang Rong's ward at this moment, accompanying their family to watch the verdict of these evil people. He looked at old Yang with a smile on his face and said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Su. If you hadn't helped us this time, we would have lived in their shadows for the rest of our lives, and we would never have been able to get them the punishment they deserved." Looking at the punishment these people received, Lao Yang's disappointment with the authorities disappeared without a trace, and he was full of trust in the authorities again. Because Lao Yang also knew that someone in the provincial capital was tied to this group of people, Kyoto didn't get any news. The reason why the sky in Zhonghui City recovered so quickly this time was also because Kyoto took action. "You don't need to thank us. In fact, we didn't do anything this time. Most of it was the country that took action. We just played some auxiliary role." Jiang Chuan smiled and said to Lao Yang. Jiang Chuan and Lao Yang continued to chat for a while, and then left a bank card, which was rejected by Lao Yang. "Lao Yang, your shop and home are destroyed. This money is left for you to buy a new home and shop, which will also help Ronger. Don't refuse us. You should also understand that I am not short of money," Jiang Chuan said with a chuckle. When Lao Yang heard Ronger, he finally took the bank card that Jiang Chuan gave him. He was very grateful to Jiang Chuan and said thank you countless times. The matter in Zhonghui City has been properly resolved, and the authorities will naturally rectify the subsequent matters. Jiang Chuan and Sujia also left Zhonghui City and prepared to rush back to Jiangbei City. "Lao Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiang Chuan and Sujia took a private plane this time. Sujia saw that Jiang Chuan was busy with something, and immediately looked at him and asked. "I plan to set up a juvenile protection fund. As long as minors are harmed in any way, whether it is campus or campus violence, all kinds of factors can be used to protect themselves by applying for funds." Jiang Chuan smiled and did not hide anything from Sujia. During this period, Jiang Chuan also got another opportunity to withdraw money. Through the incident with Yang Rong, Jiang Chuan directly withdrew legal proficiency. Legal proficiency is easy to understand, that is, Jiang Chuan has all the laws of various countries in his mind, is familiar with all the legal contents, and can even recite them backwards. In an instant, Jiang Chuan became the world's #1 lawyer. After Jiang Chuan had this ability, in order to prevent Yang Rong's incident from happening again, he directly prepared to set up a fund to protect minors. As long as minors are harmed in any way, they can use the fund and the various laws and regulations compiled by the fund to protect themselves and punish bad people. Of course, the fund will also have a special group. The role of the special group is very simple, that is, to help minors who have been harmed and their families get fair treatment. This is a good thing, count me in. Sujia heard Jiang Chuan's explanation, his eyes brightened instantly, and he looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile. This time, Sujia also intends to help more people through Yang Rong's matter, especially minors. After all, they are the pillars and hope of China in the future. Are you sure? Jiang Chuan heard Sujia's words and looked at him with ill intentions. What do you mean by this look? Sujia felt Jiang Chuan's eyes, folded his hands in front of his chest, and took a few steps back. Are you sick? Do I like you? This time I calculated that it would take 40 billion for minors in China to enjoy the Minor Protection Fund. If you really want to count in, you can take out 20 billion. Jiang Chuan chuckled, looked at Sujia and said an approximate amount. What? 2 billion. You'd better sell me. My old man might be able to come up with the money, but I can't. Sujia became depressed when he learned that one person needed to invest 2 billion. He had the will but not the strength. I will also set up a special group, which will cost about 1 billion every year. Jiang Chuan also guessed that Sujia couldn't come up with so much money, so he chuckled and mentioned the special group, and told the other party the purpose of the special group. Okay, I will pay for the special group. Sujia agreed instantly. He could still come up with 1 billion a year. The two finalized the Miners' Protection Fund. After returning to Jiangbei City, Jiang Chuan directly established this fund through Tianxia Group. Tianxia Group is the world's #1 group. Only when Tianxia Group comes forward can it be convinced and allow miners who have been harmed to dare to resist. When the Tianxia Group's Miners' Protection Fund was established, the entire network also caused an uproar. Some were bullied in school. Some were harassed by people outside the school. Some were abused at home. Many miners applied for the Miners' Protection Fund, and through the various legal provisions compiled by the Miners' Protection Fund, they took up legal weapons to protect themselves. Chapter 96. The Juvenile Protection Fund was proceeding in an orderly manner. Jiang Chuan also handed it over to the legal department of Tianxia Group with great confidence. Jiang Chuan was relieved and directly called the Gun King to tell the fans to continue making money. Okay, brother Jiang. Brothers, Lao Yang's matter is over. Let's get excited. The families who want to make money are about to start. The Gun King also knew what happened in Zhonghua City at the first time, but he did not contact Jiang Chuan. During this period, everyone was discussing this matter in the fan group, and even Lao Yang also mentioned some details, so everyone knew that Lao Yang could solve the matters so quickly this time. In fact, Jiang Chuan made a lot of efforts. Here we go. About to arrive at the battlefield. Everyone in the fan group learned that Jiang Chuan was going to start, and they all entered the game. When 100 people entered the game, the Gun Army's family members directly occupied 30 positions. This time, the Gun Army's family members were even more grateful and sincere to Jiang Chuan. Jiang Chuan completed the task of 100,000 thanks, and now the thanks have been refreshed again. After just a few rounds of the game, Jiang Chuan directly received 100 sincere thanks. Promise Manor in the United States extractable. Pacific Whale Island extractable. 1,000-acre farm in the United States extractable. Complete blueprint of curable nano glasses extractable. Complete blueprint of curable nano eardrum extractable. Complete blueprint of automatic recovery artificial heart extractable. Complete blueprint of curable nano robot extractable. Complete design of the 6th generation fighter extractable. Complete blueprint of controlled nuclear fusion extractable. Complete blueprint of super aviation extractable. The world's first hacking technology extractable. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. Super aircraft carrier. Jiang Chuan looked at the extractable content and saw this blueprint at first glance. Although China now has the ability to independently develop aircraft carriers, its independent research and development capabilities are still slightly weak, and there is still some gap compared to super countries. China has only relied on its ability to independently develop aircraft carriers to build medium-sized aircraft carriers, and has not yet built a real super aircraft carrier. Exchange. Jiang Chuan understood the importance of maritime power and exchanged for a super aircraft carrier as soon as possible. As for other things, Jiang Chuan was not in a hurry. This time, he would be able to exchange for other things soon. Jiang Chuan successfully exchanged the blueprint of the super aircraft carrier and directly ordered a private plane to send him to Kyoto. He was also on the way, and by spending money crazily, he got another opportunity to withdraw. This time, Jiang Chuan did not use the opportunity to withdraw, but temporarily kept it. Mom, I'm in Kyoto. See if you have time. Our family will meet in the research department tonight. I have something important to discuss with you. Jiang Chuan came to Kyoto and said this in a serious tone. Okay. Qin Lingwei heard her son's words and agreed without hesitation. Qin Lingwei also contacted Zhang Wenli as soon as possible and told him about this matter. Zhang Wenli was also free today, so he naturally agreed. Night fell. After Qin Lingwei and Zhang Wenli got off work, they drove directly to the research department of Tianxia Group. After Jiang Chuan received Qin Lingwei's call, he personally took Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei to the office. Captain Feng, no one is allowed to approach this office, just say it's my order. Jiang Chuan, Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei came to the deepest office, which had always been the office Lu Yang prepared for Jiang Chuan, so he ordered Captain Feng directly. Yes, President Zhang. Captain Feng solemnly agreed and stood outside the door in person, prohibiting anyone from approaching this place within 1 meter. Son, have you been threatened by others about the matter in Zhonghui City? Xiao Chuan, are those people in Zhonghui City hiring killers to attack you? Qin Lingwei and Zhang Wenli looked at Jiang Chuan at the same time and asked directly. What? Xiao Chuan, is what your dad said true? Qin Lingwei asked in fear after hearing Zhang Wenli's words, looking at Jiang Chuan with worry. Mom and Dad, you really think too much, take a look at this drawing. Jiang Chuan didn't expect the two to have such a big imagination, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He said something directly to them, and then handed the drawing in his hand to the two. Drawing. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei were confused for a while, but still took the drawing Jiang Chuan handed to them, and looked at it carefully. Zhang Wenli was not involved in scientific research, but he was also a graduate of China's top university and could roughly understand the contents of some drawings. Qin Lingwei looked at the contents of the drawings and trembled with excitement. Son, is this an aircraft carrier blueprint? Qin Lingwei was in charge of China's aircraft carrier. She was the first person to independently develop an aircraft carrier. At the same time, her main focus was also aircraft carriers. She recognized that this blueprint was an aircraft carrier blueprint at the first time. Aircraft carrier blueprint. Zhang Wenli heard his wife's words and looked at Jiang Chuan at the first time, waiting for his answer. That's right, Mom. This is the blueprint of an aircraft carrier, and it is a super aircraft carrier blueprint. This is only part of the blueprint. Jiang Chuan answered the two solemnly. Super aircraft carrier. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei both took a breath of cold air when they heard this, and then looked at Jiang Chuan with a serious face, and said solemnly, Son, are you sure that this is the blueprint of a super aircraft carrier? This is not a joke. Mom and Dad, I understand what you mean. I don't know if you have time next. I have the complete blueprint of a super aircraft carrier. Jiang Chuan naturally understood what they meant. Super aircraft carriers are related to the fate of the country. This matter cannot tolerate any carelessness or jokes. Yes. Qin Lingwei said it without hesitation. Regarding super aircraft carriers, even if anything can be rejected. Jiang Chuan didn't say much, and directly took out all the complete blueprints he had prepared. Let me see. Qin Lingwei looked at the blueprints that Jiang Chuan took out, and she began to look at the indicators of the blueprints without hesitation. Tonnage, power system, displacement. Qin Lingwei looked at all the indicators that met the standards of super aircraft carriers, and even exceeded the indicators of the United States. Controlled nuclear fusion power source. Qin Lingwei frowned when she looked at the power system. No country in the world has mastered this technology, and if you want to build this super aircraft carrier, you must use this power source. She didn't know whether this aircraft carrier could really be completed, but China didn't have the ability to build the power system alone. Lingwei, is this blueprint feasible? Zhang Wenli saw Qin Lingwei roughly finished reading the blueprint, and looked at her excitedly, wanting to get an accurate answer. Chapter 97. It's feasible. Qin Lingwei answered Zhang Wenli's words without hesitation. Okay, as long as we have a super aircraft carrier, China will have a greater say in the sea. At that time, hegemonic countries like the United States will not dare to bully us easily on the sea. Zhang Wenli clenched his fists when he heard this, and his excitement was directly reflected on his face. Brother Li, you are too happy too early. Qin Lingwei saw Zhang Wenli so happy, but she still had to say it after all. What do you mean? Zhang Wenli frowned slightly and looked at Qin Lingwei seriously. Brother Li, if this super aircraft carrier is to be built successfully, it must master the controlled nuclear fusion technology. You should also know that the controlled nuclear fusion technology is just a speculation. Even a strong country like the United States has not successfully developed it. Qin Lingwei sighed and said the difficulties and unachievable places of the super aircraft carrier. Controlled nuclear fusion. Although Zhang Wenli didn't understand scientific research, he knew that the technology of controlled nuclear fusion was only a general direction and was far from being successfully developed. He understood why Qin Lingwei said that he was too happy too early. Mom and Dad, are you too depressed? The United States has not developed it, so don't we have a way to make it? Jiang Chuan did not interrupt the communication between Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei. Seeing the depressed look of the two, he couldn't help laughing and said with a chuckle. Son, what do you mean? Could it be that you? Son, have you mastered the technology of controlled nuclear fusion? Qin Lingwei looked at Jiang Chuan in surprise when she heard this, but she didn't ask the following question. Zhang Wenli didn't know the difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion. He was very anxious at the moment and asked the question in his mind directly. I haven't got the blueprint yet, but I should be able to get it within 3 days. Jiang Chuan shook his head. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei both showed disappointment on their faces. But the next second, they heard Jiang Chuan's words, looked at him in shock and asked, Son, are you serious? Qin Lingwei was very excited at this moment. Jiang Chuan really mastered the controlled nuclear fusion blueprint, which was of great significance to the whole of China. Zhang Wenli was not clear about scientific research, but he knew what was in front of him. If he mastered controlled nuclear fusion, he could build a super aircraft carrier. With a super aircraft carrier, China's national defense will become stronger and its voice at sea will be stronger. Yet, Jiang Chuan also understood the significance of this matter. He nodded solemnly and admitted it. Good. 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 Qin Lingwei was so excited that she couldn't speak. Zhang Wenli said 3 good words in a row. After the excitement of the two was relieved, they looked at Jiang Chuan with fiery eyes. For a moment, they didn't know how to speak. After all, the blueprint belonged to Jiang Chuan himself. It was understandable for Jiang Chuan to give the blueprint to anyone, even to the country. Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei have devoted their lives to China. Naturally, they hope that Jiang Chuan can give the blueprint to the country for free, so that China can master the controllable nuclear fusion technology and have its own super aircraft carrier. Mom and Dad, I don't plan to give this blueprint to the country. Jiang Chuan looked at the fiery eyes of the two and probably guessed what they were thinking. He understood that Zhang Wenli's generation, all premises are based on the country, and they have contributed everything for the growth of China. As long as China can be strong, they are willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives. Swish! 1 sentence. The faces of the two changed drastically at the same time. They didn't speak, but just looked at Jiang Chuan with burning eyes, waiting for Jiang Chuan's next words. Jiang Chuan was able to hand over a nanolithography machine to the country for free and to establish a juvenile protection fund. They knew that Jiang Chuan was loyal to China and that he would not betray China. Mom and Dad, no matter whether it is the information about super aircraft carriers or controlled nuclear fusion, it must not be leaked. Once leaked, hegemonic countries such as the United States will inevitably use various means to prevent us from conducting normal research. In order to increase our strength, they are likely to use extreme means. Jiang Chuan looked at the two of them solemnly and said this slowly. When Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei heard this, their faces changed at the same time. They did not speak. Obviously, Jiang Chuan hit the point. China's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although its comprehensive national strength is not as good as that of the United States, as long as China is given enough time, China can surpass the United States in all aspects. After all, China has only used a few decades to complete the development of other countries for hundreds of years. This is an impossible thing, but China really did it. Arrived. Son, are you? Dad, I understand what you mean, but in this society, the power of money is enough to corrupt a person's heart and will. We dare not and cannot gamble. Once we lose, China will suffer a great loss. Jiang Chuan heard Zhang Wenli's words and said this solemnly. Zhang Wenli was silent. He knew that Jiang Chuan was right. Son, what are you going to do? Qin Lingwei looked directly at Jiang Chuan and asked. I plan to let the researchers of Tianxia Group build super aircraft carriers and controlled nuclear fusion. Jiang Chuan heard Qin Lingwei's question and said it directly. No. Son, if these two things are leaked, do you know how big the consequences will be? And you also said that money can corrupt everything about a person. Zhang Wenli heard that Jiang Chuan actually planned to let a group of scientific researchers develop controlled nuclear fusion and super aircraft carriers, and he decisively expressed his thoughts. He did not think that the research department of Tianxia Group was competent, nor did he believe in the scientific researchers of Tianxia Group. Dad, you think that the researchers of Tianxia Group are not competent, and you can't believe that they won't be corrupted, right? Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Wenli so excited, and looked at him, as if he saw through his heart, so that Zhang Wenli felt a little bit uneasy. Zhang Wenli didn't expect Jiang Chuan to guess it, he didn't say anything, and just acquiesced. Qin Lingwei just kept silent. Dad, you shouldn't know? The ability of the researchers in the Tianxia Group's research department is not weaker than that of the U.S. Academy of Sciences. As for whether they will be corrupted by money, this is even more impossible. The welfare benefits of the Tianxia Group's research department surpass any country in the world, any organization in the world, and the treatment they enjoy can be said to be the best treatment in the world. Jiang Chuan smiled confidently, full of trust in the Tianxia Group's research department. This is also full of absolute trust in the system. After all, the system has told him that these people are 100% loyal to him and will never betray him. Chapter 98. Zhang Wenli was obviously stunned when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. He didn't know much about Tianxia Group. He knew that this group was the world's #1 group, involving many industries. The research department was the top priority of the entire Tianxia Group. Even internal staff rarely knew the specific situation of the research department, and outsiders were even less clear. The only ones who knew the research department best were the elders and the Chinese Academy of Sciences where Qin Lingwei was. Zhang Wenli looked at Jiang Chuan's confident smile. He didn't say anything, but looked at Qin Lingwei, wanting to get confirmation. Zhang Wenli knew that Qin Lingwei often came to the research department of Tianxia Group to communicate. The other party was very familiar with the research department of Tianxia Group. Qin Lingwei felt Zhang Wenli's gaze. Although she didn't want to admit that Chinese researchers were not as good as the research department of Tianxia Group, the facts were there. The research ability of the research department of Tianxia Group was indeed not inferior to that of the U.S. Academy of Sciences. As for the welfare benefits inside, it really surpassed any country or any institution in the world. The reason why China or the Great Elder can let Tianxia Group have top scientific researchers is that Tianxia Group has helped China solve many scientific research problems. At the same time, Tianxia Group's research has benefited China and has not caused any threats or dangers to China. This is the most important point. This. Zhang Wenli got confirmation and looked at Jiang Chuan in shock. He didn't expect Jiang Chuan to be so young and create a miracle in the business world in just 10 years and build Tianxia Group. Tianxia Group also includes the world's top scientific research experts. At this moment, Jiang Chuan also mastered the technology of super aircraft carriers and controlled nuclear fusion. At this moment, Jiang Chuan became mysterious in Zhang Wenli's eyes, unfathomable, and even a little scary. Jiang Chuan also noticed the change in Zhang Wenli's eyes. He chuckled and said, "Dad, I will always be a Chinese. I will always put China's interests first. This is why Tianxia Group has been able to take root in China and Kyoto. Everyone in our Tianxia Group's research department loves this country and this land. They are all willing to fight for China's strength and future." Okay. When Zhang Wenli heard Jiang Chuan's words, everything in his eyes turned into relief, and he looked at Jiang Chuan with recognition. "Okay, you two can find a place to talk about other things. What we are discussing now should be controlled nuclear fusion and super aircraft carriers." Qin Lingwei looked at the communication between the father and son, interrupted decisively, and directly said the key point at the moment. "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Wenli also laughed and replied. The three talked for a long time, and neither of them gave in. "Let the elder decide on this matter." Qin Lingwei watched the father and son refusing to give in to each other. She did not express her opinion, but smiled and said to the father and son, "Okay." Zhang Wenli and Jiang Chuan looked at each other and agreed at the same time. "I'll call." Zhang Wenli called the elder as soon as possible. "Wenli, is there anything wrong so late?" The elder answered the phone and asked in a casual tone. "Elder, this matter is not suitable for communication over the phone. Do you think it is convenient for us to come and see you in person?" Zhang Wenli said this solemnly. "Okay." When the elder heard that Zhang Wenli and others were going to meet him at this time, he paused and agreed with a smile. "Let's go." Zhang Wenli said to Qin Lingwei and Jiang Chuan, and the three of them went directly to the elder's residence. "You are Xiao Chuan, right? I have heard of your name many times, but this is the first time you and the old man meet. The elder is a very kind man. At this moment, he looks like an old grandfather next door." When he saw Jiang Chuan and the other two coming, he smiled and said to Jiang Chuan, "Hello, elder." Jiang Chuan looked at the elder with respect in his eyes and stood in awe. The old man in front of him dedicated his life to the rise and strength of China. He deserves the respect of everyone in China. Don't be restrained, although this is the first time we meet. But Tianxia Group has helped us China a lot over the years, and I would like to thank you." The elder looked at Jiang Chuan's restrained appearance and smiled and asked him to relax. "Okay, elder." Jiang Chuan also agreed with a smile, and his nervous mood was relieved a little. "Tell me, what did you come to see me for?" The elder looked at Jiang Chuan and the other two and smiled. Asked. "Son, you tell me." Zhang Wenli heard the elder's words, looked at Jiang Chuan and said with a smile. Their parent-child relationship needs to be kept secret for the time being, but for the old man in front of him, there is no need to keep it secret. "Wenli, what do you call him?" "Son." "Is Xiao Chuan your long-lost son?" The elder was also shocked by Zhang Wenli's address, and looked at Zhang Wenli with shock. Zhang Wenli smiled and nodded, explaining the details. "Wenli, you gave birth to a good son." The elder did not expect Jiang Chuan to be the grandson of the Jiang family, and said with emotion. Zhang Wenli just smiled happily and did not answer. There was not much discussion about this matter, and Jiang Chuan also told the elder the purpose of coming here. Controlled nuclear fusion. Super aircraft carrier. Has Tianxia Group mastered it? The elder learned the purpose of the three people's arrival, his expression became serious, and his eyes became sharp. "Well, I have it. I want the Research and Development Department of Tianxia Group to develop it. All the research and development costs will be funded by Tianxia Group. When the time comes, we will donate it to the country for free, and even the technology will be donated to the country for free." It's not that Tianxia Group is unwilling to hand over this technology to the country, but it is worried that this research will be exposed. Once exposed, it will have a great impact on the entire China. Jiang Chuan felt the sharp eyes of the elder on him. He was not timid and spoke his mind seriously. The elder's expression became serious when he heard Jiang Chuan's words. He understood Jiang Chuan's worries, but he also understood that these two technologies were too important. Neither he nor Zhang Wenli was at ease handing them all over to the Research and Development Department of Tianxia Group. Xiao Chuan, I have great trust in Tianxia Group. Since you are willing to talk about these two technologies, it means that you trust China and the government. But you also understand the importance of these two technologies. The country must know them fully. Once the technology is leaked, it is indeed dangerous. I understand your concerns. This is also what I am worried about, so we can compromise. Tianxia Group's research department and China will conduct research together. This will not only speed up the research, but also avoid some problems. The elder finally expressed his thoughts. The government needs to send people to supervise the research department, and no one in the research department can leak the news. The purpose of the research department is to research and develop, and successfully create a super aircraft carrier and controlled nuclear fusion. Okay. Jiang Chuan smiled and agreed. This is the best way. It can not only ensure the effectiveness and speed of scientific research, but also ensure safety. Chapter 99. The cooperation was finalized. The elder also arranged the official scientific researchers. Qin Lingwei was the main official scientific researcher. Their purpose was to assist and supervise. Jiang Chuan also got the list of scientific research personnel and their areas of expertise the next day. Finally, Jiang Chuan began to select specific candidates. Zhou Sun was the main person in charge of controlled nuclear fusion. He was an expert in nuclear fusion and had studied nuclear fusion for a long time. Qin Lingwei and Zhang Haiming were the main people in charge of super aircraft carriers. Zhang Haiming had participated in the U.S. super aircraft carrier project. Although he was not deeply involved, he had experience in this area. This is the blueprint of the super aircraft carrier. This is the blueprint of controlled nuclear fusion. I hope that the two of you can succeed in research and development in the shortest time. Jiang Chuan called Zhang Haiming and Zhou Sun and told them the purpose directly. Ah! When the two heard Jiang Chuan's words and looked at the blueprint Jiang Chuan handed them, they shouted in surprise and looked at Jiang Chuan in disbelief. They quickly opened the blueprints and found that the two blueprints were indeed super aircraft carriers and controlled nuclear fusion. At this moment, they looked at Jiang Chuan with shock and disbelief. Super aircraft carriers are strategic weapons, and no country can leak them. As for controlled nuclear fusion, it is only in the speculation stage, and no country has mastered it at all. You can choose the members of the research team yourself. My only requirement is that the personnel must be loyal. Next, you will work with the official to study these two projects. Of course, these two projects are mainly based on our Tianxia Group, but you also need to discuss more with the official personnel, especially the official team leader. You must respect them. Do you understand? Jiang Chuan naturally did not explain the source of the blueprints and directly instructed them. We know, Mr. Jiang. The two already knew Jiang Chuan's true identity, so they naturally answered respectfully. Well, go and make arrangements. The official personnel will contact you at that time, and they will arrange a specific research place for you. Jiang Chuan asked them to leave the office and took away the complete blueprints he prepared. Yes, Mr. Jiang. The two of them left the office excitedly with the drawings, and immediately looked for their team members, intending to study the two projects together. As long as these two studies are successful, they will definitely become famous and even go down in history. Jiang Chuan arranged the research department's affairs and told Qin Lingwei about it, asking her to contact the two directly. Qin Lingwei smiled and agreed. She was also rushing to select specific personnel so that she could study the two projects as soon as possible. 3 days later, the project was completely completed. Tianxia Group invested 20 billion yuan in the early stage, so that the two projects could proceed smoothly without any worries. As the project started, Qin Lingwei was completely busy and had no time to contact Jiang Chuan. In order to ensure the safety of the project team, Qin Lingwei even directly prohibited anyone from using personal mobile phones, and all used exclusive mobile phones. Exclusive mobile phones cannot contact the outside world or the internet, and can only contact internal personnel. After Qin Lingwei did this, although some people were dissatisfied, they also knew the importance of the two projects, and finally could only silently agree. Zhang Wenli was also busy. He and the elder were busy with the resources of the two projects. This matter could not be exposed for the time being, so they needed to consider many details to avoid being known by outsiders. Jiang Chuan knew that Zhang Wenli and Qin Lingwei were busy. He had nothing else to do and planned to return to Jiangbei City. Suddenly, he received a call from his father. A smile appeared on his face and he joked, "Dad, how come you have time to call me, your second son, today?" Kailanan mong magpadala ng para agad para matulungan ang iyong pamilya. Who are you? What do you mean? Jiang Chuan frowned when he heard this and asked with an ugly face. If you want to save your family, send money immediately, otherwise I will let you see his body. The other party knew that Jiang Chuan didn't understand what he said, so he spoke incoherent Chinese. Swish! When Jiang Chuan heard this, he instantly realized that his father had been kidnapped. His face instantly turned terribly cold, and his eyes revealed an extreme murderous intent. I must see that my father is safe, otherwise I can't transfer the money to you. Jiang Chuan said coldly. Okay. After hearing Jiang Chuan's request, the kidnappers were silent. For a moment, then agreed. Soon, the two sides started a video call. Jiang Chuan finally saw his father for the first time through the mobile phone screen. However, the scene he saw made him feel heartbroken. His father's mouth was sealed with tape and he couldn't make any sound, his limbs were tightly tied to a shabby chair and his body couldn't move, his clothes were tattered, and traces of beatings could be vaguely seen on his body, and he looked extremely haggard. Dad! Jiang Chuan looked at the miserable state of his father on the screen, tears blurred his eyes instantly, and he couldn't help shouting loudly. Xiao Chuan! Dad also saw Jiang Chuan through the video, his eyes were full of pain and helplessness, his lips trembled slightly, but due to the restraint of the tape, he couldn't say anything. Jiang Chuan looked at his father who was tortured beyond recognition, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails were deeply embedded in his palms, and blood flowed down his fingers. But he still resisted the urge, because he knew that now was not the time to act, he had to calm down and find a way to save his father. Tell me, what are your conditions? Jiang Chuan took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm, but the chill in his eyes was chilling. It's very simple, you just need to transfer 100 million yuan to this designated account, and we will let him go. The kidnappers said proudly, as if they were sure of victory. They seemed to think that Jiang Chuan would definitely surrender obediently, after all, who would have the heart to watch their loved ones suffer? However, Jiang Chuan did not panic or roar in anger as they imagined. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a cold smile. I have the money, but how can I be sure that you will release my father after receiving the money? The kidnappers obviously did not expect Jiang Chuan to be so calm. They looked at each other, and then one of them said, we can guarantee that as long as you transfer the money to the designated account, we will release your father immediately. Words are not enough, unless you release my family first, and then give me 3 days to prepare the funds. Boy, don't push it. We will never release him, unless the money arrives, we will let him go. I can give you 3 days to prepare. Within 3 days, I can make a video call to you every day to let you know the latest situation of your relatives. Once I know that you dare to make any unusual movements, I will kill this old man as soon as possible." The kidnapper heard Jiang Chuan's words, looked at him coldly, and said coldly, "Okay, I will raise 100 million RMB within 3 days. During these 3 days, you must ensure my father's safety and not do anything to him, otherwise I will reduce the amount of money." Jiang Chuan said this coldly, and the kidnapper hung up the phone. Chapter 100. Brother Long, my father has been kidnapped. I have sent you his information. Please find someone to find out where my father is as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan hung up the phone with the kidnappers. He did not raise funds. He could take out 100 million yuan at any time. But he did not know whether the kidnappers would kill him after getting the money. He was ready to save his father in his own way. "Okay." Long Hun heard this and answered seriously. The two hung up the phone, and Long Hun also asked someone to find out where his father was as soon as possible. "Lao Lu, my father has been kidnapped. Please use your domestic connections to find out which country my father has gone to." After Jiang Chuan and Long Hun ended the call, he contacted Lu Yang again and asked him to deal with the matter as soon as possible. "I understand, Mr. Jiang." Lu Yang knew about this and understood the seriousness of the matter, and answered quickly. "Tongzi, I have exchanged hacking skills. Can I find my father through video?" Jiang Chuan ended the call and asked the system directly. The system did not answer Jiang Chuan. It has always been very silent. "Tongzi, talk to me, or get out of here." Jiang Chuan was facing the kidnapping of his relatives. His anger was burning at the moment, so he naturally did not tolerate the system. "Okay." The system also understood that Jiang Chuan was in a bad mood at the moment. The silent Tongzi answered with 2 words. "Okay." Jiang Chuan was relieved after receiving a positive answer. "Xiao Gang, let our family members go online directly. We have to fight continuously in the next few days. Of course, the price will be doubled." Jiang Chuan contacted the King of Steel Guns as soon as possible and asked him to tell the Steel Gun Army that he planned to stay up all night to fight. "Received, Brother Jiang." The King of Steel Guns heard Jiang Chuan's words, received the order instantly, and notified it as soon as possible. Jiang Chuan and the King of Steel Guns decisively went online, and the family members of the Steel Gun Army were also ready. Time passed by every second. Lu Yang also told Jiang Chuan that his father had gone to several countries and eventually disappeared from Kimchi country. He didn't know where he went. Long Hun also found the specific location of his father through his own means. Now his father is in the Philippines, but the specific location is still unknown. Jiang Chuan now knows that his father is in the Philippines. He immediately ordered Longya to rush to the Philippines and wait for his order to save his father. Longya received Jiang Chuan's order and rushed to the Philippines with 10 top fighters of the Longya team. 1 day passed in a flash. Jiang Chuan also received more than 5,000 thanks, which was not far from 10,000 thanks. The kidnapper also called him via video call through his father's phone as soon as possible. "Is the money ready?" The kidnapper looked at Jiang Chuan and asked directly. "It's already being raised." "How much has been raised?" 10 million mijin, I'm trying my best to raise it, and I should be able to raise 30 million mijin tomorrow. Jiang Chuan heard the kidnapper's words, directly said a number, and told them that more mijin could be raised the next day. "Okay, transfer 5 million mijin now, and 30 million mijin the next day. Don't play tricks, otherwise, I can kill this old man at any time." The kidnappers were all masked, with only a pair of eyes showing. Jiang Chuan naturally didn't know what they looked like, but he could see their eyes change. The murderous intent in their eyes was gone in an instant and turned into greed. Obviously, 30 million mijin had not arrived, and they would not touch my father for the time being, which also made him feel relieved. "Okay, but I want to see my father." Jiang Chuan heard the kidnapper's words and agreed directly, and asked to see the situation of my father. The kidnappers didn't say anything, obviously waiting for Jiang Chuan to transfer the money. Jiang Chuan didn't hesitate and transferred 5 million mijin to the anonymous account at the first time. Let's take a look. The kidnappers saw that the 5 million mijin had really arrived, and the joy in their eyes was not concealed at all. They directly grabbed my father. Daddy's condition was slightly better, so they probably didn't continue to attack him. Jiang Chuan was relieved when he saw Daddy's appearance, and gave him a reassuring look, telling him to relax, and he would rescue the other party as soon as possible. Okay. The kidnappers only let Jiang Chuan and Daddy look for a few seconds, and then hung up the phone. On the other side, the kidnappers looked at the balance in the bank card excitedly and discussed. Boss, we have already got 5 million mijin, which is enough for us to live a carefree life. Let's just kill this old man and run away with the money. I don't agree, the other party can do this. Take out 5 million mi gold quickly, then you can definitely take out 30 million mi gold. I think when I get 30 million mi gold the next day, I will kill this old man and run away. That's right, there are 10 of us, but only 5 million mi gold. Each person can only get 500,000 mi gold. When 30 million mi gold arrives, each of us can get more than 3 million mi gold, which is enough for us to live a carefree life. Some people saw the 5 million mi gold in the bank and were ready to kill the hostages and run away, but more kidnappers, including the kidnapper leader, were eager to get 30 million mi gold and then kill the hostages and leave. Everyone was also moved by what the kidnapper leader said, and they all agreed. Jiang Chuan ended the call. He started the game again, and this time it took half a day. He finally received 10,000 sincere thanks. Exchange, the world's first hacker technology. Jiang Chuan exchanged the hacking skills without hesitation. When the hacking skills were successfully exchanged, countless hacking knowledge appeared in his mind. In an instant, Jiang Chuan mastered the world's #1 hacking skills, leading the world by decades. Ding ding ding. After Jiang Chuan got the hacking skills, he prepared the necessary instruments and called his father as soon as possible. Is the 30 million ready? The kidnapper looked at Jiang Chuan's call and asked directly with excitement in his tone. It is indeed ready, but the bank thinks the transfer balance is too high and there is no way to transfer it for the time being. If you want to get 30 million, you can only transfer it in batches by bank cards, or directly hand over the money to you in person. Jiang Chuan kept communicating with the kidnappers, the purpose was to buy more time. When Jiang Chuan was communicating, his fingers flew directly, constantly tapping on his keyboard, and through his hacking operation, he finally found the location of the kidnappers. We have prepared the bank cards, you transfer them to us in batches. The kidnapper leader said coldly to Jiang Chuan. Okay. Jiang Chuan heard this and said calmly. He immediately transferred 500,000 mi gold into a bank card to ensure that the kidnappers would not attack Dad. Then he sent Dad's location to Longya and asked them to rush to this place to find Dad. Jiang Chuan handled all this and rushed to the Philippines on a private plane through his connections. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.